Old Hollywood was full of stars and glistening glamour, but behind the curtain, one man controlled the spotlight. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're exploring the many mansions of William Randolph Hearst and his mistress, Marion Davies. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. William Randolph Hearst was born into privilege, but it was his ambition and audacity that truly set him apart. From his early days in San Francisco, where his father's mining fortunes provided a life of luxury, Hearst was destined for greatness, or at least for infamy. But greatness, as it turned out, was a double-edged sword. Hearst's early life was one of contrast, wealth and rebellion, privilege and restlessness. At Harvard, he was more known for his extravagant pranks than for his academic prowess. When he was expelled, it wasn't a surprise, rather, it was the first sign of the maverick spirit that would define his career. In 1887, Hearst took control of the San Francisco Examiner, a newspaper his father had acquired on a whim. It was here that he found his calling. With a flair of sensationalism and a nose for scandal, Hearst transformed the paper into a force to be reckoned with. But the Examiner was just the beginning. Hearst had a vision to create a media empire that would span the nation, influencing public opinion and shaping history. Meanwhile, his mother Phoebe had purchased a beautiful tract of wilderness in Pleasanton, California, and intended to build a home for orphans. But after her husband, William's father, passed away, she decided to take some time for herself, leaving her son with a hefty allowance to do as he pleased. Hearst had heard about his mother's plans to build an orphanage and decided to visit the property in Pleasanton, falling in love with the natural beauty of the landscape. Without his mother's permission, nor her consent, he hired architect A.C. Schweinfurth to design him a mansion in place of the planned orphanage. The 53-room hacienda drew inspiration from various architectural styles, including the Moorish, Pueblo, and Mission styles. 4 years into the construction of the mansion, Phoebe decided to visit Pleasanton to get started on the orphanage, only to discover that her son had desecrated the land and had selfishly built for himself on land devoted to vulnerable children. She was furious. She banned William from the property, not allowing him to live in the home he had built for himself, using her money. She never forgave him either. As punishment, William would not receive enough money to build a dream house until it was willed to him upon Phoebe's death. Phoebe hired her favorite architect, Julia Morgan, to try to make sense of the architectural nightmare her son had created. Through a series of renovations and expansions, Julia was able to transform the jumbled maze of a house into a more cohesive mansion. Phoebe was able to make it her own. With an artistic flair, she displayed Navajo baskets in the rafters with 16th century European tapestries. The strange configuration and styling of the home gave her a chance to experiment with various styles and furniture arrangements. The drawing room was just as eclectic in its own right, with damask wallpaper set below exposed beams and European, Asian, and Native American art sharing the same walls. The entire house became a collector's paradise. Even the library was filled with antiques from every inhabited continent, with custom chandeliers strung from beads and seashells, and with fireplaces covered over by tropical plants. Guests sometimes referred to this room as the hall because of the lack of books, questioning whether it could actually be called a library. The dining room was a more intimate space with a more cohesive European style, though there were some oddities, including a fabric chandelier hung over the center of the table and curtains hung between rooms instead of pocket doors. Phoebe's bedroom would fit right in with the current boho trends of today, with dark walls covered in clustered picture frames, ornate furniture from each continent, and assorted knickknacks all set above a Persian rug. Her style was uniquely her own for the time period. She entertained, threw huge parties, and thoroughly enjoyed the property while fulfilling her philanthropic dreams, donating huge sums of money into education. She passed away in her hacienda in 1919, leaving only $10 million, or the modern-day equivalent of about $181 million to her son, who immediately sold the hacienda. But that is getting way ahead in our story. As Hearst's empire grew, so did his influence. He moved to New York City, where he bought the New York Journal and engaged in a bitter circulation war with Joseph Pulitzer's New York World. This was the era of yellow journalism, and Hearst was its master. Crime, corruption, scandal, nothing was off limits. Hearst knew what the public wanted, and he gave it to them in spades. At this point, he began making his own money, eclipsing his father's fortune. He purchased the top 3 floors of the Clarendon, but quickly ran out of space, expanding to 5 floors and later calling the entire building his own home. Entering the apartment, we pass through the reception room with antiques glowing under the multicolored light of a massive stained glass window. This feeds us into the Gothic banquet hall, lined with suits of armor standing guard of antique European tapestries. The South Library almost catches us off guard, as we might expect a man of such grandeur to boast a massive collection of books. Then we turn the corner, and there it is, the main library lined with stacks containing thousands of leather-bound books. And at the very end, a mantel salvaged from a castle stands against oak paneling. But there was more to Hearst than his newspapers and lavish lifestyle. He was a man of contradictions, a populist who believed in opulence, a nationalist who admired European culture, and a public figure who fiercely guarded his private life. His relationship with Marion Davies, a vivacious actress 34 years his junior, was a testament to these contradictions. In 1897, the star who would become Marion Davies was born Marion Dura. She was the daughter of a New York lawyer and grew up in a strict household. By the time she was school-age, she had been sent off to live in a religious convent, far, far away from any distraction. Regardless of her parents' efforts to keep her on the straight and narrow, she had ambitious dreams of becoming famous. She ran away from the convent and changed her last name to become a chorus girl, and as a teenager saw her star role in a Broadway musical. In 1916, at the age of only 19 years old, she caught the eye of Hearst, who was 54 at the time. The eccentric media mogul fell madly in love with the young star. He attended her shows every night for 8 weeks straight, sitting in the front row and sending her gifts backstage. Even though Hearst was married, he had to have Marion, but not just for love, he wanted her talent. From this point on, Marion would become Hearst's mistress for the rest of his life. He moved her into a palatial mansion in Manhattan along Riverside Drive and bought her a country house on Long Island to carry on their affair, but his meddling did not stop there. Hearst seized Davies' career, founding Cosmopolitan Pictures to create more roles for her on the silver screen. He hired paparazzi to follow her around and write about her day-to-day activities for his newspapers, and bought up billboards to plaster her face around Times Square. By 1924, she had become the #1 female star in the box office, and in just a few short years, she had gone from a runaway church girl to the biggest star in Hollywood. While Mrs. Hearst stayed behind in New York, William and Marion lived openly together in California between Hearst's many mansions. Inheriting a vast fortune in 1919, including land in San Simeon, California, Hearst commissioned Julia Morgan to create something a little more comfortable than his family's previous campsite on the same lot. What followed was a collaboration spanning nearly 3 decades, resulting in a sprawling estate that is as much a museum as it is a residence. The castle's grandeur is matched only by the history that unfolded within its walls. During its heyday in the 1920s and 1930s, Hearst Castle was a playground for Hollywood's elite and political luminaries alike. The guest list read like a who's who of the era. Charlie Chaplin, Cary Grant, Winston Churchill, and Calvin Coolidge, among many others, all found themselves captivated by the castle's allure. Guests were treated to lavish dinners in the Grand Refectory, screenings of the latest films in the private theater, and the unparalleled luxury of the estate's many pools and guest houses. In the same year in which work started on Hearst Castle, his mother Phoebe passed away, leaving the estate wind-tuned to her niece. The original idea was to have a castle in McCloud, California, harmoniously blending into its natural surrounding, prompting Phoebe to hire 2 architects to realize her vision, Julia Morgan and Bernard Maybach, who worked in tandem, drawing inspiration from the nearby conifer trees, covering the house with shingles to exaggerate its height with long vertical elements. It sat right in the bend of the river, with trickling water echoing from its blue volcanic stone. The interior of the home boasted exposed timber beams, Gothic arches, and massive stone fireplaces. It was accented by Flemish tapestries hung on the walls, as we can see here in the assembly room. The dining room was more rustic, with exposed stone walls set below timber crossbeams, and the floors were finished out with oversized wood planks. The walls were decorated with tapestries, trophies, and artifacts from the native Wintun tribe who once lived on the land and became the namesake of the estate. In 1919, Phoebe passed away from the Spanish flu while visiting her hacienda. She left Wintun to her niece, Anne Flint. This enraged Hearst, who tried to buy it from Anne, but she refused to sell. Hearst attempted withholding artwork from her, but she still would not sell. Finally, Hearst tasked an entire team of lawyers with taking the estate from Anne, which they did in 1925. She received $198,000 as compensation, or the modern-day equivalent of about $3.5 million. In hindsight, this was actually really good for Anne because the castle and all of its contents were lost to fire in 1929. Without a house on the scenic property, William began planning a 61-bedroom castle to take its place, but the Great Depression was just starting and the man with a seemingly endless fortune had to cut back on spending. He hired Julia Morgan once again to come back to the site and reimagine the land without a castle. He sent her to Germany to research architecture for 1 year, and when she came back, she proposed a Bavarian-style village consisting of 4 homes following the river bend. They would all be arranged in a semicircle around a central foundation with a lawn growing between the conifers. In 1934, the village was completed. One of the houses on this estate was the half-timbered brown bear house, which was covered in colorful murals between the timbers. Walking inside, the door was ornately carved with pointed arches receding in layers above it, all set below hand-carved beams. The staircase rounded out along the wood-paneled walls, leading to a bay window at its landing. This statuary decorated the newel post with niches set in the room's corners for displaying larger statues. On the other side of the circular drive was the Cinderella house, containing a clock in its central gable with bay windows transitioning into pointed towers as they rose from the second to third floors. The Cinderella house was also decorated with murals between its timbering depicting fairy tales, as we can see Cinderella below the clock racing to her carriage while wearing just one glass slipper. The outbuildings on the property included the senior staff Swiss chalet and a river house which had been built with a cantilever deck above the river. The bridge house, an homage to Phoebe's original home, was covered in shingles and set on the opposite side of the river. The smallest house was known as the Nerve Center, where telegraphs and telephone calls could be received by 3 full-time staff members. While both Wintune and Hurst Castle were being built, he went on a buying spree, purchasing St. Donat's Castle in South Wales as a gift for Marion Davies. Then he headed over to Long Island to purchase Beacon Towers, the former summer home of Alva Belmont Vanderbilt. But for as grand as these residences were, they would not compare to his next gift. He hired none other than Julia Morgan to design a sprawling 110-room party house for his lover on Santa Monica Beach. With 55 bathrooms, guest wings, and several dog kennels, her oceanfront pad became the center of the social scene during the Jazz Age. Marion had a love for historic styles and collaborated closely with Morgan, making sure her home reflected the best of the past. Walking inside, you would be greeted by a grand hall with 2 staircases mirroring each other behind fluted columns, turning at their landings to converge on the 3rd floor with large windows overlooking the surf as each sunset flooded the stair hall with golden light. Her library was finished out with wood paneling, concealing built-in bookcases along with overstuffed furniture mirroring the patterns found in the ceiling's ornate plasterwork. Her parlors were gilded with gold accents, delicately placed on wood-paneled walls above a chevron floor holding enough antique chairs to ensure every guest had a place to rest. Her parties would spill out onto the beach, with hundreds of guests being catered to by a permanent staff of 32 people. Regularly entertaining such large crowds required a remarkable amount of space for servants. She had several kitchens and pantries in each wing of the house, such as this one where we can see her fine collection of china behind glass cabinets. But the feasts were primarily prepared here under the direction of her private chef, using state-of-the-art appliances in a room that Marion probably never set foot in. Despite such lavish amenities, the dining room was meant to be a more intimate space for entertaining only a handful of close friends. Perhaps the most famous event to ever happen at her house was when Hearst rented a carousel from Warner Brothers. When it arrived at the house, it did not fit where it had been planned to be placed, so Hearst instructed that several walls of the house be removed, offering to have them rebuilt after the party. Hearst continued purchasing grand estates, including this one, which was dismantled and moved in the Bay Area to make way for another Julia Morgan creation known as the Western White House. But in his later years, he became less obsessed with the things money could buy. As time went on, Hearst attempted to divorce his wife so he could marry Davies, but his wife would not allow it. The two came to an agreement for the affair to carry on, and so it did. Hearst became increasingly more possessive of Marion, even though she occasionally had romantic relationships with other stars, such as Charlie Chaplin. His jealousy became so intense that he would rewrite portions of her films so that she would never have any kissing scenes nor loving embraces. This left Marion furious because he was now holding her back, but she loved him and ended up not fighting him on such issues. She once wrote to her close friend, Lita Gray, Charlie Chaplin's second wife, "God, I'd give everything to marry that silly old man. Not for the money and security. He's given me more than I'll ever need. Not because he's such cozy company either. Most times, when he starts jawing, he bores me stiff. And certainly, not because he's so wonderful behind the barn. Why, I could find a million better lays any Wednesday. No, you know what he gives me, sugar? He gives me the feeling I'm worth something to him. A whole lot of what we have, or don't have, I don't like. He's got a wife who will never give him a divorce. She knows about me, but it's still understood that when she decides to go to the ranch for a week or a weekend, I've got to vamoose. And he snores, and he can be petty, and he has sons about as old as me, but he's kind, and he's good to me, and I'd never walk out on him." They never did get married, and by the time Marion was in her 40s, she had retired from the silver screen to spend her time taking care of Hearst and providing him with companionship. In 1945, she sold her beach house for $500,000 just to get rid of it, though that value alone was less than what she had paid for the imported fireplaces and antique wall panelings which decorated the rooms. When Hearst died in 1951, he left her a controlling stake in his company. But she did not accept her inheritance. She approached Hearst's widow and offered to sell her the millions of dollars worth of shares for just $1. After Hearst's death, Marion felt lonely, having lost the love of her life while she still had so much more life to live. She developed a terrible drinking habit, almost never having a sober moment. This drove many of her friends away. On a wild night, 11 weeks after losing her lover, she eloped with a sea captain named Horace Brown in Las Vegas. She filed for divorce several times, but Horace refused to sign the papers. This was a major wake-up call for her, and she began to look for purpose again. Her youth had escaped her, and she couldn't return to the spotlight, so she went into real estate development, building hotels and office buildings from coast to coast, increasing her fortune far beyond what she ever made as a movie star or side chick. And unlike the man she had fallen in love with, the one who stole money from an orphanage to build a mansion, the one who sued his own family for a property he maybe visited 3 times, the one who hoarded buildings coast to coast with antiques, the only thing she wanted was to make other people's lives better. The more money she had, the more she donated to charity, especially children's hospitals. All this time, Marion had never put down the bottle, drinking in excess every night until she had a stroke in 1956. She was never the same after the stroke, and many of her old friends claimed the Marion they knew was no longer to be found in her drifting gaze. From here, her health began to take a steep decline. 3 years later, she was diagnosed with cancer and began to wither away. In 1961, she had an emergency operation to remove her bone cancer in an attempt to save her life, but her now frail body couldn't recover, and she died just a few months later in September of 1961. Though she had made an attempt to give away all of her money before she had a stroke, she ended up leaving over $20 million, or the modern-day equivalent of about $210 million, to the sea captain she married while drunk in Vegas. The beach house, which saw the biggest parties of Hollywood's golden age, was used as a hotel for a short while, but with changing times meant changing fashions, and the house was demolished for a newer building to take its place. Of all the houses they built together, the only ones lost to time were Oceanside, the Hacienda, and Beacon Towers. All of the rest continue to stand, either as museums or private residences and apartments. His architectural legacy aside, her story is a complicated one. He was a man who shaped American media, but also a man whose personal life was as sensational as the stories he printed. His relationship with Marion Davies, often misunderstood and misrepresented, was one of the very few constants in his tumultuous life. Together they weathered the storms of scandal, financial ruin in the Great Depression, and public scrutiny. And when Hearst died in 1951, it was Davies who mourned him the most, and even though they bought everything they could ever want, there were never enough treasures in the world to replace the love they had together. But I'll pass it off to you. What are your thoughts on their story? Did any of their mansions stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. I would also like to take a moment to say a huge thank you to my This House supporters for making videos like this one possible. If you would like to show your support for my research and video production, join the membership program today and gain access to exclusive, restored footage and community posts published multiple times every week. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Millionaires' Rows once epitomized opulence in America, showcasing the wealth and vision of the nation's industrialist. From Buffalo to Cleveland, and from Detroit to Manhattan, each city tells a story of ambition, innovation, and the inevitable march of time. Hi everyone, Ken here. Welcome to This House. Today we're embarking on a journey through the gilded remnants of America's past, uncovering the stories of millionaires' rows across the country, their rises to prominence, and their eventual falls. Before we delve into the specific stories of these grand neighborhoods, it's important to understand how millionaires' rows came to be and why they played such a pivotal role in shaping the American landscape. In the 19th century, the United States was in the midst of an unprecedented transformation. The Industrial Revolution brought rapid advancements in technology, transportation, and manufacturing, creating vast fortunes for a select few. Railroads connected the coast, steel framed the burgeoning cities, and oil illuminated homes across the nation. With this explosion of wealth came a desire among the new elite to display their success through architecture. These millionaires' rows were more than streets, they were stages upon which America's industrial titans showcased their ambition and taste. Each mansion reflected its owner's personality, from the meticulous precision of a Beaux-Arts palace to the flamboyant eccentricities of a Gothic Revival estate. These neighborhoods became cultural hubs where the country's wealthiest families gathered, and their houses became symbols of the nation's growing economic dominance. Yet these streets also reflected the inevitable consequences of change. As fortunes rose and fell, so too did these grand neighborhoods, their decline often mirroring the very industries that made them possible. We'll start our trek across the country in Buffalo, the second largest city in New York. It once boasted more millionaires per capita than any other city in the United States. Buffalo's rise began in the early 1800s when Samuel Wilkerson spearheaded efforts to build the Erie Canal, transforming the city into a transportation hub. This monumental achievement marked the beginning of Buffalo's ascent into an industrial powerhouse. By the mid-19th century, Buffalo's economy boomed, attracting industrial magnates, European immigrants seeking opportunity, and runaways following the Underground Railroad. As the wealth flowed in, Delaware Avenue transformed into Millionaire's Row, where the city's elite commissioned grand palatial homes. George Williams, a prominent banker, hired the renowned architect Stanford White to design a 40-room mansion that boasted intricate woodwork and grand entertaining spaces. His brother Charles Williams, not to be outdone, also hired Stanford White to design a Palladian-style mansion. While equally impressive, this house faced misfortune, including a devastating fire that destroyed much of its ornate woodwork. One of the most architecturally significant homes on Delaware Avenue was the Gratwick House, designed by Henry Hobson Richardson. This Richardsonian Romanesque masterpiece combined massive stone construction with delicate interior details. Tragically, like many other homes from this era, it was lost to time and urban development. However, not all was lost. Grace Knox's 48,000 square foot Beaux-Arts mansion remains a monument to the grandeur of Buffalo's Gilded Age. Designed by C.P.H. Gilbert, the house featured lavish interiors and intricate architectural detailing. Today it has been adaptively reused as a commercial property, preserving its historical significance. At its height, Delaware Avenue was home to over 60 millionaires, making it the wealthiest neighborhood in the country per capita. Though some mansions were demolished, others found new purposes as commercial or institutional spaces, offering a glimpse into the city's illustrious past. While Buffalo might have been home to the most millionaires per capita, Detroit boasted more millionaires by quantity. Detroit's Brush Park, once nicknamed the Little Paris of the Midwest, reflected the city's economic boom in the 19th century. Edmund Brush, inspired by the family's farmland, envisioned a neighborhood of large lots and tree-lined streets. His vision attracted Detroit's elite, and by the 1880s, Brush Park was home to over 300 unique mansions, each a stunning example of architectural innovation. The Elisha Taylor House stood as a Gothic Revival masterpiece on a sprawling double lot. Its intricate details included towering spires and ornate woodwork, making it one of the most iconic homes in the neighborhood. Nearby, the Albert Eugene Fay White House showcased the elegance of Italianate architecture, its facade adorned with detailed cornices and tall, narrow windows. Neighbors gathered on expansive porches, and children flocked to Dee Peters' pony-drawn popcorn cart, creating a sense of community that was rare even among the wealthy. Yet the neighborhood's golden age was short-lived. The advent of automobiles allowed the wealthy to move further from the city center, and Brush Park's mansions became outdated. By the 1920s, many homes had been converted into boarding houses or abandoned altogether. Efforts to restore Brush Park began in the 21st century. The Ransom Gillis House, once a decaying ruin, was meticulously restored by Nicole Curtis on her show Rehab Addict. The restoration sparked a renewed interest in the neighborhood, blending its historic charm with modern development. Today, Brush Park stands as a symbol of Detroit's resilience as the neighborhood thrives once again. While Detroit went through a boom and then a bust, seeing its real estate lose value, the opposite couldn't have been more true for Manhattan. When we think of Manhattan's Fifth Avenue, towering glass skyscrapers come to mind, but it was once lined with the palatial homes of America's elite. The Astor family set the tone for opulence, with Mrs. Astor's grand ballroom accommodating 400 guests. Later, her family expanded into an even grander mansion, complete with a ballroom capable of hosting 1,200 guests. This is where New York's old money gathered for the most exclusive events. But holding high society by the collar was not enough to keep the nouveau riche from attaining great wealth and gaining a lead on the old money families. The Vanderbilt family's influence dominated Fifth Avenue. William K. Vanderbilt's Petit Chateau broke barriers for new money families entering high society. Meanwhile, Vanderbilt's Triple Palace served as a monument to wealth, where his entire family could live in a cluster of mansions under one unified facade. Among its many grand rooms was the art gallery, which Mr. Vanderbilt graciously opened to the public until unruly visitors forced its closure. Not to be outdone, Cornelius Vanderbilt II built the largest mansion ever constructed in Manhattan. This statuesque behemoth consumed an entire city block and had a ballroom so large that you could reportedly fit several of Mrs. Astor's ballrooms inside of it. As the 1800s turned over to the 1900s, this race to outbuild one another only accelerated. William A. Clark spent 14 years building his 9-story Beaux-Arts mansion for the modern-day equivalent of nearly $270 million. The interior was clad in marble with gilded paneling found throughout. He had everything from an indoor pool to a private underground train, luxuries that New Yorkers today could only dream of. Unfortunately, it only stood for about 16 years. As land values soared, developers replaced these mansions with skyscrapers, leaving few remnants of this gilded era. However, some treasures survived, including the Frick Collection and the Cooper Hewitt Museum, preserving a fragment of Fifth Avenue's storied past. But that isn't the end of Manhattan's story. Nearby, Riverside Drive, envisioned by Frederick Law Olmsted, became a scenic escape for Manhattan's wealthy. Charles Schwab's 75-room mansion was so modern it included air conditioning, elevators, and a private power plant, innovations unheard of in the early 20th century. Grand estates popped up all along the river, including Paterno's Castle, with stone towers rising above the surrounding landscape. And speaking of the landscape, Tryon Hall was built by C.K.G. Billings, one of Manhattan's most eccentric millionaires, on the island's highest natural point. What was supposed to be a family home turned into a boys' club, where high society men rode their horses and famously even attended a fine dining experience while on horseback, just one of the many antics to come out of this estate. However, economic downturns and shifting priorities, along with a few fires, led to the demolition of many riverside mansions. Today, places like Fort Tryon Park hint at the area's former splendor, while apartment complexes dominate the skyline. And yet, for as crowded as Manhattan was, Pittsburgh, the city of steel, once boasted more millionaires than New York City. Its East End neighborhoods, including Shadyside and Squirrel Hill, were home to industrial titans like George Westinghouse and Henry Clay Frick. Westinghouse's estate, Solitude, served as both a residence and a hub for experimentation. His discovery of natural gas on the property revolutionized energy use. Henry Clay Frick's home, Clayton, preserved Victorian-era opulence. After his passing, his daughter Helen meticulously maintained the house, covering furniture and art with dust covers and performing routine repairs. Today it stands as a perfectly preserved time capsule, offering a glimpse into Pittsburgh's Gilded Age. The Mellon brothers built sprawling estates that supported Pittsburgh's cultural institutions, including the University of Pittsburgh and the Carnegie Mellon University. However, the Great Depression wiped out much of the city's wealth, and many mansions were demolished. Landmarks like Clayton and the remnants of Mellon Park serve as enduring symbols of Pittsburgh's golden age. At the same time, back in the Midwest, the city of Chicago was being reimagined. Chicago's architectural legacy is no secret. With its iconic skyline dominated by towering skyscrapers, it's hard to imagine how the Windy City appeared before the age of modern engineering. But in the aftermath of the Great Fire of 1871, the city's wealthiest residents constructed a new vision of grandeur along Prairie Avenue and Michigan Avenue, an enclave that would rival Manhattan's Fifth Avenue in prestige. When the fire devastated over 17,000 buildings and displaced more than 100,000 residents, it also created an opportunity for reinvention. The city's elite, no longer content with living amidst the dense wood-frame structures of downtown, sought refuge in the city's outskirts. On Prairie and Michigan Avenues, they built what were described as the most expensive streets west of Fifth Avenue, where the homes of industrial titans and social luminaries lined the sidewalks. Among these was George Pullman's sprawling Second Empire-style mansion, a limestone-clad residence that became the epicenter of Chicago's social scene. Pullman, known for his invention of the Pullman sleeping car and the creation of the company town of Pullman, spared no expense in designing his home. It included a 200-seat theater, a bowling alley, and billiards room. For his daughter's wedding, he even added a palm room, complete with a 40-foot wide glass dome. Nearby, Marshall Field's Second Empire mansion, designed by Richard Morris Hunt, reflected his immense success in retail. The founder of Marshall Field & Company spared no expense on the lavish interiors, which showcased imported antiques and hand-carved stone fireplaces. His home stood as a showplace for both his wealth and his influence in international trade. Ferdinand Peck's home on Michigan Avenue was another standout, not just for its grandeur, but its historical significance. It was here, in his richly appointed parlor, that the plans for the 1893 Columbian Exposition, also known as the Chicago World's Fair, were meticulously drawn up. Mr. Peck, a prominent lawyer and philanthropist, hosted U.S. presidents and British royalty within its walls. The neighborhood also included John Cudahy's opulent brownstone mansion, a chateau-esque masterpiece with a gilded ballroom and intricate tile work. However, not all stories of wealth were gilded with success. John, a meatpacking magnate, mismanaged his fortune repeatedly, forcing his family to endure periods of poverty even within the grandeur of his home. Further north, Potter Palmer established the Gold Coast neighborhood, constructing his castle-like estate that boasted an extensive art collection featuring works by Monet, Degas, and Renoir. His vision for the area attracted other elite families, including Edith Rockefeller McCormick, who adorned her mansion with antiques and rare books. The allure of Prairie and Michigan avenues lasted until the early 20th century, when the rise of automobiles and the availability of modern homes in suburban areas rendered these grand mansions outdated. By the 1930s, most of the mansions were abandoned or demolished, their lots repurposed for factories and later high-rise apartments. Yet not all was lost. A few architectural treasures survived, including the William Kimball House, still in use as a private residence, and the John J. Glesner House, which now operates as a house museum. The story of Chicago's Millionaires' Row is one of resilience and reinvention, echoing the city's broader history. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes of the Great Fire, Chicago rebuilt itself, but the price of progress was the loss of its most opulent Gilded Age mansions. As each of these millionaires' rows were rising to prominence, Cleveland's Millionaires' Row was touted as rivaling the Champs-Élysées in Paris. Figures like John T. Rockefeller and Samuel Andrews built magnificent homes along Euclid Avenue. Rockefeller's mansion reflected restrained elegance, while Andrews' Richardsonian Romanesque house became infamous for its impractical design. The largest home belonged to Sylvester T. Everett, whose stone fortress featured intricate carvings and unparalleled luxury. Charles Francis Brush, a pioneer of electricity, built a house that was the first in Cleveland to use electric lighting, powered by a wind turbine in his yard. As Cleveland grew, industrial development encroached on Millionaires' Row. The Great Depression dealt the final blow, leaving many mansions abandoned or demolished. Today only fragments like the Mather Mansion remain, overshadowed by urban sprawl. Wherever there was innovation and industry, you could find enclaves of the wealthy elite in the palaces they called home. Whether it was atop Nob Hill in San Francisco, where the Big Four built palatial mansions next door to each other, or whether you were in the middle of the country in St. Louis, which had several millionaires' rows scattered across the city, or even if you were in the Deep South in Mobile, Alabama, the stories of these millionaires' rows reveal the ebb and flow of prosperity, innovation, and cultural change. They highlight the ambitions of America's Gilded Age industrialist and the architectural marvels they left behind. While many of these mansions have been lost, their legacies endure in the institutions they founded, the fragments that remain, and the photos and stories that preserve their memories. Which of these neighborhoods or mansions would you save if you could? Let me know down below in the comments section. Also, if you are interested in seeing more in-depth videos on each individual Millionaires' Row, you can select a video from the playlist on the screen right now. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. When you think about the Twin Cities, you might picture St. Paul and Minneapolis, but the Twin Cities we are going to explore today predate that vision. They are cities of immense architectural character, with skylines composed of turrets piercing the clouds, streets lined by heavy stone mansions, and an aesthetic that will have you wondering if the Twin Cities of the past could even be the same cities they are today. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's uncover the lost mansions of the Twin Cities in a special episode of This House. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In the early morning light that lingers along the Mississippi River, you might sense a whisper of the past clinging to the banks where St. Paul first sprang into life as a trading post. Fur traders and riverboats once clustered along the water's edge, jostling for space on the muddy shores. Back then, nobody could imagine the majestic rise of mansions that would someday grace the bluffs and avenues above. Yet rise they did, shaped by railroad barons, fur traders, and future governors who saw fit to leave their mark on Minnesota's capital city. At nearly the same moment in time, just upstream, St. Anthony Falls powered the audacious growth of Minneapolis, forging a second metropolis brimming with flour mills, lumber yards, and the ambition of countless entrepreneurs. These two places, so close on the map, hustled and bustled in distinct ways. St. Paul's gentler, old-world grandeur set against the industrial dynamo that was Minneapolis. Over time, they came to be known as the Twin Cities, though those familiar with them knew they were siblings more in name than in nature. Nevertheless, as money poured in, first from the steamboat trade, then from lumber, milling, and railroads, the wealthy sought high ground where they could display their wealth upon a pedestal. In St. Paul, Summit Avenue quickly became the address of choice for those who wanted to flaunt success. The majestic James J. Hill House still looms there, its Romanesque facade reminiscent of a medieval fortress, a rare survivor in a neighborhood where so many of its contemporaries vanished under wrecking balls decades ago. Once upon a time, near that same avenue, Norman Kitzman built a French Second Empire wonder that marked the corner of Summit and Selby with towers, mansard roofs, and all the trappings of Gilded Age taste. He passed away just 4 years after its completion, and that mansion came down to make way for the soaring Cathedral of St. Paul, a symbolic shift from private opulence to spiritual grandeur. But opulence reigned supreme in other neighborhoods as well. One could stand atop Dayton's Bluff, looking out at the downtown skyline, the river winding its way through the city, and even glimpses of neighboring Minneapolis, just 10 miles distant but sometimes feeling a world away. Dayton's Bluff was never a segregated bastion of wealth like Summit Avenue. Instead, mansions rose beside simpler cottages so that bankers and bakers could be neighbors. Lyman Dayton wasn't even the first landowner there. Native people had already recognized the sacredness of that towering bluff, but when the railroads and bridges arrived in the 1880s, it turned into a melting pot of incomes and nationalities. Some of the largest houses looked out over the city below, perched at the bluff's edge, their owners able to survey St. Paul's commercial growth. Yet even the mightiest structures can prove mortal. The James E. Thompson Mansion, later taken over by Patrick H. Kelly, once dominated the bluff in Gothic Revival style, built of fieldstone in the 1860s. A traveler passing by might have admired its carved details and robust walls. Unfortunately, the freeway extension carved through that neighborhood, wiping out half the property and leaving an empty lot. Then came more heartbreak. The Ham Mansion, built by the legendary Brewers family, a Victorian sprawl that hosted countless parties, lantern-lit festivities, and even provided a refuge for tame deer and peacocks. It fell victim not to progress, but to an act of arson in 1954. The interior had been among the most decadent of all the mansions on Dayton's Bluff. From the moment you entered the mansion, you were ushered into the reception room where you were dazzled by hand stenciling framing an intricate ceiling mural. As you moved to the music room, you heard songs being played on the piano by the family's paid musician, and in the dining room, you could find a feast laid out on the table every night, prepared by the family's live-in staff. Each room boasted larger-than-life fireplaces, many of which were crafted from old growth and exotic woods. But opulence aside, homes like this would be compared to doghouses by the ultra-wealthy. Nearby, other homes, grand in their day, also disappeared. The Eichenwald Mansion fell to fires in the 1930s. The Ross Clark Mansion burned down in 1894. The John F. Eisenmenger Mansion was obliterated by flames around 1892, and the Hoyt Nugent House met a quieter demise in the early 1920s. You might stand on the bluff now, see only grass or modern buildings, and have no inkling of the turrets, towers, and parlors that once dominated the skyline. All of this, and we haven't even seen the best neighborhoods the Twin Cities had to offer. We'll continue our tour shortly. In the meantime, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. In another corner of St. Paul, the Frogtown neighborhood possessed its own short-lived mansion district around University and Sherburne, not far from the capital. A grand Richardsonian Romanesque masterpiece, home to John Merriam, towered on University and Cedar, resplendent with arched balconies, pink and brown sandstone, and even a decorative winged dog perched on the roof. If that sounds fanciful, it was. Residents and passerbys alike marveled at the sheer scale of the place. His son William's house demanded equal attention, positioned on a prominent ledge which was visible to all below. The house was named Merriam's Outlook for good reason, as it could not only be seen from miles away, but offer the same views back in return. These homes were replaced in time by modern buildings, their memories all but erased by the 1960s. Old neighborhoods and lavish buildings have a habit of vanishing entirely, swallowed by the unstoppable tide of city growth. St. Paul's Central Park area, once the pinnacle of high society, featured a one-block public park donated by wealthy local families, and it was ringed by mansions of various shapes and styles. Children played in the park, some families buried loved ones in small plots behind their homes, and the city life thrummed all around. But in time, apartment houses replaced the mansions, and the entire block went under replanning for a parking ramp and an office complex. Today, a visitor driving by sees only concrete, a far cry from the gentle fountains and shade trees that once drew local families on lazy afternoons. A tiny bronze plaque is all that remains to commemorate Central Park's lost elegance. Meanwhile, Minneapolis, a hotbed of railroad barons and flower magnates, had its own enclaves for the fabulously rich. They built along Park Avenue, by the lakes, and in the leafy neighborhoods of Kenwood, Lowry Hill, and Whittier. William T. Washburn, who made his fortune in the flower business and politics, put up a veritable palace on a 10-acre parcel near what is now the Minneapolis Institute of Art. He named his estate Fair Oaks, invested in a greenhouse, an artificial pond, and a mansion that fused nearly every Victorian-era style together. It was meant to be an enduring monument to his achievements, but like so many structures of that era, it had a finite lease on life. Washburn planned to donate the land to the city, believing his estate could become an art museum or parkland. Eventually, parts of it did become a park space, but the mansion slowly fell into disuse, then into disrepair, and by 1924, it too was demolished. Today, when you stroll through Washburn Fair Oaks Park, you may find it peaceful but have no clue it was once home to a labyrinth of rooms, passageways, and extravagant decor. Others had similarly grand plans. Charles A. Pillsbury, who turned Minneapolis into the world's flower capital with his Pillsbury Best brand, established a mansion at 2200 Stevens Avenue. Upon his passing, family lore suggests that his twin sons, John and Charles Jr., tossed a coin to decide who would keep their father's luxurious home. John won, so Charles Jr. spent his share building an equally splendid limestone abode in 1912. The second mansion garnered national attention for its refined architecture and sumptuous wood-paneled interiors. Over time, John's portion faced the wrecking ball, while Charles Jr.'s place survived into modern times. One is forced to wonder what these scions of industry might think if they returned today and saw smaller structures in place of what once seemed indestructible. But few stories illuminate the extremes of Gilded Age Minneapolis quite like the tale of Charles Gates, heir to a barbed wire empire. With his inheritance burning a hole in his pocket, he commissioned a Renaissance Revival manor near Lake of the Isles, so modern in function that it boasted a modern air conditioning system, something which was totally unheard of at the time. Its white marble facade dazzled all who saw it. Some called it the largest private house the city had ever seen. Yet Charles Gates passed away tragically at 37 years old, never living in the mansion that cost a fortune to maintain. Relatives attempted to sell it, but the city was in the throes of the Great Depression by the late 1920s, and nobody dared take on such a behemoth. Eventually, the marble colossus was demolished in 1933. Pictures from those final days show entire rooms exposed to the winter sky, and visitors salvaging columns, fireplaces, or other ornamental pieces. Then it was gone. A humble home by comparison stands there now, dwarfed by the memory of what was once imagined as a grand tribute to wealth and status. All across Minneapolis, from the magnificent to the modest, entire blocks of old mansions were reduced to rubble when highways were cut through the city. The Vincent Whitney Bayless house at 308 Ridgewood Avenue lasted until the late 1980s or so, but even it had no escape from the wave of teardown and replace that swept through the city. Samuel Gale, a stalwart who helped shape Minneapolis in its formative years, couldn't escape progress either. His first mansion was demolished soon after it was completed, as the city quickly encroached. He then built a fortress of a home at 1600 Harmon Place, only to have it vanish under the same relentless pressure of commercial developments as well. George Brackett, once mayor of Minneapolis and president of the local stockyards, lived in a house with a big wraparound porch near downtown, where the land was soon far too valuable for a single residence. Another crushed by progress. Others fell to the university's expansion or gave way to multi-lane roads and modern towers for finance and technology. St. Paul has always valued reinvention, and perhaps no better symbol of that constant renewal exists than the battered skyline of old mansions and factory lofts turning into fresh developments. And yet a few gems remain, offering glimpses into how the Twin Cities might once have appeared. On Summit Avenue, you can still step into the James J. Hill House, its interior imbued with the spirit of a millionaire determined to remind the world of his standing. In Minneapolis, the Pillsbury A Mill, though not a mansion, still impresses as a redeveloped complex of apartments, reminding passerbys how the flower industry once reigned supreme along the mighty Mississippi. Time marches on, and the Twin Cities, forever dynamic, carry on that march with little regard for the grand facades that once glistened across the urban scape. Progress can be relentless, and so many of these lost mansions crumbled under the weight of property taxes, fading fortunes, or changing neighborhood boundaries. Still, their memories linger in photographs, diaries, and a few scattered architectural fragments that remain for curious souls to discover. Walk along certain streets in St. Paul or Minneapolis, and you might see a driveway leading to nowhere, a forgotten staircase, a lone ornamental gate standing near the sidewalk. Maybe you'll find a snippet of a massive stone foundation at the back of a parking lot, or a random piece of carved stone that begs the question, what once stood here? And with that question, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on the subject matter down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Head over to their website and find out how you can become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Newport, Rhode Island is celebrated today for its remaining Gilded Age cottages, opulent estates that once housed some of America's wealthiest families during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Names like the Vanderbilt, Astor, and Berwind families come to mind, conjuring images of lavish balls, sweeping seaside views, and meticulously manicured lawns. Yet for every grand villa still standing in Newport, there are others that have been lost to time, leaving behind only faded photographs and traces in local lore. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are exploring the lost mansions of Newport, Rhode Island. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into an extra special episode of This House. In the late 1800s, Newport transformed from a quiet coastal town into a summer playground for industrialists, bankers, and socialites. These visitors built what they fondly called summer cottages, an understatement that belied the palatial size and sophisticated architectural styles of these estates. Architects from Europe and New York descended upon Newport to design residences that rivaled the grand palaces of the Old World. Ornate ballrooms, gilded dining halls, and sprawling gardens became emblematic of a new American aristocracy seeking to display its wealth and status. Many of these estates that endure, such as the Breakers, Marble House, and the Elms, have been lovingly preserved and are open for public tours, offering glimpses of this bygone era. However, an equally intriguing story lies in the mansions that were lost over time. Some were demolished during economic downturns when the families that owned them could no longer afford their upkeep. Others fell victim to fires or were repurposed for modern developments, their sprawling lawns partitioned into smaller parcels to accommodate the changing landscape of Newport's real estate. We are about to see more mansions than you could ever have imagined being lost in an area known for its outstanding preservation. As we go through them, let me know which ones are your favorite, and without further ado, we'll start off at Armsey Hall, the summer home of General Francis Fenton Green on Ocean Avenue. Completed in 1901, this grand estate was designed by the esteemed architecture firm of Hopper & Cohen to look over an expansive lawn leading to the sea. A great place for us to start, as it sets the tone, with marble balustrade lining the outlook where the wealthy race their sailboats. For as idyllic as the setting may be, the house itself was designed to rival the natural beauty of the area. Entering the mansion, we arrive in the stair hall, with walls clad in intricately carved paneling and crowned by ornate plasterwork soaring overhead. Spanning the entire width of the southern wing, we find the living room finished out in a deep red with creamy off-white painted woodwork. Though small by comparison, the otherwise sizable rooms were all finished out with the utmost attention to detail. As time went on and the house changed hands, it saw only the newest and most fashionable furniture being brought into it with each new owner. Sadly, this grand estate was demolished in 1969 to make way for new development. Though Armsey Hall may have been short-lived, other mansions did not have the luxury of being passed from one owner to the next. Newport was the playground of the wealthiest people in America, and it was quickly running out of developable space along the coastline. The homes that weren't big enough nor palatial enough soon found themselves torn down to make way for homes that would fit the standards of the upper echelons, such as Belvoir. It was purchased by Arthur Curtis James, who had been born into immense wealth. His grandfather, Daniel James, helped establish Phelps Dodge & Company, and his father later transformed the firm into one of the world's largest copper refineries. Thanks to his shrewd railroad investments, eventually claiming ownership of 1/7 of the nation's rail lines, Arthur quietly multiplied his fortune to become one of the 10 richest Americans of his time. While his wife, Harriet Eddy Parsons, who was nicknamed Lady Sapphira for her jewel-encrusted gowns, enjoyed the social scene and lavish entertainments, Arthur preferred to keep a low profile, preserving both his privacy and the mystery of his wealth. In place of Belvoir, he built Beacon Hill House, which stood out for its sweeping, elevated views and forward-thinking design. Conceived in 1901 as a birthday cottage for Harriet, Beacon Hill House boasted modern features like removable walls, allowing rooms to expand when hosting large soirees, and elegant, classically inspired interiors. It was finished out with rich woodwork, taking artisans years to complete. Beyond the interior, formal gardens adorned with fountains and neoclassical columns surrounded the mansion, while a private village just for James to enjoy was constructed and staffed so he wouldn't have to leave his property and mingle amongst the general public. While the village has survived, the mansion itself only stood until 1966 when fire engulfed it. On a more positive note, you may be familiar with the Breakers, Newport's largest cottage, which was constructed by the Vanderbilt family. But did you know that the exact spot where this esteemed mansion now stands was once a different house by the same name? Built in 1878, Pierre Lorillard IV, who was among America's wealthiest men, had Peabody and Stearns design for him a rambling seaside cottage. It was among the largest and most expensive ever constructed in Newport, which is perhaps why Cornelius Vanderbilt II wanted to acquire it. The house changed hands in 1885, and it burned down just a few years later in 1892, being replaced by architect Richard Morris Hunt's version of the namesake, the Breakers. Even though Newport's coastline is still dotted by mansions of unimaginable scale, there were others that challenged the very notion of wealth, pushing the limits of what was possible, not just from a cost perspective, but from an engineering and architectural perspective, such as the summer cottage we are seeing now, which was known as Breakwater. But unfortunately, no amount of artisan work nor money will ensure a mansion remains standing. The Astor family would know that firsthand. Chetwood was one of Newport's most splendid Gilded Age villas, a lavish Louis XIV-style chateau designed by architect Horace Trumbauer for Mrs. William Storrs Wells. It featured formal gardens by Achille Duchesne and opulent interior reception rooms designed by Allard & Sons, all of which helped establish its reputation as an especially grand summer retreat on Bellevue Avenue. But it's the Astorlink that truly captured public curiosity. In 1934, ownership passed to John Jacob Astor VI, who simply went by Jakey and was often called the Titanic baby, whose mother Madeline survived the Titanic while 5 months pregnant with him. Jakey's father, Colonel John Jacob Astor IV, famously perished in the disaster. The Astors, long among America's wealthiest families, sometimes caused confusion with the repeated use of John Jacob and shifting Roman numerals, but Jakey's story was always distinct. His birth was steeped in drama and wrapped in a legacy of loss and heroism. Sadly, Chetwood's luxurious chapter came to an end after a catastrophic chimney fire in 1972, and the Grand Villa was razed the following year. Today it lives on in Newport lore and in the fascinating Astor family chronicles that continue to intrigue historians and visitors alike. Taking a stroll through Newport in those days would have been like traveling through a grand architectural exhibit. You could find houses in just about every style, some flamboyant and some reserved, but all of them incredibly well done. As the torch passed from one generation to another, what were once the largest and most elaborate mansions became viewed as outdated. Such was the case of Edgewater, which was later replaced by Ochre Court, one of the most impressive cottages that continues to stand. Though not all were lost to the idea of outdoing the neighbors, the Frank W. Andrews House was paved over for the U.S. Naval Station's expansion. And not all were lost to accidents either, some were maliciously disposed of. Greystone was among the most well-built homes, being constructed out of granite blocks in 1883. As it gracefully aged in place, it became a staple of the community's aesthetic of old money permanence, but that didn't stop an arson from damaging it beyond repair in 1938. Among the most tantalizing Italianates was Ladd Villa, which once again burned down under mysterious circumstances after being sold to developers who had already planned to build a neighborhood around it. Next we'll make our way over to Lindengate, the summer cottage of Henry Marquand, who was born into an incredibly wealthy family in the jewelry industry. He was heavily involved in the arts as a major supporter, giving unimaginable sums to museum and artists alike. Along the way, he collected more art than he knew what to do with, so when he hired Richard Morris Hunt to design Lindengate, it was destined to house a small portion of his ever-growing art collection. The interior was designed by some of the most notable names from the period, including John Lafarge. And though there are very few photos of his time there, we can imagine how most of the rooms would have been overflowing with decor. Which brings us to the question, can you guess what happened to it in the early 1950s? If you said fire, you will be pleasantly surprised to know that it was actually broken up into apartments. The fire didn't take it out until 1973. Redevelopment happens so often that visitors to Gilded Age Newport might find themselves wondering where well-known landmarks went. One summer you could be enjoying the views of that year's fashionable architecture, and the next, the same lot could be refreshed beyond recognition. Mrs. Rebecca Jones' cottage was admittedly one of the more quaint cottages along Bellevue Avenue. Along with her next-door neighbor's house, the Coles cottage, the two lots created an ideal setting for a palace. Though the Jones lot was subdivided for another mansion's construction, both houses were torn down in preparation for Villa Rosa by the Morse family. Villa Rosa was among the flashiest mansions, being crowned by a copper dome, and under that dome you could find domed rooms glistening with gilded paneling and giant crystal chandeliers. Legend has it that the tax burden was simply too much for the owner to bear, which is reportedly why it was demolished in 1962. But backing up a few years and following the end of World War II, when the demand for housing was at a new peak, many of these homes were torn down and replaced by entire neighborhoods. This was the fate of Rockhurst, which stood from 1891 to 1955. Whitehall had a similar end, being replaced by a neighborhood in 1953. Some homes were torn down in anticipation of schools' expansions that never happened, with the W. W. Tucker House remaining an empty lot from 1938 to 2004. This was the story for quite a few cottages, as universities bought up mansions to use or replace with new buildings. Stoneacre had a good run, surviving all the way up until 1972, when it was demolished for the junior college, even though the plans for its replacement were ultimately abandoned. Though arguably, the cottage most mourned for its acquisition by a school was Whiteholm. The site of Whiteholm had been reimagined by architect John Russell Pope to unify an old house that had been renovated by Richard Morris Hunt. With Pope's vision completed in 1901, the mansion was given a breath of fresh air, with elegant gardens surrounding it on all sides. And with each turn around the property, each facade maintained the same iconic look, with proportions and architectural elements kept in perfect scale. Inside, you could find rooms clad in elaborate wood paneling with the most delicate of details carefully traced out by artists. Some rooms were outfitted with silk damask, while others contained visually captivating murals. These carefully crafted rooms were introduced to the Wrecking Ball in 1963 to make way for student housing. Over the decades, changing social taste, unpredictable economic forces, and the realities of upkeep have all played a role in reshaping Newport's skyline. While some of the Gilded Age's most iconic homes thankfully remain for us to admire, many spectacular estates have vanished as if they were never there, save for the stories, photos, and fragments of architectural salvage that remind us of their former glory. Despite their disappearance, these lost mansions remain an unforgettable part of Newport's narrative. They represent a turning point in American history, when industry boomed and fortunes soared, yet were also vulnerable to the forces of time and change. Looking back at the stories of these forgotten estates offers a window into the shifting cultural and economic tides that ultimately shaped the Newport we know today. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the lost cottages of Newport? Did any of them stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. What if a single invention could lower the price of housing, reimagine transportation, and reduce our dependency on natural resources? What if that very thing had already been invented? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are re-examining the idea of the geodesic dome house and the forgotten innovations of Buckminster Fuller. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The evolution of the dome home owes much of its remarkable journey to the inventive spirit of Buckminster Fuller, an architect, thinker, and futurist who believed that human ingenuity could solve global challenges if only we learned how to do more with less. Fuller's entire career was focused on devising better ways to house, transport, and connect people while conserving energy and resources. Over time, he came to be known for several visionary projects, including the Dymaxion House, Dymaxion Car, Dymaxion Map, and one of his most enduring legacies, the geodesic dome. His love for experimentation extended to larger ideas like tensegrity, a structural principle relying on tension and compression, and even inspired a branch of carbon molecules called fullerenes, named for their resemblance to his geodesic designs. Although some of his creations never reached mass production, Fuller's ideas proved both fascinating and influential, constantly nudging us towards a more innovative way of building our world. Fuller's fascination with housing began in the late 1920s when he set out to create a dwelling that could be easily shipped and assembled anywhere. He wanted to address what he viewed as major problems in conventional home design: excessive weight, inefficient use of materials, and the lack of easy relocation options. He disliked the notion that a family needing to move across the country should have to leave behind their entire dwelling. His solution to that problem was a lightweight structure packaged like a product, with components that could be easily shipped and assembled, sparing people from starting over every time life led them somewhere new. This dream ultimately became known as the Dymaxion House, a name derived from three words Fuller used often: dynamic, maximum, and tension. At different points in his life, Fuller tried various versions of the Dymaxion House, all with the same underlying goal: make it portable, make it durable, and make it as efficient as possible. In several prototypes, he proposed suspending the house from a central mast, not unlike the way the hub of a bicycle wheel supports the rim with spokes. By using cables and lightweight materials such as aluminum alloys, he kept the overall weight surprisingly low. Many accounts say the Dymaxion house weighed roughly 3,000 pounds, lighter than a typical car today. He wanted people to see houses as a service rather than a permanent fixture. If you moved, you'd take your house right along with you, presumably by disassembling and loading it into a shipping tube. One of Fuller's post-war prototypes, sometimes referred to as the Wichita House, was meant to be mass-produced in an aircraft factory used during World War II. Much like an airplane fuselage, the home shell would be crafted from aluminum, taking advantage of the enormous surplus of metal and skilled workers in the aircraft industry once the war had ended. Orders for the house came in, some say thousands, but Fuller was never fully satisfied with his design. Perfectionist to the core, he kept postponing production, wanting to iron out every flaw. Despite never truly finding its way into every neighborhood, the Dymaxion house remains a captivating study in how we might lighten our footprint while still retaining comfort and style. The round design was especially striking to visitors who stepped inside the prototypes. The interior offered a large wraparound window and optional built-in features like rotating closets, revolving shelves, and a fogger shower designed to use mere droplets of water. Fuller even proposed a packaging toilet that would seal and store waste for future composting. Although the toilet never came to fruition, these ideas showed how seriously he took resource conservation, hoping to eliminate unnecessary water use and lighten the burdens typically placed on a community's plumbing infrastructure. While developing ideas for a new type of home, Fuller also ventured into transportation with a whimsical yet serious attempt at rethinking cars. He built something known as the Dymaxion car, or ground taxiing phase of future vehicle he imagined could someday transition seamlessly between land, water, and air. Long before the era of sleek electric cars and aerodynamic SUVs, Fuller was shaping a bullet-like design for better fuel efficiency and minimal drag. The Dymaxion car featured 3 wheels, a rear-mounted engine, and steering via its single rear wheel that could pivot dramatically, supposedly letting it execute incredibly tight turns. This was all in the 1930s, when such ideas were revolutionary. Unfortunately, a tragic crash involving a prototype, combined with the unorthodox design, sidelined any hope of mass adoption. Fuller kept insisting the car wasn't supposed to be a conventional sedan, but rather a test platform for a flying machine that happened to roll on the ground. Although the Dymaxion car ultimately faded into obscurity, its streamlined shape and futuristic spirit foreshadowed a new wave of aerodynamic automobiles that would eventually emerge decades later. Fuller's ideas weren't limited to cars and houses. He also believed that how we visualize the world affects how we think about it. This conviction led him to create the Dymaxion map, a global map projection he hoped would help people see the continents as one large island surrounded by one continuous ocean rather than chopped and stretched by common rectangular projections. By projecting the globe onto a series of triangles that could be folded and unfolded, he worked to reduce distortions in size and shape. With the Dymaxion map, he wanted to free viewers from the usual north is up outlook. He argued there was no cosmic rule making the northern hemisphere top dog on the map. In his view, we're all afloat on quote-unquote spaceship Earth, so no single part ought to be front and center by default. This was typical of Fuller, always questioning assumptions, always nudging people to see things in a fresh way. By far, however, his most iconic contribution is the geodesic dome. Popularly linked to Fuller, though the earliest concept was pioneered by others decades before. This dome design arranges triangles in such a way that stresses are distributed evenly throughout the structure. In practice, it's a marvel. It can be unbelievably lightweight while covering vast areas with minimal materials. For any set diameter, the geodesic dome encloses the greatest amount of space with the least surface area. This efficiency was nearly irresistible to industries in need of large covered areas. This includes radar stations, exhibition halls, and storage facilities, and even futuristic houses. Fuller's name became so synonymous with geodesic domes that people around the globe started calling him the Dome Man. Everyone from the military to environmental activists tried adapting the structure because it could be assembled quickly and endure substantial wind or snow loads without collapsing. Geodesic dome houses, sometimes called dome homes, pop up in unexpected places. In some climates, they function wonderfully by distributing rain and wind pressure. In others, owners have discovered that geometry can make them tricky to wire, insulate, or partition with standard building materials. Nonetheless, the practical benefits, combined with their dramatic visual impact, have attracted many people willing to put in some extra work to adapt them for modern living. These homes look futuristic even decades after the concept was popularized, a testament to Fuller's ahead of its time thinking. He was convinced the dome was the perfect marriage of geometry and functionality, letting owners maximize internal space and minimize material use. Fuller's endless curiosity about structure didn't stop at domes. He also toyed with tensegrity, a term he coined by blending tension and integrity. Tensegrity structures combine rigid struts under compression with flexible cables under tension to create stable, self-supporting frameworks. They can look like floating sculptures of rods and cables, able to stand with an almost magical lightness. This same principle shows up in nature. Our own bodies exhibit tensegrity in the way bones and muscles interact, so Fuller recognized that the principle could translate into architecture and product design. Although tensegrity has remained somewhat specialized, it has had noticeable ripples in engineering, robotics, and contemporary art. Every time you see those carefully balanced wire and rod sculptures, you're seeing the legacy of Fuller's passion for structural innovation. Buckminster Fuller's grand sense of possibility even stretched into the molecular realm. Scientists discovered a particle arrangement of carbon atoms shaped somewhat like a geodesic sphere. Because of its close resemblance to Fuller's domes, these molecules were named fullerenes. The most famous example, Buckminster fullerene C60, is composed of 60 carbon atoms arranged like a soccer ball, pentagons and hexagons forming a resilient hollow sphere. It's a lovely echo of Fuller's geometry that, at a scale invisible to the naked eye, scientists stumble upon a shape that tied back to an architect's quest for better, lighter, and stronger structures. Taken as a whole, Fuller's work was always driven by his faith that humanity could solve pressing problems by carefully examining design, geometry, and efficiency. His motto of ephemeralization, which is doing more with less, is still relevant in an age of environmental concerns and dwindling resources. Whether it's about turning the roof of a dome into a natural ventilation system or finding new ways to recycle water, his abiding mission was to free people from unnecessary constraints so they could focus on creativity and collaboration. In his view, better design was not just about convenience or aesthetics, it was the key to ensuring that Spaceship Earth could sustain all of its passengers. Although many of Fuller's visions never entered everyday use, after all, most of us don't live in a Dymaxion house or glide around in three-wheeled aerodynamic cars, his legacy still endures in subtle and surprising ways. Architects frequently draw on the geodesic dome for stadium roofs and ecotourism cabins. Tensegrity remains a source of fascination for structural engineers designing lightweight footbridges or next-generation robots. Fullerenes have opened new frontiers in chemistry, nanotechnology, and materials science. And the Dymaxion map, though not a standard classroom staple, encourages people to see the world as a continuous, interconnected whole. Fuller himself often spoke of the need to consider the Earth as a unified system, an idea that has grown more popular as environmental awareness increases. He believed in synergy, the principle that the total can be greater than the sum of its parts, and he poured his energy into exploring how synergy might lead to solutions never before imagined. His was a broad optimism. As long as we kept our minds open, shared knowledge widely, and questioned default assumptions, we might find new patterns that would change everything for the better. For those who have stepped inside a geodesic dome or visited the Dymaxion House exhibit at the Henry Ford Museum, the sense of stepping into Fuller's imagination can be exhilarating. There is a spark of what if in his inventions, a notion that the ways we live, travel, and think need not be restricted by tradition. He never shied away from radical rethinks, unusual shapes, unconventional materials, or big leaps in engineering. Even when his dreams didn't quite take hold in the mainstream, they stimulated generations of designers, inventors, and students who felt the pull of his visionary style. What began as a quest to house people better, faster, and more affordably ultimately became a wide-ranging pursuit of harmony between human innovation and the planet's limited resources. And that is the real heart of the dome home's evolution. It's about believing that with careful thought, experimentation, and a willingness to break free of old habits, we can craft living environments that lighten our load on nature. Fuller taught us that daring to challenge assumptions might be our best hope for a truly sustainable world, and in that sense, the dome home is more than just a piece of architecture. It's an invitation to dream bigger, to trust in our capacity to innovate, and to remember that perhaps the greatest structure we inhabit is the one we all share, the incredible world beneath our common sky. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on everything from the Dymaxion movement to dome houses. Do you think these nearly 100-year-old ideas are worth a second look? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Few names are as intertwined with the opulence and intrigue of America's Gilded Age as the Astor family. Among its many storied members, William Waldorf Astor stood out for not only his vast wealth, but for his ambition to redefine luxury and his role in creating one of New York's most iconic landmarks, the Waldorf Astoria. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of William Waldorf Astor. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1848, William Waldorf Astor entered the world as the only child of John Jacob Astor III, one of the wealthiest men in America. His family owned vast tracts of land in New York, especially on Manhattan Island, where the population was growing exponentially. From an early age, William was groomed for greatness, receiving a world-class education in Germany and Italy under private tutors. By 1875, he had earned a law degree from Columbia Law School and briefly practiced law, though it quickly became apparent that his true inheritance lay not in legal prowess, but in managing the family's colossal fortune. The Astor family's wealth was matched only by its infighting, particularly the infamous feud between William and his aunt, Caroline Webster Skimmerhorn Astor, the self-styled queen of New York society. Caroline insisted on being the Mrs. Astor, a title she had wrestled from her sister-in-law, William's mother, years earlier. William, however, was determined that his wife Mary would claim the title, sparking a battle of social supremacy that escalated in ways neither could have foreseen. Upon inheriting his father's fortune in 1890, William embarked on a bold, and some might say spiteful venture. He razed his family's mansion on Fifth Avenue and commissioned the Waldorf Hotel in its place. Designed by Henry J. Hardenberg, the 13-story structure was a masterpiece of Renaissance Revival architecture and a direct affront to his aunt, whose home stood next door. The construction disrupted Caroline's serene social enclave, replacing the quiet clop of horse-drawn carriages with the din of construction and the bustle of travelers. The Waldorf opened in 1893, showcasing unprecedented luxury with 530 rooms, 350 private bathrooms, and opulent public spaces. The restaurant became an instant success, where high society could be found dining on any given night. In the ladies' drawing room, inspired by Marie Antoinette's apartment, set new standards for elegance which the public took note of. Every room imaginable was packed into the hotel, from a library with thousands of leather-bound books to a reading room where guests could spread out and enjoy a quiet atmosphere. Men could freshen up at the barber shop before making a stop at the florist to pick up flowers for their lady guest. From there, couples might head into the palm room for an intimate meal before making their way over to the ballroom where they could dance into the late hours of the night. Yet the other side of the family would outdo this level of luxury. When Caroline's son, John Jacob Astor IV, decided to construct an even grander hotel, the Astoria, on the side of their family mansion, the feud reached its zenith. The Astoria put the Waldorf to shame in every way imaginable. The rooms were larger, with more gilding than most countries had in gold reserves, so it was said. Paintings by the masters were within arm's reach in the photo studio, where guests could get an up-close look at works they had only ever read about. The Astoria's restaurant quickly stole the high society crowd, becoming the finest dining experience in the Western Hemisphere. A room larger than the Waldorf's ballroom was simply referred to as the gallery, though it could be staged for a banquet. The actual ballroom became the largest in New York City, with everything from marble cladding, gold plating, and electric lights to dazzle. One night you could be dancing, the next you could be watching a live performance after staff had converted the ballroom into a theater. With some back and forth one-upping each other, in 1897 the two rivals struck a truce, merging their hotels into the Waldorf Astoria. Connected by the Peacock Alley, the combined complex boasted 1,300 rooms, making it the largest hotel in the world. Its grand ballrooms and cutting-edge amenities included electricity and private bathrooms throughout, solidifying its reputation as the epitome of cutting-edge modern luxury for the time period. The family's drama and the relentless scrutiny of New York society proved too much for William. While all of this was unfolding, in 1891 he relocated to England, where he purchased and restored estates like Cliveden and Hever Castle, embracing the life of an English aristocrat. In 1899, he renounced his American citizenship, becoming a British subject, and his philanthropic contributions during World War I earned him a peerage, first as Baron Astor in 1916 and later as Viscount Astor in 1917. But that is all getting a bit ahead in our story. Before we head overseas and explore his many mansions, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, Pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. In 1890, Astor took his taste for grandeur to France, acquiring the Château de Brissac in the heart of the Loire Valley. This towering masterpiece of French architecture, steeped in nearly a millennium of history, offered Astor the perfect stage to blend European elegance with his uniquely American penchant for opulence. Originally built in the 11th century by the Counts of Anjou, Château de Brissac had weathered centuries of turmoil from the Hundred Years' War to the French Revolution. By the time Astor acquired it, the chateau had undergone numerous transformations, including a dramatic 17th century reconstruction which left it the tallest chateau in France, boasting 7 stories of Baroque magnificence. Mr. Astor, never one to leave well enough alone, embarked on an ambitious refurbishment, aiming to restore the chateau to its full splendor while adding his personal flair. The interiors became a celebration of French artistry, featuring sumptuous Louis XV furniture, hand-woven tapestries, and crystal chandeliers that bathed each room in golden light. Frescoes adorned the ceilings, while gilded panelings and intricate carvings lent an air of regal sophistication. Though the chateau was admittedly more rustic than the life he had been accustomed to, it still provided him with every luxury he had grown up with. His staff would keep the home perfectly presentable, without a speck of dust in sight. The kitchen is where they would prepare every meal and banquet, sometimes serving food to hundreds of guests. He continued acquiring paintings by the greats, which he proudly displayed in his art gallery, though portraits and landscapes still found themselves seeping into every corner of the house. Even the bedrooms were adorned in centuries-old tapestries. Though for as grand as Château de Brissac may be, it was only the start of his European architecture collection. William's vision for opulence found an embodiment in Two Temple Place, a neo-Gothic marvel nestled along the Victoria Embankment in London. Constructed in 1895, this extraordinary structure was far more than a simple office or residence. It was a monument to Astor's immense wealth, love of literature, and penchant for architectural splendor. Designed by renowned architect John Loughborough Pearson, Two Temple Place was one of the most ambitious projects of its time. William envisioned Two Temple Place as both a functional estate office and a secure retreat for his family during their time in England. The Portland stone facade exudes strength and elegance, with intricate carvings by Nathaniel Hitch, including a remarkable weather vane modeled after Christopher Columbus' Santa Maria. Astor's personal connection to transatlantic discovery was symbolized in this detail, nodding to his ancestor John Jacob Astor and the shared heritage of the United States and Europe. The interior is a treasure trove of artistic and literary references. The stair hall, a central feature of the building, is adorned with carvings by Thomas Nichols depicting characters from Alexander Dumas' The Three Musketeers, one of Astor's favorite novels. Nichols brought these figures to life in elaborate mahogany sculptures capturing moments of intrigue and romance that mirrored Astor's fascination with storytelling. Around the hall's gallery, additional carvings pay homage to Shakespearean characters and American literary figures, creating a whimsical yet dignified space. Moving on to the next property, Astor acquired Cliveden in 1893, transforming the storied English country estate into a jewel of Edwardian splendor. Perched high above the River Thames, this Roman cement-made masterpiece, designed by Charles Barry in 1851, featured sweeping terraces, manicured gardens, and panoramic views. Astor's influence brought an infusion of grandeur, with oak-paneled halls, gilded ceilings, and the opulent French dining room adorned with 18th century Rococo paneling from Château d'Anzier. Mr. Astor's Cliveden became a social hub, hosting glittering gatherings attended by royalty and luminaries, including Winston Churchill and Charlie Chaplin. Beyond its beauty, the estate's storied history, from its role in the Profumo affair to its later incarnation as a National Trust property and luxury hotel, cements Cliveden as one of Astor's most iconic legacies. In 1903, he acquired Hever Castle, a crumbling yet storied 13th century fortress nestled in the Kent countryside. As the childhood home of Anne Boleyn, Hever carried immense historical weight, but centuries of neglect had left it in dire need of restoration. Astor, drawn to its romantic Tudor heritage, embarked on a monumental project to transform the castle into a personal sanctuary that paid homage to its illustrious past while elevating it to new heights of grandeur. His restoration preserved Hever's defining medieval features, including its iconic moats, towers, and the original portcullis, the oldest working example in England. He spared no expense in reimagining the castle as a Tudor-inspired retreat, meticulously filling its interiors with antique furniture, tapestries, intricately carved wooden panels, and artifacts that echoed the lives of its historic residents. Each room, from the grand halls to the cozy chambers, was designed to immerse visitors in a bygone era, blending authenticity with Astor's distinct Edwardian sensibilities. The dining room, though clad in dark wood paneling, was livened up by colorful tapestries and upholstery, and the drawing room was made to feel cozy, with low ceilings and overstuffed furniture arranged conversationally. Beyond the castle walls, Astor expanded the estate into a showcase of horticultural and architectural splendor. He added the Tudor village, a cluster of picturesque guest cottages, and the celebrated Italian garden, which displayed his extensive collection of statues and sculptures. The grounds were further enhanced with features like the yew maze, planted in 1904, and a tranquil lake that completed the estate's transformation into a storybook landscape. While all of his estates in Europe remained standing, the same could not be said for the Waldorf Astoria Hotel back in Manhattan. By the late 1920s, the Waldorf Astoria's prime location had become a liability as Midtown Manhattan evolved. The Astor family sold the property, and in 1929, the Grand Hotel was demolished to make way for the Empire State Building. Its legacy, however, endured in the new Waldorf Astoria built on Park Avenue in 1931. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the Waldorf Astoria? Did you have a favorite house? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Make sure to check out their website, which is linked down below in the video description, and become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Palm Beach, Florida has long been synonymous with luxury, exclusivity, and affluence. Among its many storied enclaves, one strip reigns supreme, Billionaires Row, a 2-mile stretch of South Ocean Boulevard that has become a haven for the world's wealthiest. But why here? Why did billionaires flock to this area, and how long has Palm Beach been home to the uppermost echelons of society? Hi everyone, Ken here. To answer those questions, we'll need to step back in time. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into this special Billionaires Row episode of This House. The story of Palm Beach begins in 1878 with the wreck of the Providencia, which scattered a cargo of 20,000 coconuts along the coastline. These coconuts were quickly planted, giving rise to the lush groves that inspire the town's name. But it wasn't until Henry Flagler arrived in the 1890s that Palm Beach transformed from a tropical wilderness into a winter haven for America's elite. Flagler, a Standard Oil magnate, saw the potential of the area and turned his vision into reality. He built grand hotels like the Breakers and extended the Florida East Coast Railway southward, making the area easily accessible for the northern elite. By the early 1900s, Palm Beach had become a magnet for wealth and power, forever establishing itself as a playground for high society. As the town grew, its northern, central, and southern sections took on distinct identities. The central areas revolved around Flagler's iconic hotels, while the southern tip evolved into today's Billionaires Row, a secluded retreat for those seeking unparalleled oceanfront real estate. The first to settle in Palm Beach were the early industrial magnates, whose sprawling estates set the tone for the opulence that would follow. And there's no better place to start our tour of Old Palm Beach than with Whitehall, the magnificent estate of none other than Henry Flagler himself. Whitehall is a masterpiece of the Gilded Age, a home that seems almost mythical in its elegance and scale. Built in 1902 for Henry Flagler and his third wife, Mary Lily Keenan, this grand estate was more than just a winter retreat, it was a bold statement of wealth and ambition. Designed by Carrere and Hastings, the same architects behind some of America's most iconic buildings, Whitehall was Flagler's gift to Mary Lily upon their marriage, a gesture that exemplified the lavish excess of the era. Palm Beach was already on the rise as a winter escape for America's elite, thanks to Flagler's vision. His railroads and luxury hotels had turned the once remote area into a thriving resort destination, but Whitehall elevated Palm Beach's status to new heights. When it was unveiled, the New York Herald declared it to be more wonderful than any place in Europe, and for good reason. Its Beaux-Arts design, inspired by classical architecture, combined grandeur with modernity, creating a home that rivaled the greatest mansions of Newport, Rhode Island, while embracing the tropical charm of Florida. Whitehall was not a mere imitation of European grandeur, it was uniquely American. Its open-air central courtyard reflected the Mediterranean influences of its surroundings, while the interiors dazzled with marble columns, gilded ceilings, and frescoed walls. Every room was a celebration of artistry and craftsmanship, from the opulent drawing room to the grand staircase where every detail spoke of refinement. Unlike the sprawling estates of the Northeast, Whitehall was surrounded by natural, untamed landscaping, letting the vibrant Florida greenery serve as its frame. Henry and Mary Lily's life at Whitehall was a showcase of Palm Beach's golden age. The couple arrived each winter aboard their private railcar, which pulled directly into town, underscoring the exclusivity of their lifestyle. Inside the mansion, they entertained guests in a style befitting America's uppermost echelons, with Whitehall serving as the backdrop to glittering parties and intimate gatherings alike. But Whitehall's story took a dark turn when Henry Flagler's life ended from a slip down his grand marble staircase. After some uncertainty about the estate's future and some questionable renovations in the following decades, it was eventually restored and opened to the public as a museum. Next, we'll head over to an estate that most of you have probably heard of, Mar-a-Lago. Marjorie Merriweather Post Mar-a-Lago is a monument to an era of extraordinary wealth and ambition, a gilded masterpiece that redefined luxury on the shores of Palm Beach. Completed in 1927, this sprawling estate was designed to dazzle, built with a $7 million budget, a staggering figure for the time, and equivalent to over $100 million today. It embodied the roaring opulence of the 1920s and showcased Post's status as one of the wealthiest and most influential women of the era. Post, heirs to the Postum cereal company, which would later become General Foods, envisioned Mar-a-Lago as more than just a home. With its name meaning sea to lake, the property was uniquely situated, spanning from the Atlantic Ocean to Lake Worth. Mar-a-Lago was designed by Marion Sims Wyeth, with interiors by Joseph Urban, incorporating 58 bedrooms, 33 bathrooms, imported Italian stone, and 36,000 Spanish tiles. Gold-plated fixtures and intricate marble details filled the house, making it a verifiable palace and one of the most extravagant private residences ever constructed in the United States. But Marjorie Post was not merely a collector of mansions, she was a hostess with a philanthropic heart. Her New York Times obituary later remarked that she built Mar-a-Lago because her first Florida home simply became too small for her parties. And what parties they were! Post gatherings were legendary, hosting royalty, diplomats, and Palm Beach society at elaborate dinners, charity balls, and even circus performances. Yet she ensured these events served a higher purpose, often raising funds for underprivileged children or local causes. In one memorable instance, she invited the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus to perform for a charity event, blending spectacle with generosity. By the mid-20th century, many similar estates were being demolished as taste and economic reality shifted. However, Mar-a-Lago survived thanks to Post's foresight. She willed the estate to the federal government in 1973, intending it to serve as a winter White House for presidents and foreign dignitaries. Yet the upkeep proved too costly, and the government returned the property to the Post Foundation in 1981. A few years later, in 1985, it was purchased by then businessman and real estate heir Donald Trump. It has since been converted into a club, though part of it serves as a temporary residence and much of the gilded interiors do remain intact. In a way, it has met Post's intentions as serving as a winter White House. As Palm Beach continued to grow, it attracted one of the wealthiest families America had ever seen, the Vanderbilts. In nearby Manalapan, Harold S. Vanderbilt constructed Eastover in 1929. It went on to be owned by the Hearst family and continues to be used as a private residence. Similarly, his older sister, Consuelo Vanderbilt, purchased an estate on nearby Hypoluxo Island, which she named Casa Alva after their mother. Consuelo was used to living in palaces, both figuratively and literally, and had previously been married to the 9th Duke of Marlborough, where her parents' money was used to restore Blenheim Palace. For her, this was a private retreat, far smaller than any house she had ever known. Nonetheless, she had the rooms fitted with antique French wall panels and brought in fine furnishings to bring it up to her standards. Being so secluded, it provided her with a tranquil escape that was just a short boat ride away from high society. It too continues to stand. But not all of these grand estates could be so fortunate. Our next stop is Playa Riante, the winter home of Anna Dodge. The estate had originally been designed by Addison Meisner in 1923 for the Cosden family. However, their fortune was short-lived, and in 1926 they sold the estate to Anna Dodge, the widow of automobile magnate Horace Dodge. By the 1950s, she was ready to sell the estate, but no buyers could be found. After failed attempts at rezoning it for use as a school or a club, it was eventually demolished in 1957. Our next mansion, Casa Apava, was designed on a similar scale for Chester and Francis Bolton by architect Abram Garfield, the son of President James Garfield. Frances was born into the wealthy Bingham family from Cleveland and inherited an unfathomable fortune from her uncle, Oliver Hazard Payne, who had ties to Standard Oil. Casa Opava was as much about function as it was about form. The residence was designed for entertaining on a grand scale, with first-floor living areas overlooking the ocean and opening onto terraces and loggias. The interiors were richly detailed, featuring painted ceilings, tiled floors, and European furnishings, many sourced from nearby Meisner Industries. Highlights included the library, with its polychrome ceiling and quarry tile floors, and the dining room, where faux marble painted concrete floors and east-facing windows captured the Florida sunshine. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, Casa Opava was built to withstand the test of time. Its structural innovations, such as stucco over structural tile walls and reinforced concrete, allowed it to weather nearly a century of storms and changing ownership. Yet the estate remained adaptable, with thoughtful additions like a spacious library wing added in 1928, complementing the original design while enhancing its livability. For as over-the-top as some of these mansions might appear, our next one is relatively reserved, considering its owner. Ned Stotesbury, who was one of the wealthiest financiers at the time, became known for building some of the largest homes in the U.S. Famously, his Lost Pennsylvania palace, known as White Marsh Hall, is still counted among the 10 biggest mansions ever built in America. Ned, along with his wife Lucretia, hired Addison Meisner to design El Mirasol. When it was completed in 1920, it had a private zoo, a 40-car garage, and 37 rooms, which was quite humble for the couple. Following Ned's passing, the family's fortune dried up, which ultimately led to El Mirasol's demolition in 1957. As time marched on, the grand estates of Palm Beach gave way to a new era of affluence, one that has cemented the island's reputation as the ultimate enclave for the world's wealthiest. While some of the Gilded Age mansions like White Hall and Mar-a-Lago survived as iconic landmarks, many were lost to redevelopment or the changing taste of the mid-20th century. Yet the spirit of opulence they embodied lived on, evolving with the times. Today, Palm Beach is better known by its modern moniker, Billionaire's Row. The stretch of South Ocean Boulevard that was once home to winter retreats for industrial magnates and socialites has transformed into a magnetic field for the ultra-wealthy. It's estimated that nearly 60 billionaires now own property in Palm Beach. Despite the unrelenting march of time, the essence of Palm Beach remains the same, a place where luxury, privacy, and exclusivity reign supreme. From the gilded palaces of the early 20th century to the sleek, modern estates of today, Palm Beach continues to reflect the ever-shifting story of American wealth and ambition, a shimmering jewel that retains its place at the pinnacle of high society. And so, while the players may have changed, the game remains the same. Palm Beach is still a haven for those who seek the best life has to offer. What did you think about Palm Beach's historic estates? Did you have a favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. While many rely on Walmart's low prices for living, have you ever wondered how the founder of the retail giant lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the modest home of Sam Walton. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in the small town of Kingfisher, Oklahoma in 1918, Sam Walton was raised during one of the toughest times in American history, the Great Depression. His early years were marked by hardship, but it was here that Walton developed the grit, work ethic, and resourcefulness that would later define his retail empire. His father, Thomas Walton, worked as a farm mortgage agent, and the family moved frequently across Missouri as Thomas pursued work in foreclosure, a tough but necessary job during the financial struggles of the 1930s. Even as a child, Sam showed an entrepreneurial spirit, helping his family survive by bottling milk from the family cow and delivering newspapers for the Columbia Daily Tribune. While growing up in Missouri, and despite working full-time and attending school, Walton became the youngest Eagle Scout in the state's history, a notable achievement that reflected his ambition. After high school, he set his sights on higher education and attended the University of Missouri. While there, he juggled multiple jobs to pay for his schooling, working as a waiter and even selling magazines. He joined the ROTC program, and his leadership qualities were quickly recognized, being elected permanent president of his graduating class. He left university with a degree in economics, a strong work ethic, and a desire to make something of himself. Walton's first foray into the retail business came just days after graduation in 1940, when he took a job as a management trainee at JCPenney in Des Moines, Iowa. Although the salary was modest, only $75 a month, Walton's time at JCPenney exposed him to the inner workings of retail and customer service. His career at JCPenney was short-lived, however, as World War II drew him into the military. Walton served in the U.S. Army Intelligence Corps, where he reached the rank of captain and supervised security at aircraft plants. After the war ended, he knew what he wanted: to go into business for himself. In 1945, at just 26 years old, Walton borrowed $20,000 from his well-to-do father-in-law and used $5,000 of his own savings to purchase a Ben Franklin variety store in Newport, Arkansas. It was a small, unassuming business, but Walton had big ideas. He introduced pricing strategies that were unheard of at the time in small-town America. By keeping prices lower than competitors, often by traveling great distances to stock up on goods, Walton proved that if people could save money, they would stay loyal. His innovative approach soon caught on, and the store's revenue soared. But success didn't come without challenges. In 1950, his landlord, impressed by Walton's success at the location, refused to renew the lease, taking over the business for himself. Walton had to walk away from his first store, but he learned a valuable lesson: always own the land beneath your business. With his first store loss, Walton wasn't deterred. Instead, he found a new opportunity in Bentonville, Arkansas. In the heart of the town square, he purchased another variety store and quickly began to apply the same strategies that had made him successful in Newport. This time, the store took off even faster, and Walton's entrepreneurial spirit couldn't be contained. By 1962, Walton and his brother Bud owned a chain of Ben Franklin stores across Arkansas, Missouri, and Kansas. But Walton wasn't content with simply running a small chain of stores. He saw the future of retail and discounting, a concept that was still relatively new at the time. In 1962, in the small town of Rogers, Arkansas, C.M. Walton opened the very first Walmart. Unlike his competitors, Walton believed that rural America could support large discount stores just as easily as big cities. His competitors thought he was making a mistake, but Walton was undeterred. His revolutionary approach was simple: offer customers the lowest prices by focusing on high-volume sales and an efficient supply chain. While others ignored rural markets, Walton thrived by catering to small-town shoppers, offering them the convenience of a one-stop shopping experience. He paired this with a revolutionary distribution system, ensuring that Walmart's inventory was always stocked and prices stayed low. By strategically locating stores near regional warehouses and relying on an in-house trucking fleet, Walton was able to keep the cost down and pass the savings on to his customers. Over the next 2 decades, Walmart expanded at a breakneck pace. By the 1970s, Walmart had grown into a regional powerhouse with over 190 stores. But the secret to Walton's success wasn't just his focus on low prices, it was his hands-on approach. He famously visited every store, sometimes flying his own plane, to check in on operations. He fostered a culture of collaboration where store managers were treated as partners rather than employees. His philosophy of shared responsibility and investment became a cornerstone of Walmart's success. By the time the 1980s rolled around, Walton had transformed Walmart into the largest retailer in the US, with stores in almost every state. The numbers were staggering. By 1985, Walmart had grown to 800 stores and generated billions in annual sales. Walton had become the richest man in America, but he was never one to flaunt his wealth. In fact, he famously drove an old pickup truck and lived in a modest home in Bentonville, Arkansas, showing the same frugality that had helped him build his empire. While he had originally wanted a much smaller, much simpler home, his wife Helen convinced him to hire E. Fay Jones to design for them a sprawling ranch. The architect had been a student of Frank Lloyd Wright and introduced elements of Wright's designs into the house. Most notably, we notice his influence where the house spans an artificial waterfall, perhaps an homage to falling water. When it was all said and done, the house cost $100,000, the modern equivalent of just over $1 million. Even with that price tag, Walton could not be convinced to add features he considered frivolous, such as air conditioning. While Helen wanted solid wood architectural features, Walton argued for veneers to lower the price. Not that Helen didn't get some of her non-negotiables, but we'll see those as we head inside. Entering the home from the side door, it's hard to tell where the inside begins and the outside ends, a signature of the architect who implemented massive sheets of glass to rest seamlessly between the floor and ceiling. But as we continue further in, this deconstruction of nature lends itself to the built environment, enhancing our journey with intrigue as we dive deeper into the house. As we pass around the stone wall, we find the kitchen at the heart of the home, and as we move through, we'll see a mix of both color and black and white photos. The kitchen was designed at the height of the day's fashion, with tapered linoleum countertops and innovative storage solutions. Not only were there cabinets inlaid with a motif designed by the architect, but each one was assigned a special function. As we begin opening some of them, we find pass-throughs for serving, as well as a special hot beverage bar. At the opposite end of the kitchen, there is a small pantry wrapped with a telephone table and marked by a state-of-the-art radio. Continuing around the bend, we find the laundry room and extra cold storage for frozen foods. Once again, in emphasizing function, several components which make up this space are modular, including a folding cart for making it less strenuous to put away clothes. To allow for ample natural light in the laundry room, Jones designed a series of tightly paced slats to let light in while hiding the general mess of chores. Heading back inside, at the end of the kitchen, we find the hearth room with a corner fireplace, but if we head around the wood-paneled wall, we'll find the study quietly tucked away. And even though these two rooms are separated by a wall, they are connected by a vaulted ceiling which is open to both spaces. Returning to the hearth room, we'll look past the kitchen to see a massive floor-to-ceiling fireplace anchoring our view. This is the living room, the largest room in the house, with built-in seating and windows that leave the loggia completely unobstructed. In fact, this trompe-l'oeil is so masterful that we can barely distinguish the corner window of the living room from outside on the loggia, because in place of mullions, the two sheets of glass have been perfectly fitted with each other. We still have a few more rooms to see, so let's travel down the loggia and re-enter the house. Coming inside, we find tiny details that carry the same motifs we found earlier on the cabinets. The Waltons' bedroom was finished out with stone floors, and while it might look like wood paneling on the walls, each panel opens to reveal a wardrobe. Their ensuite was about as romantic as it got for the mid-century, with built-in seating and sliding glass doors leading to a private terrace. The kids' bedrooms were each uniquely designed, with sleek organizers hidden behind panels and thoughtfully placed windows to allow for privacy without sacrificing natural light. Unfortunately, the house caught fire in 1972, and instead of moving into a new house or renting, Sam Walton brought in a double-wide trailer for the family to live in while their new house was being built in its place. Following this time period, Walton's business visions continued to evolve. He launched Sam's Club in 1983, a members-only warehouse chain, and in 1988, Walmart began opening supercenters, massive stores that combine groceries with general merchandise. These innovations not only kept Walmart ahead of its competition, but solidified its dominance in the retail industry. Even as his health began to decline in the early 1990s, Walton remained deeply involved in Walmart's operations. Diagnosed with a form of blood cancer, he continued working from his hospital bed. Then in March of 1992, just weeks before his death, he was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in recognition of his contributions to American business and retail. Sam Walton passed away on April 5th of 1992, leaving behind a retail empire that employed hundreds of thousands of people and served millions of customers worldwide. Walmart's influence has continued to grow since his passing, expanding to international markets and becoming a global retail giant. His legacy lives on not only in the stores that dot the landscape of America, but also in the business philosophy that he pioneered, one that put the customer first, valued employees, and made quality products accessible to everyday people. What did you think about his house? If you became the richest person in the country, would you live lavishly or humbly? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to extend a huge thank you to those of you who donated to our research efforts. Your help goes a long way in helping us maintain the level of content you are used to. If you would like to contribute, I'll have the PayPal link down below in the video description. And if you shop at Walmart, you can also help out this channel by clicking on the shopping link. Walmart will split a commission with us without you spending an extra penny of your hard-earned money. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Octagon houses spark a certain fascination in American architectural history. With their 8-sided plans, wraparound verandas, and often domed roofs, they stand out in a landscape dominated by square and rectangular homes. Though they trace lineage back to ancient times, their heyday in the United States was surprisingly brief, spanning roughly from the mid-19th century to the turn of the 20th. A person today might find them curious, even whimsical, but behind their distinctive shape is a story of one persuasive promoter. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. While we could dwell on ancient and European precedents, it's enough to note that the octagon shape has surfaced in human structures for millennia. The Tower of the Winds in Athens, dating to somewhere between 100 and 50 BC, was built to measure time, and over 1,000 years later, during the 17th and 18th centuries, Dutch colonists in New York and New Jersey recalled octagonal church designs common in Holland, constructing a handful of 8-sided religious buildings based on traditions from their homeland. Meanwhile, Thomas Jefferson gave this shape a subtle nod when he designed Poplar Forest, an octagonal retreat house in Lynchburg, Virginia, beginning in 1806. These examples foreshadowed, in small ways, the surge of interest that would grip America a few decades later. The person most responsible for popularizing octagon houses was Orson Squire Fowler. Though not a professional architect, he was actually a phrenologist, a now discredited pseudoscience linking skull shape to personality. Regardless of how bad his research was, Fowler was confident and charismatic, having a flair for public speaking and marketing. In 1848, he published the octagonal mode, followed by an expanded version titled The Octagon House, a home for all, a new, cheap, convenient, and superior mode of building. The book was part technical manual, part inspiration, championing an 8-sided plan as more efficient, healthier, and even easier to build than conventional boxy homes. Fowler's basic claim went like this: if you circle a stake with a string and mark a round foundation, you can then square it off twice to yield 8 straight sides, effectively mimicking a circle. He believed that an octagonal house offered more interior space for the same perimeter length and allowed for better ventilation and sunlight. He was also enthusiastic about gravel wall or concrete construction, though in practice, many octagon houses were built with wood or brick. According to his beliefs, a central stair hall could be bypassed entirely in favor of exterior verandas that allowed movement between rooms, a notion that worked better in warm climates than in cold ones, which forced people to go outside to get from room to room. Victorian-era builders of the 1850s and 1860s were already used to creating angled bays and 135-degree corners in their more traditional houses, so transitioning to an 8-sided plan wasn't a giant leap. Fowler insisted that octagonal walls would capture more natural light and regulate temperatures better. However, real-world execution had its quirks. The shape forced some rooms into odd triangular corners, and building a proper staircase proved tricky, especially if the owner wanted an open central space or planned to use the wraparound porch to get from one upstairs room to another. Enthusiasm ran high from about 1850 to 1870, particularly in New York's Hudson River Valley, where Fowler lived, as well as New England, the Midwest, and into parts of Canada. Thousands of octagon houses sprang up, some more modest, others extremely lavish. By the 1870s, this eccentric style had begun to wane, overshadowed by more conventional Victorian plans and taste. Nevertheless, let's take an in-depth look at some examples. Before Fowler came along, Thomas Jefferson had taken a keen interest in geometric house plans. Poplar Forest, which he began building in 1806, is sometimes called the earliest American example of an 8-sided residence. He used the estate as a private retreat, meticulously planning each angle and facade. Poplar Forest didn't directly inspire the 1850s fad. Fowler himself was apparently unaware of its existence when he wrote his books, but Jefferson's design stands as a distinguished precursor. Today, Poplar Forest is a National Historic Landmark open for tours, with ongoing restoration efforts to help return it to Jefferson's original vision. Next, we'll head down to Natchez, Mississippi. Longwood, also known as Nutt's Folly, remains the largest octagonal mansion in the United States. Designed in 1859 by architect Samuel Sloan for cotton planter Holler Nutt, it is a stunningly ambitious structure with a Byzantine-style dome on top. The Civil War halted construction in 1861, leaving the upper floors unfinished. Only the basement and first floor were ever fully completed, making for a dramatic contrast between the grand, ornate ground level and the bare bones above. Today, Longwood operates as a house museum, preserving its surreal mix of completed and unfinished spaces. Traveling back north, we'll make a stop in Irvington, New York. Perched atop a hill overlooking the Hudson River, the Armour Steiner House might be the most visually spectacular of all octagon houses. Built around 1860 and later expanded in the 1870s by tea importer Joseph Steiner, it features a dome reminiscent of a classical temple, complete with elaborate Victorian-era detailing. It's believed to be the only fully domed octagonal residence still standing. Once owned by writer Carl Carmer and briefly by the National Trust for Historic Preservation, it is now a private residence, meticulously restored. Variations on the basic design wielded wildly different results. Down in Abbeville, South Carolina, built between 1852 and 1856, the Fraser Presley House stands apart for its unique layout combining 3 octagonal components connected by a central hallway. This stuccoed brick house sports 4 3-story columns and originally had a widow's walk on the central octagon. Legends hold that its plan may be the only one like it in the country, proof that Fowler's writing sparked plenty of individual interpretations. Passed down through generations of the same family, it remains a captivating relic of the octagon craze. All across the Northeast and Midwest, pockets of octagon houses linger in older neighborhoods. In San Francisco, the McElroy Octagon House, also known as the Colonial Dames Octagon House, now operates as a museum. In Washington, D.C., there's the Octagon House, built by William Thornton. Ironically, it isn't a true octagon, but it earned its nickname thanks to its somewhat angled design. In smaller towns across the country, you may stumble on these eight-sided curiosities, often lovingly preserved or adapted as private residences, bed and breakfast, or museums. But the rarity of such surviving structures raises the question, why didn't octagon houses become a lasting mainstream style? In Fowler's eyes, they were superior in every way, cheaper, more spacious, and healthier, but building them correctly took more careful measuring and stronger carpentry skills, especially if one wanted to avoid awkward rooms or complicated roof lines. The geometry was easy to imagine, but complex to implement. Furnishing wedge-shaped rooms also proved challenging, and the wraparound porches demanded frequent upkeep. Additionally, the octagon was simply a novelty that clashed with changing taste. As Victorian styles evolved, more traditionally rectangular and ornate designs sporting gables, turrets, and elaborate trim became the norm for those with means. Fowler's advocacy for gravel wall construction also contributed to practical difficulties. Contemporary builders were not fully convinced by this untested approach. Many owners chose conventional wood frames or brick. Some tried Fowler's methods, only to encounter cracking or structural issues, especially in climates prone to freezing. The physical realities of building often clashed with Fowler's more starry-eyed claims. By the late 19th century, the style was widely seen as an eccentric fad, just like Fowler's other passion, phrenology. Nevertheless, some owners treasure their quirky homes enough to keep them well-maintained over generations. Today, standing octagon houses often exude an air of romance, part architectural curiosity, and part historical artifact. Enthusiasts will drive miles out of their way to see a carefully preserved example, marveling at its geometry and the sheer audacity of someone deciding to build an eight-sided residence in the 1850s. They're also a reminder of a lively period in American design when creative homeowners were willing to buck convention in search of more efficient or eye-catching forms. Much like other once-forgotten styles, octagon houses have returned to public awareness through preservation movements, tourism, and media spotlights. From Longwood's famously unfinished upper floors to the Armour Steiner House's storybook dome, these structures remain evidence of the fearless creativity in an era that otherwise prized ornamentation. Wherever you find them, octagon houses invite us to wonder what might have happened if Fowler's vision had swept the nation more permanently. How would modern subdivisions look if the quote-unquote circle approximated by 8 sides had caught on for good? Would we all enjoy better sunlight, cross breezes, and geometry in our day-to-day lives? Or would we just be cursing the corners every time we tried to fit a sofa into the living room? Sometimes, as history shows, a domestic vision is perfectly viable and stands the test of time. At other times, it becomes a historical curiosity, beautiful, occasionally perplexing, but undeniably worth saving for future generations to admire and enjoy. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts on octagon houses? Do you think Fowler was onto something, or are you glad these designs stayed in the past? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine ordering a home from a catalog and having it built in just one day. Before Sears Modern Homes, the Aladdin Company did just this. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering the birth of mail-order kit homes. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Aladdin kit homes trace their roots back to the early 1900s, a period in which America was bursting at the seams with new ideas, industrial expansion, and a population on the move. Founded by brothers William and Otto Sovereign, the Aladdin Company began as an ambitious effort to capitalize on the emerging concept of mail-order consumer goods, except this time, the product for sale was much larger than your typical package. Instead of household trinkets or clothing, the Sovereign brothers envisioned pre-cut, ready-to-assemble homes that could be shipped by rail to prospective homeowners all over the country. This was a remarkable leap at a time when building a house typically required hiring skilled carpenters, sourcing materials from local lumber yards, and planning a construction project that could become quite complicated and expensive. Yet to truly appreciate how Aladdin kit homes became so influential, it helps to look at the broader picture of American life in the 20th century. The Industrial Revolution had laid the groundwork for mass production, and railways were rapidly connecting cities and towns, making it feasible to transport large shipments of materials from coast to coast. People were steadily moving towards urban centers and newly platted neighborhoods, while an emerging middle class began to dream about owning single-family homes. That dream could be difficult to achieve when much of the country still relied on smaller contractors or more traditional, time-consuming building processes. Aladdin's solution was simple and innovative: package every part of a house, every board, every nail, every window sash, into a single kit, label these components clearly, and include detailed instructions so that homeowners or local carpenters could assemble their new abode. With the railroad network in place, these kits could be shipped almost anywhere. At first, it might sound too good to be true. Who would trust an entire house that arrived in crates, presumably to be nailed together by people who might have little or no construction experience? But if Aladdin's success is any indication, the market was receptive and growing. A person in, say, Tennessee or Colorado could flip through an Aladdin catalog, choose from a range of styles and floor plans, place an order, and in a matter of weeks receive everything they needed to build a place to call home. The Aladdin Company's approach was often referred to as the ready-cut system. The raw lumber was pre-measured and cut at the factory to precise dimensions, which minimized the guesswork and the waste that often plagued traditional home building. In theory, even a moderately handy family could raise their home with a bit of determination, although many owners did hire carpenters to ensure professional results. One of the fascinating elements of Aladdin's story is how thoroughly it intersects with major cultural and economic trends of its time. The early 1900s through the 1920s were an era of explosive growth, with new technologies, telephones, automobiles, electric lighting, all transforming daily life. The idea that housing could likewise be modernized and mass-produced resonated with a public that wanted to embrace efficiency and progress. Aladdin, in fact, was the first major kit home company, predating the more famously remembered Sears Modern Homes by a couple of years. Although Sears would later overshadow Aladdin in popularity, historians often point out that Aladdin introduced critical concepts like factory-cut framing lumber and mail-order shipping of entire dwellings, before its well-known rival did. The catalogs Aladdin produced are a delight to look back on, with colorful illustrations showing families posed on tidy front porches, well-kept lawns, and interiors that promise comfort and style. Early on, the company focused on rather simple designs: bungalows, craftsman-inspired cottages, and other occasional farmhouse aesthetics, often containing one or two stories with sensible layouts for a working-class or middle-class family. As time wore on and architectural trends shifted, Aladdin adapted, adding styles that reflected colonial revival influences, Cape Cod cottages, and even some more eclectic revivals that appealed to the upwardly mobile. These kits were often quite affordable relative to custom building. By cutting out many of the inefficiencies in material usage, as well as some of the middlemen, Aladdin could pass along savings to buyers. It's important to note that these were not flimsy structures thrown together haphazardly. Many Aladdin homes have survived over a century thanks in no small part to the quality of the lumber and materials used at the time, long before engineered wood and synthetic components became standard. Owners both then and now took pride in having constructed or overseen the construction of their own homes. There was a certain romanticism to the notion that anyone with reasonable perseverance and a hammer could bring the American dream to life right out of a boxcar. The golden era of Aladdin kit homes was roughly between the 1910s and the late 1920s. During this time, a flourishing economy meant more families could afford new houses, and the novelty of ordering a complete dwelling by mail was intriguing enough to attract national attention. The company expanded its catalogs, refining its marketing to highlight how prospective owners could customize certain details, from porch pillars to window treatments. New product lines showcased more elaborate models for those wanting a more refined look, demonstrating that kit homes could be more than just bare-bones shelters. In certain towns, entire blocks of houses still stand today, each with variations on an Aladdin model. Subtle differences in trim, porch shape, or internal arrangement that reflect individual choices made by owners at the time of purchase. These neighborhoods feel almost like time capsules, offering insight into early 20th century domestic ideals. But the story of Aladdin is also one of changing fortunes. Not long after its peak, the Great Depression hit, throwing the housing market into disarray. Demand for new homes dropped sharply, and companies that thrived on volume sales, especially those selling what might still be considered a novelty product, were bound to suffer. Some kit home manufacturers folded entirely during the Depression, others held on by a thread. Aladdin managed to stay afloat longer than many, partly due to a decent backlog of orders and partly through attempts to widen its reach. Eventually, though, the economic strain combined with a growing field of competitors and a declining consumer confidence chipped away at the company's dominance. World War II brought its own set of complications and transformations. On the one hand, wartime production ramped up industrial output, and there was a significant need for worker housing near factories. Kit homes, in theory, might fill such a need. On the other hand, shortages of certain materials and the shifting focus of the workforce made it harder to market and ship these homes successfully to everyday families. By the time the post-war housing boom began in earnest, a new breed of developers, like William Levitt, who built entire suburbs of nearly identical houses, were transforming the real estate landscape. These large-scale developments often employed on-site mass construction techniques that mimicked some aspects of kit home efficiency but didn't require the consumer to do the assembly. This development model became so commonplace that prefabricated kit homes no longer seemed as fresh nor practical to many. All these changes culminated in a gradual fade for Aladdin. The company existed in some shape or form for longer than most of its competitors, but eventually, its original run came to an end and the brand slipped into obscurity. It would later resurface under various incarnations, at times leveraging nostalgia for old catalogs and the vintage allure of the early 20th century design. Some devoted owners, historians, and architectural enthusiasts have tried to keep the legacy alive, pointing out that many Aladdin houses still stand as proof to the quality of the materials and the relative ease of assembly. If we dive more critically into the Aladdin phenomena, we see an enterprise that was both forward-thinking in its use of standardized pre-cut materials and surprisingly modern in its marketing approach. The company's ready-cut system might be viewed as a precursor to today's modular construction practices in which entire panels or modules are fabricated off-site and then transported for rapid assembly. In this sense, Aladdin's core innovation, cutting out the wasted time and resources of custom measuring and sawing at every building site, was strikingly prophetic. The kits not only appealed to the do-it-yourself spirit, but they also harnessed early 20th century Americans' fascination with efficiency, mass production, and the promise of technology to improve daily life. On the flip side, some historians and architectural critics suggest that kit homes, including Aladdin's, contributed to a certain homogenization of housing stock in America. While the catalog certainly offered multiple styles and floor plans, it's undeniable that using standardized kits meant that many neighborhoods ended up dotted with variations of the same few house types. There's also the reality that not every homeowner had the skill set or the physical ability to assemble a home, meaning that do-it-yourself sometimes proved more challenging than the cheery ads might have implied. And when issues arose, incorrect measurements, missing materials, or misinterpreted blueprints, the notion of a quick and simple build could dissolve into a bit of a construction fiasco. Even well over a century, the concept behind Aladdin feels surprisingly fresh, reminding us that sometimes the best innovations aren't about reinventing the wheel, but about packaging it differently, about creating a process that's streamlined, efficient, and inviting enough that everyday people can take part. And that is perhaps Aladdin's most enduring lesson. It pioneered a vision of housing that was forward-thinking yet fundamentally down to earth. As much as times have changed, the dream of building or customizing one's own place remains powerful, and Aladdin's story shows that when technological progress meets practical necessity, revolutions in how we live are bound to happen. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on Aladdin kit homes down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Lake Geneva has long been an enclave for the ultra-wealthy, but how did a town in Wisconsin become known for luxury, and just how many mega mansions once dotted the shores of Geneva Lake? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the biggest mansions ever built in Lake Geneva. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This episode is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. The story of Lake Geneva as a retreat for the wealthy begins in the mid-1800s. Initially, the area attracted settlers who were drawn to its natural resources. These dense forests provided timber, and the clear waters of Geneva Lake powered the mills that drove the local economy. Yet it wasn't until after the Civil War that the lake began to gain a reputation as a destination for relaxation and luxury. More specifically, the pivotal moment in Lake Geneva's history came in 1871. The Great Chicago Fire devastated the city, displacing thousands of residents, including many of the wealthiest families. Seeking refuge, they found solace in the serene shores of Geneva Lake, where the newly completed Chicago and Northwestern Railroad provided easy access. As the smoke cleared from the ruins of Chicago, these families, already captivated by the area's natural beauty during hunting and fishing excursions, saw the lake as the perfect escape from urban turmoil. In the years following the fire, these Chicago elites began to establish summer residences along the lakeshore. The construction of grand mansions soon followed, each more opulent than the last. By the late 19th century, Lake Geneva had earned its nickname, Newport of the West, a nod to its East Coast counterpart, Newport, Rhode Island, which was known for its Gilded Age mansions. Families like the Wrigleys, Cranes, and Schwinns transformed the lakefront into a marvel of architectural splendor, with sprawling estates that rivaled the most luxurious homes in America. These mansions weren't just summer homes, they were statements of wealth, power, and influence. Before we begin our tour of these lavish mansions, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you obsessed with historic architecture? Have you ever wanted to go beyond reading and learning to actually experiencing historically and architecturally significant sites? With the Victorian Society in America, you can travel to American cities and tour exceptional 19th century buildings. Join the Victorian Society in America this October for an educational tour in St. Louis, Missouri. The itinerary is packed with exciting visits to key architectural sites, landscapes, and artistic gems in and around the greater St. Louis area. Click the link in the video description to visit victoriansociety.org and register today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. The first house we will visit was the summer residence of Norman Wade Harris, Wadsworth Hall, which later became known as the Dree House Estate in Glenworth Gardens. Harris had been incredibly successful in his lifetime, founding the Harris Trust and Savings Bank, which later became BMO Bank. Not only was this grand residence designed to have lakeshore appeal, but the rear, formal gardens, which were designed by the Olmsted brothers, stretched into the dense forest surrounding the mansion with beauty. Though the true appeal was inside, starting with the entrance hall, which boasted a floor-to-ceiling fireplace despite being occupied only 8 weeks out of the year during the summer season. The dining room was finished out with artisan plasterwork on the ceiling, and the walls were clad in painted wood panels. But of all the grand rooms, the library was the true showstopper, with built-in bookshelves marked by fluted pilasters and a stunning coffered ceiling. Though his house was only the start of our rounds about the lake, while more modest homes were placed in the forest, others demanded a presence. The largest mansion ever constructed on Geneva Lake was Stone Manor, also known as Younglands. Otto Young had a true rags-to-riches story, starting off with a kiosk in New York City selling costume jewelry. He took his life savings to the recently scorched Chicago and bought up real estate for pennies on the dollar. His meager investments paid off, and in 1899 he built this grand manor looking out over the lake. With his net worth now approaching the modern-day equivalent of $100 million, he had nearly every room gilded and hired artists to spend years painting murals and delicately crafting plasterwork. With this in mind, we can imagine the ballroom glistening from gold leafing into marble columns and dazzling crystal chandeliers. Some of the wealthiest families built in clusters around the lake, such as the Sturgis family, with Buckingham Sturgis, George Sturgis, and Shelton Sturgis, all built in grand estates with towers overlooking the scenic lakeshore. As you traveled around, you could find a house in just about any style for the time. From the Second Empire to Queen Anne, from Italianate to the Romanesque, Lake Geneva became an architectural wonderland, boasting some of the most exuberant and flamboyant examples of each style. The refined home of J.H. Moore looked like it was plucked from the English countryside, while J.J. Mitchell's eclectic house was painted in an assemblage of vibrant colors. No two houses were identical, and beyond that, no two houses could ever be confused for being too similar either. Black Point is another estate that we can venture inside of. Coming around to the main porch, we realize just how blown out the proportions are and how massive this rambling house truly is. Despite its size, Black Point consists of numerous smaller rooms such as the entry hall. This continues to the grand staircase, tightly making its way up to the second floor. The dining room is every bit as eclectic as the exterior, with a simple tile fireplace and ornate furniture cluttering the walls. And in stark contrast, the living room is almost plain, but unlike the city mansions which were meant to be formal, it was acceptable for these summer homes to be a mishmash of styles. The sheer number of mansions circling the lake is almost unbelievable at this time period, rivaling anything you might see on Long Island or Newport. But despite the reputations of those enclaves, Lake Geneva became a place of quiet enjoyment, which would prove to be perfect for the Selfridge family. Harry Selfridge, born into a challenging family situation in 1858, supported his mother by working various jobs from a young age, eventually rising to become a junior partner at Marshall Field & Company. He married Rose Buckingham, a wealthy and ambitious real estate developer, and together they lived a prosperous life in Chicago, eventually joining Chicago's wealthy elites at Lake Geneva. Harry and Rose named their house Harrow's Hall, a combination of their names. Completed in 1899, Harrow's Hall had been finished out in the Tudor Revival style with a rusticated stone base, ornate brickwork, and half-timbered facade. The wooded lot gave way to sweeping views of the lake, with the house resting high up on a ridge. Approaching the front of the house, we traveled down a winding path through a thickly forested patch of land before finding Harrow's Hall resting at the edge of the expansive lawn. Back when this house was built, if we were to pull around the carriage porch, we would dismount our buggy and greet the family dog before heading inside. Entering Harrow's Hall, we immediately faced the grand double staircase boasting elaborate Gothic tracery. At its landing, a tufted sofa rounds out with a balustrade, allowing us to sit down and enjoy the intricate fretwork surrounding us. This leads our eyes upwards, where we find Gothic tracery rounding out in front of metallic paint glowing from the domed, leaded glass skylight. Had we ventured to the right after entering, we would have found the parlor overlooking Lake Geneva. And while the views are picture perfect, the Gothic fireplace does its best to compete for the spotlight. Let's cut back across the stair hall, leaving the parlor to find the dining room sitting opposite from us. Above us, the plaster ceiling swirls with Gothic tracery, decorated further by hand-stenciled flowering vines. The built-in sideboard extends all the way to the frieze and is flanked by murals depicting the family in an idealistic natural setting. To the far end of the dining room, we look out once again over Lake Geneva, realizing that the house has views of the water from 3 sides. What was once an untouched lake, hidden in dense forest, was now on the verge of being overdeveloped. As these grand estates rose, so did a new local industry, one dedicated to serving the needs of the wealthy. The construction and maintenance of these mansions required skilled labor, and household employment became a significant source of income for many local residents. This required shops, restaurants, and hotels, which only expanded development further as tourism brought in thousands of visitors every summer. The town of Lake Geneva flourished, its economy buoyed by the influx of wealth and the steady demand for goods and services. By the early 1900s, Lake Geneva had firmly established itself as a premier summer destination for the elite. The lake's allure has endured through the decades, with many of the historic mansions still standing as a testament to the area's gilded past. Today, visitors can stroll along the Geneva Lakeshore Path, where they can glimpse these grand estates, a reminder of the time when Lake Geneva was the retreat of choice for the Midwest's most affluent families. What did you think about these grand mansions? Did you have a favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to thank Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Make sure to check out the link in the video description to find out more about their upcoming tour. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Frank Sinatra wasn't just a voice, he was an icon, a legend whose life played out like one of his songs, filled with highs, lows, and unforgettable moments. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are visiting Twin Palms, the Palm Springs home of Frank Sinatra. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Frank Sinatra's life almost ended before it began. Born on a cold December day in 1915, Sinatra weighed a hefty 13.5 pounds and had to be delivered with forceps, which scarred his face and ear. Worse, he wasn't breathing. Declared stillborn by the doctor, he was set aside while his mother was tended to, but his grandmother wasn't giving up. She rushed the lifeless baby under cold water, and with a gasp, Sinatra's life started. A dramatic beginning that foreshadowed the resilience and grit that would define his journey through life. Raised in Hoboken, New Jersey, Sinatra was the only child of Italian immigrants. His mother Dolly was a powerful force in his life, a midwife with a tough edge and influence in local politics. Dolly believed fiercely in her son, though her love could be tough, sometimes too tough. Sinatra's daughter Nancy would later describe Dolly as both the source of his ambition and the iron will that pushed him to succeed. His father Marty, a former boxer turned fireman, was more distant, a quiet figure in the backdrop of young Frank's chaotic childhood. From a young age, Sinatra showed an interest in music. He idolized Bing Crosby and was drawn to the smooth, crooning style of the big band era. At just 15, he received a ukulele from his uncle, a small gift that became his gateway into performing at family gatherings. Though music was his passion, Sinatra wasn't an academic standout. In fact, he was expelled from high school after just 47 days for what his teachers described as general rowdiness. This rebellious streak, combined with his desire to escape the gritty streets of Hoboken, led him to pursue music with relentless determination. In the 1930s, Sinatra's first real break came when he joined a local group called the Three Flashes. He was invited in not because of his voice, but because he had something the others did not, a car. They renamed themselves the Hoboken Four, and in 1935, they won a popular radio talent show, earning a 6-month tour across the US. Though it wasn't exactly glamorous, Sinatra caught the performance bug. He spent the next few years scraping by, singing at local clubs and even working as a singing waiter at a roadhouse in New Jersey for $15 a week. Then came 1939, the year that changed everything. Sinatra, with his slick back hair and dreamy eyes, was spotted by bandleader Harry James. James, who had just left Benny Goodman's orchestra to start his own band, signed Sinatra for a contract for $75 a week. It was with James that Sinatra released his first commercial record, From the Bottom of My Heart, though it sold only a few thousand copies. Still, Sinatra's star was rising, and soon he caught the eye of another bandleader, Tommy Dorsey. In 1940, Sinatra made the leap from Harry James' band to the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra, and this was the turning point. Dorsey's orchestra was one of the most popular in the country, and Sinatra quickly became the band's star attraction. But more than the fame, it was Dorsey's influence that shaped Sinatra into the master vocalist he would become. Sinatra watched Dorsey's technique closely, particularly how the bandleader used breath control to play long, flowing phrases on his trombone. Frank adopted the same style in his singing, learning to take quick, deep breaths so that he could hold long, smooth notes without breaking the flow of the melody. By the early 1940s, Sinatra was ready to strike out on his own, but it wasn't going to be easy. He was bound to Dorsey by a contract that gave the bandleader a whopping 43% of Sinatra's future earnings. Legend has it that mobster William Moretti, a man with ties to Sinatra, persuaded Dorsey to release him from the contract with an offer he couldn't refuse. While the truth of the story remains murky, it adds to the mythos that followed Sinatra throughout his lifetime. Now free to launch his solo career, Sinatra quickly took the music world by storm. When he appeared at New York's Paramount Theater in 1942, the Bobby Soxers, young, squealing teenage girls, went wild. They fainted, screamed, and rushed the stage in a phenomena dubbed Sinatra Mania. At the time, the country was embroiled in World War II, and Sinatra's tender, vulnerable voice resonated with young women whose sweethearts were off fighting overseas. Songs like I'll Never Smile Again and Night and Day became instant hits. Sinatra wasn't just a singer, he was the voice of wartime romance, providing comfort and fantasy in a time of uncertainty. With his massive rise in popularity came great fortune, and with that fortune, he set out to build his dream house in Palm Springs, California. In 1947, fresh off signing a $1 million contract with MGM, Sinatra decided he needed a weekend escape from Hollywood's hustle. His destination, Palm Springs, where he had been lured by the stunning desert landscape. Sinatra commissioned architect E. Stewart Williams to design his new home, originally asking for a Georgian-style mansion, but after some convincing, Sinatra opted for a sleek, modern design better suited to the desert climate. The result was Twin Palms, a 4,500 square foot single-story masterpiece, completed with a piano-shaped pool and named after the two towering palm trees that framed the property. Ahead of its time, the architect laid out the interior to have an open floor plan so that the dining room and living area would be unseparated. In the living area, Sinatra had a state-of-the-art record player built into the house which could be concealed behind floor-to-ceiling cabinet doors. The negative space created by this built-in lent itself to a piano alcove where we can imagine Sinatra writing music or perhaps entertaining a very lucky group of friends. Before we move on to the dining area, I want to call out a few specific details, such as the bowed pilasters separating the mullions, and the way the ceiling continues beyond each implied space, not only unifying each area, but making it feel larger as well. The kitchen was also designed to be sleek, with state-of-the-art appliances hidden in plain view, matching the cabinets in color. Rounding the corner, we'll also find a breakfast room, and though it is minimalistic, this allows for the natural scenery to decorate the curtain wall instead of relying on wallpaper to provide visual interest. Let's head on into his bedroom, where the ceiling and floor are similarly colored, causing the space to feel exaggerated. It has sliding doors that open out onto the loggia, providing easy access to the pool. As the war ended and the 1940s drew to a close, so did Sinatra's seemingly unstoppable momentum. The early 1950s were a rough patch. His voice suffered from vocal cord hemorrhages, his personal life was a mess, and his audience began to dwindle. His marriage to his childhood sweetheart Nancy was unraveling as his notorious affair with screen siren Ava Gardner hit the tabloids. Worse yet, Columbia Records dropped him and his film career was faltering. By 1952, Sinatra's career was at rock bottom. He went from being a superstar to barely being able to fill small venues. Many thought the chairman was finished. But Frank Sinatra was never one to fade quietly. His comeback, like his birth, was nothing short of miraculous. In 1953, he secured a role in From Here to Eternity, not through Hollywood favor, but sheer persistence. He lobbied hard for the part of Angelo Maggio, a scrappy soldier with a tragic end. The role won him an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor and revived his career seemingly overnight. Sinatra, once counted out, was back on top. His acceptance speech was short and to the point, saying, "I am deeply thrilled and very moved." With his acting career revived, Sinatra returned to the recording studio, but this time with a new sense of purpose. Teaming up with the arranger Nelson Riddle, Sinatra crafted a series of concept albums that redefined popular music. Albums like In the Wee Small Hours and Songs for Swingin' Lovers showcased a voice that was now deeper, more resonant, and more emotionally complex. Sinatra had always been a crooner, but now he was an artist, telling stories with his music that captured the full range of human experience, from heartache and loss to swagger and triumph. And then came My Way. Released in 1969, the song became Sinatra's anthem, a defiant declaration of living life on one's own terms. The song seemed to encapsulate everything Sinatra stood for, a man who had faced countless obstacles, personal demons, and public scrutiny, but had come out on top by doing things his own way. Even as the years wore on and his voice grew older, Sinatra's appeal never faded. He continued to sell out shows well into the 1980s and 90s, his name synonymous with class, style, and a certain timeless cool. In 1998, when Frank Sinatra passed away, the world didn't just lose a singer, it lost an icon, a legend whose story was as dramatic, bold, and unforgettable as the man himself. In his own words, the best really was yet to come. What did you think about Frank Sinatra's Palm Springs house? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Harrison Williams and Mona Bismarck lived a life that seemed to leap straight from the pages of a dazzling novel. Their story is one of meteoric rise, lavish living, and reinvention, a tale filled with yachts, mansions, jewels, and the social sparkle of the jazz age. Yet behind the glitter was also a story of resilience, love, and navigating the highs and lows of extraordinary lives. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of America's richest couple in the 1930s. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Mona Strader was born in 1897 in Louisville, Kentucky, and her early years were far from gilded. Her parents divorced when she was 5, and she was raised by her paternal grandmother in an environment more practical than privileged. Even as a young girl, Mona stood out for her striking beauty, sharp wit, and an innate sense of poise. But she wasn't just a pretty face. Mona had an ability to navigate complex social landscapes and a relentless drive to create a better life for herself. Her first marriage, at the age of 20, was to Henry Schlesinger, a wealthy industrialist nearly 2 decades her senior. The match may have provided her a financial cushion, but it wasn't built to last. Mona made a bold and controversial decision when she divorced Schlesinger, giving him custody of their son in exchange for a trust fund that ensured her independence. At a time when women had limited opportunities outside of marriage, Mona's move was as audacious as it was pragmatic. It set a pattern for her life. She would not be defined by societal expectations. Her second marriage to James Irving Bush, famous for his dashing looks, was equally unfulfilling, but Mona refused to let personal setbacks diminish her. When that relationship ended, she moved to New York City where she opened a chic dress shop with a friend. It was during this time she met Harrison Williams, reputed to be the wealthiest man in America with a fortune built on public utilities. Harrison, like Mona, had come from humble means. He was originally from Ohio, where he had worked in a bicycle factory before moving to New York to become a carpet sweeper. With a little bit of savings and a lot of dumb luck, he struck it rich in his mid-30s after founding the American Gas and Electric Company, which had investors throwing money at him. By the 1920s, he had become the richest man in America, with a net worth nearly double that of the dwindling Vanderbilt fortune. For Harrison and Mona, it was love at first sight, and the couple married in 1926. They went on a year-long honeymoon aboard Harrison's Warrior, the largest private yacht in the world at the time. Their journey, which spanned the globe, was more than just a display of wealth, it was a showcase of Mona's growing confidence in her role as a tastemaker. She collected art and jewels, including a breathtaking 98.6-carat blue sapphire, but more importantly, she learned how to command attention and wield influence. Now at the very top of the social ladder, she was featured in Vogue magazine, had her portrait painted by Salvador Dali, and became known around the world for her looks and her ability to influence fashion. Notable designers such as Coco Chanel crafted gowns for her to wear in the hopes that she would be photographed with their brands visible to the American public. But it wasn't just her fashion that had the world captivated, it was her style. When the couple returned from their honeymoon, they began purchasing mansions in key cities all around the world, oftentimes in highly visible locations that demanded attention. The first mansion they purchased was the Willard T. Straight House along Manhattan's Fifth Avenue. It had originally been completed in 1915 and designed by famed architects Delano and Aldrich. Entering the mansion, you step into the rotunda with a dizzying, checkered marble floor below a coffered dome soaring overhead. Continuing through the doors, we find the dining room, clad in wall panels with a Georgian fireplace anchoring the room. Turning around, we'll pass through the rotunda once again to make our way over to the reception room. This is where we can imagine the couple's guest waiting for them before their live-in staff would announce their presence. We'll take one last trip into the rotunda to find the grand staircase peeking out from behind an archway and begin making our way up to the next level. Up here we find rich wood paneling with Japanese screens marking the entrance to the drawing room. For as lavish as their Manhattan mansion was, it would pale in comparison to their other estates. In Bayville, on Long Island, Harrison purchased Dunstable, the former estate of Winslow Shelby Pierce II. It had originally been designed as a country estate by Babcock and Willard and had been completed in 1903. After the couple's marriage, Mona hired Delano and Aldrich to completely reimagine the estate through a series of renovations and alterations. When it was all said and done, their country estate, renamed Oak Point, became a private leisure park with tennis courts, a pool, and a playhouse. To enter the property, you would pass through the gate, marked by dueling gatehouses. Then you would wind your way up the drive, finding gardens lined with statues and fountains. On our way to the house, we'll make a few stops to check out the amenities, starting with the pool house boasting a massive indoor pool. Similarly, the indoor tennis courts occupy their own building, with a glass roof soaring overhead to allow an ample natural sunlight. Over at their playhouse, we find a casual dining room and sitting room, not to mention plenty of guest rooms. Let's zoom out on the property to see how all this comes together, then make our way to the waterfront main house. We'll approach the front door, passing between statues of dogs as we make our way up the steps. Just to orient ourselves, we'll note that as we enter the mansion, we pass below a grand, bifurcated staircase to find the main hall. Now we can see the grand staircase rounding out to either side of the vestibule doors. Taking a step back, we can see how all of this comes together with floor-to-ceiling richwood wall paneling, Jacobean ceilings beyond the colonnade, and a domed ceiling soaring overhead with intricate hand stenciling. The dining room continued these themes, but what I haven't told you yet is that all these pictures are from before the renovations. The entrance hall was modernized along with several of the other rooms, including the library, which we can only imagine might have shared the same decorative themes as the main hall and dining room. While New York is where the couple spent most of their time, they also had a house down in Palm Beach. In 1930, they purchased Blythe Dunes, the former vacation home of Robert Dunn Douglas. Their house on North Ocean Boulevard had already been through several changes, being originally designed by H. Mundy and later altered by Marion Sims Wyeth, the same architect who designed Marjorie Merriweather Post's Mar-a-Lago. Entering the mansion, you would step into the rotunda where the grand staircase wraps up and around the cylindrical room. The dining room was considered the height of fashion at the time, with modernist influences and all-white textiles. The house contained large galleries flanked by windows overlooking the water, gardens, and pool. Each room was decorated with different themes, some of which boasted loud color palettes. Others were more refined, with flamboyant wall panels and elaborate plasterwork paired with marble fireplace surrounds. For a mansion that was only ever used a few weeks out of each year, it certainly met the couple's needs. As mentioned, most of their lavish lifestyle occurred in the 1930s, and even as the Great Depression wiped out much of Harrison's fortune, Mona adapted. While others might have crumbled under the weight of such loss, she remained a symbol of grace and resilience. The couple sold their yacht and some of their properties, living out of only 2 floors of their Manhattan mansion, but Mona never lost her poise. She hosted intimate gatherings and continued to use her position to champion the arts, fostering relationships with creatives and intellectuals that extended beyond mere socializing. After Harrison's death in 1953, Mona inherited $90 million, but she didn't retreat into widowhood. Instead, she embraced a new chapter, marrying Count Eddie von Bismarck, the grandson of the famed German chancellor. The union, though unconventional, was a partnership that allowed Mona to explore her passions further. She acquired a villa on the Isle of Capri, Il Fortino, where she cultivated magnificent gardens that became legendary. In her later years, Mona devoted herself to philanthropy. She established the Mona Bismarck Foundation, using her wealth to promote Franco-American cultural relations. Her Paris townhouse became a hub for art and culture, hosting exhibitions that showcased the very best of both nations. Mona's legacy as a patron of the arts ensured that her influence extended far beyond her lifetime. When she passed away in 1983, she left behind far more than jewels, art, or even real estate. She left a legacy of reinvention and empowerment. Mona was not simply the wife of one of the wealthiest men in American history, she was a woman who shaped her destiny and lived her best life. As far as the couple's many mansions, their Manhattan home continues to stand to this day. However, their Long Island country estate has since been demolished, as was their Palm Beach vacation home. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which house was your favorite, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know what you're thinking down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the heart of St. Louis, Missouri, a grand experiment in public housing rose to the sky in the 1950s, hailed as a solution to the city's deep-seated housing problems. The Pruitt-Igoe housing complex, designed by modernist architect Minoru Yamasaki, initially symbolized a new era in urban living. It was meant to replace the slums with something fresh, efficient, and clean, a place where families could flourish. But in less than 2 decades, it devolved into a symbol of failure. Its decline was so dramatic that its implosion was broadcast live in 1972, an event many have referred to as the moment modern architecture died. This is the story of Pruitt-Igoe, the housing complex that became the worst housing disaster in US history. But beyond the crumbling walls, broken elevators, and growing piles of trash, there were people, residents who lived in its high-rise towers, raised families, and struggled against overwhelming forces. Hi everyone, Ken here. Welcome to This House. In the mid-20th century, cities across the United States faced a major housing crisis. World War II had ended, and urban centers like St. Louis were grappling with overcrowding, poverty, and deteriorating infrastructure. Tenement housing was a breeding ground for disease, crime, and hopelessness. City leaders needed a solution, and they found it in public housing, a federally funded effort to provide clean, modern homes to low-income families. The Housing Act of 1949 empowered cities to clear slums and build new, government-subsidized housing. St. Louis seized the opportunity, and the Pruitt-Igoe complex was born. Named after African-American war hero Wendell O. Pruitt and white Congressman William L. Igoe, the project was initially designed as a segregated complex with one half for black residents and the other half for white residents. However, following the Supreme Court's 1954 decision in Brown v. the Board of Education, the complex was integrated before it officially opened. Pruitt-Igoe consisted of 33 11-story high-rise buildings spread across 57 acres. At its peak, it housed more than 10,000 people in over 2,800 apartments. The buildings were designed with sleek, modernist lines, large open spaces, and communal galleries meant to foster social interaction among residents. Yamasaki's design incorporated skip-stop elevators that only stopped on certain floors, forcing residents to use staircases to reach their apartments. The communal galleries were envisioned as a vibrant social space where children could play and neighbors could gather. The building's placement was meant to allow for plenty of natural light and fresh air, in sharp contrast to the dark, overcrowded slums they replaced. At the time, the design was celebrated. The sleek, modernist style reflected the optimism of the era, a belief that architecture could change society, uplift the poor, and create better communities. When the first tenants moved into Pruitt-Igoe in 1954, many were excited. For families who had lived in dilapidated tenements, these apartments were a dream. Though the apartments were small, they were new, clean, and efficient. Kitchens gleamed with modern appliances, and windows framed views of a hopeful future. Ruby Russell, an early resident, called her apartment on the 11th floor a poor man's penthouse. Other residents spoke of the green spaces, the community, and the promise of something better. Families took pride in their homes, cleaning the stairwells, waxing the floors, and planting flowers around the buildings. For a time, it seemed like Pruitt-Igoe might be the answer to St. Louis's housing woes, but cracks began to show soon after the complex opened. The first warning sign was financial. The maintenance of Pruitt-Igoe was supposed to be funded by the tenants' rent, but many of the residents were low income, and when vacancy rates began to rise, there wasn't enough money to keep up with repairs. The skip-stop elevators, designed to reduce congestion, instead became crime hotspots. Stairwells were often dark and isolated, making them dangerous for residents. The communal galleries, intended as social spaces, were soon taken over by gangs, and vandalism became rampant as the buildings started to feel more like traps than homes. As the complex fell into disrepair, the city's ability to manage it faltered. The St. Louis Housing Authority, which was responsible for the upkeep of the building, was stretched thin and unable to provide adequate maintenance. Elevators broke down, heating systems malfunctioned, and garbage piled up in the hallways. The communal areas, once envisioned as gathering places, became hazardous zones where residents feared to walk. Crime became rampant. Muggings, burglaries, and assaults were commonplace. The towering high-rises, once symbols of hope, became breeding grounds for violence. Families who could afford to move left Pruitt-Igoe, leaving behind those with no other options. But for the families who remained, life at Pruitt-Igoe was harsh. Single mothers were forced to raise their children in an environment of fear and neglect. The quote-unquote man-in-the-house rule, which barred families from receiving welfare benefits if an adult male lived in the home, forced many fathers to leave, further destabilizing families. Children grew up amid the decay with little hope for the future. They played in hallways littered with garbage and broken glass. Residents frequently complained that maintenance requests were ignored for months, if not years. Some of the buildings were so poorly maintained that in the winter of 1970, a burst sewer pipe flooded the hallways with raw sewage which froze to people's beds and clothes, slowly thawing out and leaving their belongings destroyed. Teenagers formed gangs for protection, and violence became a way of life. For many residents, walking into their apartment felt like running a gauntlet of danger. The utopian dream that was Pruitt-Igoe had turned into a nightmare of crumbling infrastructure, rampant crime, and hopelessness. The failure of Pruitt-Igoe was not just a failure of architecture, it was a failure of policy, planning, and politics. The city of St. Louis, like many American cities in the post-war era, was losing its population to the suburbs. By the 1960s, the city had already lost nearly a third of its population. Jobs, particularly manufacturing jobs, were disappearing, and so were the middle-class families that once supported the urban economy. The vacancy rates at Pruitt-Igoe skyrocketed. By the late 1960s, more than two-thirds of the apartments were empty, and the tenants who remained were some of the poorest in the city. And with no funding to repair the decaying buildings, conditions spiraled out of control. The design itself, while initially praised, was not suited to the social and economic realities of the residents. The high-rise towers isolated people, while the communal spaces created opportunities for crime rather than community. The decision to cut landscaping and other features to save money only exacerbated the sense of desolation, leaving the buildings surrounded by dirt with wind blowing staggering amounts of dust into people's homes. Additionally, racial segregation played a significant role in the complex's downfall. While Pruitt-Igoe was legally integrated, white flight and discriminatory housing policies ensured that the majority of residents were African American. The complex became an economic and racial ghetto, and the city of St. Louis, already struggling, was ill-equipped to manage the needs of its poorest residents. By 1971, the situation at Pruitt-Igoe had become so dire that the federal government decided to demolish the buildings. The first building was brought down in March of 1972, and the implosion was broadcast live on television. Over the next 4 years, the remaining buildings were torn down, and by 1976, Pruitt-Igoe was gone. The televised demolition became an iconic moment in American history, a symbol of the failure of modernist ideals and the limitations of public housing. Critics like Charles Jenks declared that the day modern architecture died. But the collapse of Pruitt-Igoe was not just an architectural failure, it was a social disaster that laid bare the deep inequalities in American society. The residents of Pruitt-Igoe were abandoned, their hopes for a better life shattered by bureaucratic indifference and systematic segregation. Today, the site where Pruitt-Igoe once stood remains largely undeveloped, a barren reminder of a failed experiment. Over the years, various plans have been proposed for the site, but none have come to fruition quite yet. Trees and overgrown grass now cover the land where families once lived, played, and struggled. Pruitt-Igoe's story is a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of top-down planning and the limits of architecture in solving complex social problems. But it is also a story of the people who lived there, who tried to make a life for themselves despite the overwhelming odds. In the end, the true tragedy of Pruitt-Igoe was not its demolition, but the lost potential of a community that was never given the support it needed to succeed. What are your thoughts on Pruitt-Igoe? Do you think a housing complex like this could work with the right policy in place? Or is it best to learn from history and not repeat this mistake? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. And while you're there, hit that subscribe button so you never miss an interesting episode of This House. In the golden age of silent cinema, where the world was introduced to a new form of entertainment, one man stood out as a pioneer, a visionary, and an unparalleled master of comedic timing. This man was Harold Lloyd. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering Green Acres in Beverly Hills, California. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Harold Lloyd's story begins in 1893 when he was born to a working-class family in Burchard, Nebraska. His childhood, however, was far from ordinary. Even as a young boy, Lloyd was fascinated by the world of theater, often experimenting with makeup to create different characters, a foreshadowing of the many faces he would later present to the world. In 1910, when Harold was just 17, his life took a dramatic turn. After a series of failed business ventures, his parents divorced and Lloyd relocated with his father to San Diego, California. This move was the catalyst that set him on the path to stardom. In San Diego, Harold attended high school, but his heart was already set on the stage. He joined various repertory companies, honing his craft and developing a love for performance that would shape his future career. Lloyd's big break came when he decided to try his luck in Hollywood, the burgeoning heart of the film industry. He began working with Thomas Edison's motion picture company, and his first role was as a background character in The Old Monk's Tale. It was a modest start, but it opened the door to the world of film. In Los Angeles, Harold's persistence and ingenuity soon paid off. Unable to gain entry into the Universal Studio, he disguised himself with makeup and slipped past the gatekeepers, a move as clever as any of his later on-screen antics. This resourcefulness caught the attention of Hal Roach, a young filmmaker with whom Lloyd would form a lifelong friendship, leading to innumerable collaborations. Together, Lloyd and Roach created the character Lonesome Luke, a comic figure inspired by the immense popularity of Charlie Chaplin's Tramp. Lonesome Luke was a man of exaggerated features, loud clothes, a false mustache, and an air of absurdity. Though successful, Lloyd felt constrained by the character, realizing that to truly leave a mark on the world, he needed to create something new. Something that wasn't a copy of another successful star, something that was uniquely his. In 1917, he took a bold step that would define his career. He shed the outlandish persona of Lonesome Luke and introduced a new character that was far more relatable, a bespectacled young man simply known as Harold, who was just like the boy next door. This character, with his trademark horn-rimmed glasses, was an everyman, a figure of optimism and determination, who faced life's challenges with a mix of bravery and naivety. The glasses were more than just a prop, they were a symbol of the character's humanity and approachability. Lloyd later reflected, and quote, "When I adopted the glasses, it more or less put me in a different category because I became a human being. He was a kid that you would meet next door, across the street, but at the same time, I could still do all the crazy things that we did before, but you believed them. They were natural, and the romance could be believable." With this new persona, Lloyd quickly rose to fame. His films were a blend of comedy, romance, and adventure, often featuring thrill sequences that left audiences on the edges of their seats. Perhaps the most iconic of these is the scene in Safety Last, where Lloyd hangs precariously from the hands of a clock high above a busy city street. This image has since become one of the most enduring in cinematic history. Fun antics aside, Lloyd's career was not without its perils. On August 24th of 1919, while posing for a promotional photograph, a tragic accident nearly ended his life. Mistaking a live explosive for a prop, Lloyd lit the fuse, resulting in an explosion that severely injured his right hand. He lost his thumb and index finger, and his face was badly burned. For a moment, the world held its breath, fearing that the rising star's career had been extinguished. But Lloyd's indomitable spirit would not be so easily defeated. After all, he had made it out of a small town in Nebraska to the silver screen. He never let the public see his pain or struggle, concealing his injuries with a special prosthetic glove that was nearly undetectable on screen. This accident only seemed to fuel his determination, and he returned to filmmaking with renewed vigor, creating some of the most memorable work in the years that followed. The 1920s were a golden era for him. With hits like Grandma's Boy, The Freshman, and Speedy, he became one of the highest paid actors in Hollywood, earning both critical acclaim and a vast fortune. The story of Green Acres begins in 1923 when Harold Lloyd, at the height of his fame, purchased a parcel of land that had long belonged to the Benedict family. This land, nestled in the heart of Beverly Hills, was to be the canvas on which Lloyd would paint his masterpiece. He wasn't interested in mere luxury. Lloyd sought to create a world unto himself where every corner of the property would offer something magical. To bring his vision to life, Lloyd enlisted the talents of architects Summer Spalding and Walter Weber. Together they designed a 44-room mansion that would blend the grandeur of French and Italian Renaissance styles with the warmth and charm of a Hollywood star's home. Construction began in 1927, and by 1928, Green Acres had risen from the earth as a 45,000 square foot testament to Lloyd's larger-than-life persona. But it was the grounds of Green Acres that truly set it apart. Harold Lloyd was not content with simply having a mansion. He wanted his estate to be a living, breathing fairy tale. He collaborated with landscape architect A.E. Hansen, who transformed the 15-acre property into a botanical wonderland. The result was a series of themed gardens that seemed to transport visitors to different worlds, each more magical than the last. Imagine strolling through a tropical forest only to find yourself suddenly in a formal rose garden, the air thick with the scent of blooming flowers. Turn a corner and you might stumble upon a sunken garden, its lush greenery hiding you from the outside world. A cascading waterfall fed a 900-foot-long canoe stream where you could paddle your way through the estate as if in a dream. Lloyd's love for sports and entertainment was evident throughout the property. A 9-hole golf course meandered across the grounds, providing both a challenge and a picturesque view. The estate also boasted tennis courts, an outdoor bowling green, and even regulation-sized handball court, perfect for a star who was as passionate about physical activity as he was about making people laugh. For as spectacular as this estate is already, we haven't even set foot inside. We'll enter the home below the grand staircase, stepping up into the double-height entry hall marked by a fireplace at the far end of the room. In the dining room, we can imagine the who's who of Hollywood gathering to share meals in understated elegance. And holidays in this mansion were fabled for being completely over the top, in exactly the way you might expect his larger-than-life persona to celebrate. Meandering about the mansion, we'll find long hallways tastefully decorated with antique tapestries and artwork by the old masters. His living room was finished out with half-height wood paneling and a massive floor-to-ceiling fireplace flanked by diamond-paned windows. The music room became a hub for private performances, as musical artists tinkered at the piano between cocktails. Life at Green Acres was good, but the good times couldn't last forever. As the 1920s gave way to the 1930s, Lloyd faced a new challenge, the advent of sound and cinema. While many silent film stars struggled to adapt, Lloyd embraced the change. He remade his 1929 film, Welcome Danger, as a talkie, and the result was a financial success, proving that Lloyd's charm transcended the limitations of silent film. However, the transition to sound marked the beginning of a slow decline in his career. The Great Depression altered the landscape of American cinema, and Lloyd's optimistic, go-getter persona seemed increasingly out of touch with the audience grappling with economic hardship. His films became less frequent, and by the late 1930s, Lloyd had largely stepped away from the screen. Though his film career had waned, Harold Lloyd's life was far from over. He redirected his energy into other passions, including photography. He was also deeply involved in charitable work, particularly with the Shriners Hospital, a cause close to his heart after overcoming his own serious injuries. He passed away in 1971 at the age of 77, but his legacy was far from forgotten. In the years that followed his death, there was a renewed interest in his work, spurred on by documentaries, retrospectives, and the release of his films on television and home video. Today, Harold Lloyd is celebrated as one of the greatest comedians of the silent film era, right alongside Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton. As for Green Acres, while the once vast lands have been subdivided to an extent, the mansion, along with several key elements of its grounds, continues to stand to this day as a private residence. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts, whether it's about his career or his estate. Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Lustron houses were made from porcelain enameled steel panels and sold as prefabricated kits during the post-World War II era as a visionary response to a nationwide housing shortage. Yet their window of popularity was surprisingly brief, roughly from the late 1940s into the early 1950s. A passerby today might find them intriguing, or perhaps mistake them for a simple ranch house at first glance, but behind this unusual exterior is a story of one ambitious enterprise that sought to revolutionize American construction. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Although industrialized building methods date back to the 19th century, and prefabrication have been used for everything from kit bungalows to Sears modern homes, it's enough to recognize that Lustron was different. Rather than employing wood framing or even typical metal studs, Lustron houses featured an entirely steel chassis, walls, roof, and even interior built-ins coated with a durable porcelain enamel. These unconventional dwellings echo the dreams of post-war America: mass production, rapid assembly, and a promise of modern living at a modest price. But the reality of executing such a grand plan would prove challenging in unforeseen ways. The mastermind behind the Lustron concept was Carl G. Strandland, a Swedish-born inventor and entrepreneur. He was not an architect by trade, though he did collaborate with design professionals of the era. Strandland's true expertise lay in metal fabrication, particularly the process of bonding porcelain enamel to steel. During the war, he had worked on pressing steel panels for aircraft and military equipment. After 1945, recognizing the severe housing shortage afflicting returning GIs and their families, Strandland seized upon the idea of producing homes in a factory-like setting, then shipping them nationwide for rapid assembly on site. He believed the process could be faster, cheaper, and more durable than standard wood frame construction. In 1947, Strandland secured funding from the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, a government entity set up to spur business in the aftermath of the Depression and wartime austerity. The Lustron Corporation took over a massive former aircraft factory in Columbus, Ohio. By harnessing assembly line efficiencies, Strandland envisioned churning out up to 100 houses per day. Each house would arrive on a truck, packed flat with thousands of numbered steel panels, ready for local contractors to bolt together in weeks or even days. The slogan was that a Lustron house could be quote-unquote built like an automobile, and since new cars symbolize post-war prosperity, the analogy certainly caught the public's imagination. But marketing aside, the practicalities of living in an all-steel house were novel. Inside, ceilings, walls, and built-in cabinetry all featured the same baked-on enamel finish, typically in soft pastels: surf blue, dove gray, desert tan, maize yellow, evoking the popular choices of 1950s kitchens and appliances. The roof was also steel, designed to shed water efficiently and last for decades. Interiors were pretty modern for their time, often including radiant heat in the ceiling panels, a space-saving combination clothes and dishwasher, and sleek built-in shelves and closets. Lustron's marketing materials boasted that homeowners could simply wipe down the metal panels, alleviating the need for painting or wallpapering. One basic claim, the porcelain enamel was nearly indestructible, resistant to fading, rust, or even hail. Lustron executives argued that maintenance costs would be minimal as there was no wood siding to rot nor shingles to replace. Plus, a well-insulated steel panel system could in theory keep heating and cooling costs competitive with traditional homes, although real-world performance varied. While the idea of a mass-produced steel house felt futuristic, Lustron still faced significant hurdles. There were the complexities of financing. Banks were hesitant to offer mortgages for a type of construction that didn't fit conventional categories. Zoning codes in many towns were written around wood frame or masonry standards, leaving Lustron's metal approach in a gray area. Additionally, building inspectors unfamiliar with steel kit homes often required special approvals or modifications. And though Strandland dreamed of simplifying assembly, the houses comprised thousands of parts that had to be painstakingly fit together on site by contractors who were at first unaccustomed to working with enamel steel panels instead of 2x4s. Nevertheless, enthusiasm for Lustron houses soared in the late 1940s. Hundreds of franchise dealers sprang up in suburban areas, hoping to catch the wave of post-war prosperity. Veterans could often put little or no money down, and the glossy marketing brochures pictured happy nuclear families enjoying the newest and modern convenience. Several models were offered, with the 2-bedroom Westchester Deluxe being the most famous. There was also the Newport and the Meadowbrook, each sporting variations in floor plans, though all shared the signature metal construction and interior design details. Signs of trouble, however, began to surface almost as soon as production ramped up. Achieving the ambitious goal of 100 houses a day proved elusive, as manufacturing steel panels required precision tooling, and supply chain interruptions caused delays. Government funding came with strings attached, forcing Lustron to meet targets that proved unrealistic. Cost overruns mounted. Meanwhile, the housing market itself was evolving. Competition from more conventional builders accelerated, with Levitt & Sons, for instance, pioneering large-scale tract developments using wood frames at competitive pricing. Lustron's futuristic approach may have captured headlines, but in practice, a typical Lustron cost as much, if not more, than a comparable wood frame home. By 1950, the Lustron Corporation was insolvent. The Reconstruction Finance Corporation, tired of cost overruns and misproduction quotas, called in its loans. Strandland's grand dreams ended in receivership, the Columbus plant shuttered, and only about 2,500 Lustron homes were ever produced, far fewer than the tens of thousands originally envisioned. It was a spectacular rise and fall for what had been hailed in glossy magazines as the house of the future. All told, surviving Lustron houses often exude a certain quiet charm. At first glance, one might confuse them for any mid-century ranch, but on closer inspection, the rigid metal roof and distinctive rectangular wall panels stand out. The interior, with crisp corners and built-ins that seem more like furniture than walls, suggests a carefully orchestrated design meant to blend functionality with aesthetic neatness. Then we come to the question, why didn't Lustron houses become a lasting mainstream style? The answer, as with many architectural experiments, involves a tangle of economics, politics, and plain old practicality. While Strandland insisted that factory production would lead to lower cost, the reality of shipping, financing, and on-site labor eroded much of the potential savings. Furthermore, not all buyers were enthralled with the idea of an all-steel dwelling. Wood was familiar, warm, and backed by centuries of building tradition. Early 1950s America was also discovering more flexible suburban designs, replete with colonial revival touches, attached garages, and open yards. The steel boxiness of Illustron, while undeniably modern, didn't mesh with the mainstream suburban aesthetics or local building codes. Beyond the financial meltdown of the company, there were cultural factors at play. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, Americans craved normalcy after the disruptions of war. While certain avant-garde architects championed experimental materials and minimalist lines, the mass market gravitated toward more traditional comforts. Prefabrication soon found other avenues, such as mobile homes and modular units, which were cheaper and easier to transport. Lustron's elegantly enameled steel panels, ironically, proved too sophisticated and costly for widespread adoption. As with many architectural what-ifs, the Lustron legacy remains a fascinating study in innovation that almost took hold. Enthusiasts still drive out of their way to glimpse a pristine example, marveling at the glossy surfaces and the notion that a simple wipe down with a cloth might be all the maintenance it needs. Preservation movements have singled out Lustron homes as important cultural artifacts, symbolic of a rare era in which optimism about mass production and new materials coincided with a desperate need for affordable housing. Looking back, one wonders how suburban landscapes might look if the Lustron experiment had succeeded. Would rows of enameled steel houses line our streets, offering a consistent, virtually maintenance-free exterior? Would we have advanced further into modular construction decades earlier, or would the homes still look out of place alongside the more traditional ranches, Cape Cods, and split levels that now define post-war America? The fact that only 2,500 or so units were completed leaves plenty of room for speculation. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on Lustron houses down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. It might seem hard to believe, but at one time, Los Angeles looked like this, a small town with plenty of space to expand. As the decades rolled on and the city continued to prosper, mansions were built in enclaves from Bunker Hill to Hollywood and within easy reach of modern-day Wilshire Boulevard. But what happened? Why don't we see these grand, Victorian-era mansions around the city, and how did a suburban neighborhood become the epicenter of modern-day Los Angeles? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the lost mansions of Los Angeles. Hit the subscribe button and let's explore this house. This episode is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. To fully understand what happened, we need to go back to the beginning for a little bit of context. The story of Los Angeles starts in 1781, when 44 Spanish settlers established a permanent settlement in what is now downtown Los Angeles. These settlers founded El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Angeles, or the town of Our Lady the Queen of the Angels, which was later shortened to Los Angeles. Though small, the pueblo was strategically located along the Los Angeles River, providing essential resources for its inhabitants. For decades, Los Angeles remained a modest, agricultural town, but its significance began to rise following Mexico's independence from Spain in 1821. The Mexican government secularized the missions, leading to increased land availability and attracting new settlers to the region. However, it wasn't until the American conquest in 1847, amid the larger context of the Mexican-American War, that Los Angeles would truly begin its journey towards becoming a major city. The mid-19th century marked a turning point for Los Angeles. Following the U.S. acquisition of California, the city's growth was spurred by several key developments. In 1867, the majority of Bunker Hill was purchased by two real estate developers who intended to build 80 luxury homes on the site. They created roads and brought running water to the planned community, both of which were considered luxuries at the time. The Bradbury Mansion, which once stood at the corner of Court and Hill Streets, was among the grandest residences ever built in the neighborhood. This towering Queen Anne was the home of Louis L. Bradbury, who had made his money investing in mines. But the most fabled mansion in the neighborhood belonged to Margaret Crocker, whose late husband Edwin had been a California Supreme Court justice. She was related by marriage to Charles Crocker, one of the Big Four, who brought railroads to the area and amassed a fortune in doing so. The arrival of the Southern Pacific Railroad in 1876 connected Los Angeles to the rest of the country, making it a vital hub for trade and travel. This connection was further bolstered by the completion of the Santa Fe Railroad in 1885, which brought an influx of settlers and speculators eager to capitalize on the region's potential. The discovery of oil in the Los Angeles area in 1892 catapulted the city into the spotlight. By the early 20th century, Los Angeles was producing a significant portion of the world's oil, fueling both its economy and its expansion. The city's population exploded, growing from just over 11,000 residents in 1880 to more than 100,000 by 1900. This rapid growth necessitated the development of infrastructure and housing, creating more opportunities for wealth and leading to the construction of some truly incredible mansions. Before we explore the mansions from this period, a quick word from today's sponsor, Victorian Society in America. Are you obsessed with historic architecture? Have you ever wanted to go beyond reading and learning to actually experiencing historically and architecturally significant sites? With the Victorian Society in America, you can travel to American cities and tour exceptional 19th century buildings. Join the Victorian Society in America this October for an educational tour in St. Louis, Missouri. The itinerary is packed with exciting visits to key architectural sites, landscapes, and artistic gems in and around the greater St. Louis area. Click the link in the video description to visit victoriansociety.org and register today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. As the 20th century dawned, Los Angeles continued to grow, bolstered by its burgeoning industries. The city became a center for agriculture, manufacturing, and most famously, the motion picture industry. Hollywood, originally a small community, was annexed by Los Angeles in 1910, and by the 1920s, it was the global epicenter of film production. In the early 1900s, the DeLongpre Mansion stood as a beacon of artistic beauty in what was then a quiet, blooming Hollywood. Built by French artist Paul DeLongpre, the mansion was more than just a residence, it was a reflection of his deep love for flowers and art. Nestled on 3 acres of land on Cahuenga Boulevard, the Mission-style estate quickly became one of Los Angeles' first tourist attractions. DeLongpre, a celebrated painter known for his vibrant floral works, moved to Los Angeles in 1899, seeking the year-round bloom that the city offered. His mansion, surrounded by meticulously designed gardens, became a cultural landmark, drawing visitors from near and far who came to admire both the architecture and the artist's stunning paintings. The estate's popularity soared, and it was often featured on postcards that spread its fame nationwide. However, alongside the rise of Hollywood, another phenomenon was taking shape, one that would come to symbolize both the grandeur and the transience of wealth in Los Angeles, the construction of grand mansions along what is now modern-day Wilshire Boulevard. During the early 20th century, Wilshire Boulevard was lined with some of the most opulent homes in the city. These mansions, built by the era's wealthiest individuals, were architectural masterpieces, showcasing styles ranging from the Beaux-Arts to Spanish Revival. The boulevard became synonymous with luxury, a place where the city's elite could display their wealth and status. And at the very end of Wilshire, spread out over the sands of Santa Monica Beach, was one of the largest mansions. Ocean House was built by media mogul William Randolph Hearst for his mistress, Marion Davies, who was one of Hollywood's first superstars. This 110-room mansion was built with every amenity imaginable and designed to be operated by a small army of servants. She frequently hosted massive parties with hundreds of guests, sometimes more, and had plenty of room for everyone to spread out. As Los Angeles entered its jazz age, Ocean House became the social hub for the who's who of Hollywood, becoming a grand production in and of itself. During one of its legendary parties, Hearst rented a carousel from Warner Brothers, but when it arrived, it wouldn't fit through the house. Instead of turning it away, Hearst instructed that walls be demolished and rebuilt to make it fit, having all of the work redone once again after the party had ended. While this was perhaps one of the most outrageous examples of how the ultra-wealthy lived in LA, similar stories echoed as the decades rolled on. Yet as the city continued to expand, the fate of these grand homes began to change. The development pressures of a growing metropolis meant that many of these estates were gradually demolished to make way for commercial buildings and high-rise apartments. Bunker Hill became the center of downtown Los Angeles, with houses quickly being replaced by commercial buildings and then skyscrapers. Though some of the best, including the Bradbury Mansion, were demolished to make way for the Angels' flight. Hollywood filled up, pushing the wealthy residents westward into Bel Air and Beverly Hills as grand estates were subdivided for neighborhoods. And Wilshire became a main vein of wealth running through the city, lined with tall commercial buildings all the way to the beach to beyond Hollywood. Today, only a few remnants of this once glorious time period in Los Angeles can be found, hidden among the modern structures that dominate the landscape. From its origins as a small pueblo to its rise as a global city, Los Angeles has consistently reinvented itself. The Lost Mansions of Los Angeles are a testament to this change, a reminder of the city's past grandeur and the relentless drive for progress that defines its future. As Los Angeles continues to grow and evolve, its history remains not only in photos, but in the shadows of skyscrapers. But I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts? Did anything about this video stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Check out their link in the video description to see upcoming tours. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. With billions of burgers sold, have you ever wondered how the founders of McDonald's lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering not only the mansions, but the controversial story behind the world's largest fast food chain. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story of McDonald's humbly begins in Manchester, New Hampshire, where brothers Richard and Maurice McDonald were born to Irish immigrants. They grew up in poverty, having to spend their childhoods working for whatever money they could contribute to their family. In search of a better life, the brothers moved to California in the 1920s, chasing the American dream. After dabbling in Hollywood and running a small movie theater, they turned to the burgeoning drive-in restaurant business, opening their first stand near the Monrovia Airport in 1937. This initial venture offered hot dogs, the perfect fare for racetrack crowds, but the brothers had bigger aspirations, and in 1940 they relocated to San Bernardino, a working-class town, and opened McDonald's Barbecue. The drive-in restaurant featured car hops, an extensive menu, and a thriving crowd of teenagers hanging out at all hours, and families stopping by for quick meals. Still, the brothers weren't satisfied. They recognized the inefficiencies of their operation and saw potential for something revolutionary. In 1948, the McDonald brothers shuttered their successful restaurant, not to retire, but to reinvent. They slashed the menu to focus on their top sellers, hamburgers, fries, and milkshakes. The car hops were replaced with self-service windows, and the kitchen was overhauled into choreographed assembly lines they called the Speedy Service System. Every step was engineered for speed and consistency. Customers could order a meal for 15 cents and receive it within minutes. At first, the changes puzzled their local patrons, but soon a new clientele emerged. Working-class families drawn to the low prices, fast service, and dependable quality. By the early 1950s, word of the McDonald brothers' efficiency had spread, and other entrepreneurs flocked to their San Bernardino location to learn their methods. Among these admirers was Ray Kroc, a traveling milkshake mixer salesman who noticed the brothers had purchased an unusually large number of multi-mixers. Intrigued, he visited their restaurant in 1954 and was astounded by what he saw, a bustling operation serving hundreds of satisfied customers with lightning speed. Kroc recognized potential on a scale the brothers hadn't even considered. Now, Kroc could not have come from a more opposite background. He grew up in an upper-middle-class family from the always fashionable suburb of Chicago, Oak Park, Illinois. He was able to attend good schools and get a head start on life, a privilege the McDonald brothers had never known. Kroc persuaded them to let him franchise their system, promising to handle all the work while they enjoyed their quiet success. In 1955, Kroc opened the first McDonald's franchise in Des Plaines, Illinois, under a new company he founded, McDonald's Systems Incorporated. He aggressively expanded the brand, introducing standardized menus, training programs, and stringent quality controls. Meanwhile, Richard and Maurice remained content running their original location and enjoying the fruits of their labor. But Kroc had bigger dreams and growing frustrations. The brothers resisted Kroc's push for rapid expansion, preferring to keep their operations small and manageable with their existing 20 locations. In 1961, Kroc offered to buy them out for $2.7 million, enough to give each brother $1 million after taxes, the modern equivalent of over $10 million apiece. The brothers agreed and set about enjoying their lives. Growing up poor, they spent their childhoods working and never really had a chance to just relax. Richard moved back to Bedford, purchasing a modest house at the end of a cul-de-sac where he could live out the rest of his life privately without worrying about money. Maurice stayed in San Bernardino and the house that he and his brother had built back in the 1930s. He also purchased a house out in Palm Springs. Once again, just to further contrast the McDonald brothers and Kroc, Kroc already had a house in Palm Springs, and there was nowhere for him to go but up. The house was over 5,000 square feet and had a huge swimming pool. The interior was about as fashionable as you could get for the time period and filled with expensive furniture and artwork. But what the McDonald brothers considered their dream house, Kroc considered his launching point. He sold the home to Elvis Presley in 1970 with plans to move on to something much larger. Before we move on to Kroc's mega mansion, there are some lingering tensions that need to be addressed. Kroc did not acquire the original San Bernardino McDonald's location, which the brothers renamed the Big M. In a move emblematic of his ruthless business tactics, Kroc opened a competing McDonald's nearby, ultimately driving the Big M out of business. Under Kroc's leadership, McDonald's transformed into a global empire. By the time of his passing in 1984, there were over 7,500 locations in 31 countries, serving billions of hamburgers and generating billions in revenue. Yet the McDonald's brothers' contributions were largely overshadowed by Kroc's relentless branding of himself as the sole visionary behind the Golden Arches. Journalists even interviewed Richard after he was accused of falsely claiming he had founded McDonald's with his brother, after Kroc credited himself for building the brand from the ground up in Des Plaines. Of course, his projected reality was not history, and his misguided ego led to some very credible authors and journalists echoing his claims. With that cleared up, let's head over to Santa Ynez, California to explore Jane Dart Double Arch Ranch. In 1966, Kroc purchased the 554-acre estate and immediately set about transforming it into his own pleasure park. Several lakes were planned to dot the gently rolling landscape, as well as putting greens, tennis courts, and pools. After the nearly 17,000 square foot main lodge was completed, he never stopped expanding, adding on to the property and constructing outbuildings and guest quarters until he had a total of 52 bedrooms and over 50 bathrooms. If you wanted to do business with Kroc, you came to him. He hosted corporate retreats for his executives where he had plenty of room to house and entertain them all. Whether it was through team-building exercises involving riding horses down to the stables or taking canoes out onto the lakes, he wanted to foster a culture of connection with those below him in the company. While we could spend weeks exploring the grounds, I think it's about time we make our way over to the main lodge. Designed by architect Glenn Marshbanks Jr., the main lodge contains 25 suites. Swinging open its double doors, we arrive in the entrance hall clad in wood paneling on one side with rusticated stone on the other. This opens into the 3,000 square foot family room, which is dominated by a floor-to-ceiling fireplace. Set in alcoves off the space, we find the billiards room and a bar sitting adjacent to each other. Let's turn around and make our way further into the house to find the dining room. The dining room once again boasts exposed beams running along the vaulted ceiling and was designed to hold 100 guests. Just beyond the dining room is the kitchen, where the Egg McMuffin was reportedly invented. In one of the nearby buildings is a theater room which can hold over 60 people for a screening. And a bit further away on the property is the Roundhouse, which originally was designed to serve as a medical library. Kroc's brother was a medical researcher who used the space to hold his extensive book collection and conduct groundbreaking research into conditions such as arthritis and diabetes. Though in the true fashion of the 1970s, when the Roundhouse was built, it came complete with a central sunken seating area around the fireplace. Following the Kroc's passing, the house changed hands and is now known as the Circle K Ranch, which, at the time of me making this video, is currently on the market for $25 million. Despite the history of how J&R Double Arch Ranch came to be, the legacy of McDonald's is undeniable. The brothers' revolutionary assembly line kitchen and Kroc's franchising prowess together reshaped not only the fast food industry, but also global dining habits. It's a story that, like the burgers themselves, has become a quintessential portion of Americana. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on this video, the story, and the house down below in the comment section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Are homes today being built with planned obsolescence in mind? In the past, homes were built to last for generations. They were crafted from durable materials like stone, brick, and solid wood, often by artisans who took immense pride in their work. These homes were designed not to just shelter their inhabitants, but to withstand the elements, to age gracefully, and to tell a story. Today, however, the notion of a home as a long-term investment in quality and legacy has been replaced by more transient philosophy. Many modern homes, while aesthetically pleasing and seemingly practical, are at their core disposable. It begs the question, has planned obsolescence, the hallmark of consumer goods, crept into the home building industry? The answer, unfortunately, appears to be yes. Planned obsolescence, the practice of designing products with an intentionally limited lifespan, has long been criticized in industries like technology and fashion. The idea is simple. Make something that works just long enough for it to feel indispensable, and then ensure it wears out, breaks, or becomes obsolete so the consumer has to buy a replacement. While the concept may seem antithetical to something as significant as a home, the parallels are striking. From the materials used to the construction methods employed, many modern homes are simply not designed to endure, but rather, new construction on average is expected to have a 40-year life expectancy. But why is this? The answer is multifaceted. First, take for instance the materials that dominate today's housing market. Engineered wood, vinyl siding, and drywall have largely replaced the solid lumber, brick, and plaster of yesteryear. These modern materials are cheaper to manufacture, lighter, and easier to work with, making them attractive to builders trying to meet tight budgets and deadlines, but they come with a cost. Engineered wood, such as oriented strand board, also known as OSB, may be adequate for framing, but it is far more vulnerable to water damage and wear than traditional hardwood. Vinyl siding is a material we use to wrap the exterior of our homes, a material that is known to break down when exposed to sunlight. While it is low maintenance and affordable, vinyl siding tends to warp, fade, and crack over time, leaving homeowners with costly repairs or replacements. Drywall, ubiquitous in modern interiors, lacks the durability of the plaster walls it replaced and is easily damaged by moisture or impact. Even the roofing materials used today illustrate this shift. Asphalt shingles, now the most common choice, typically last 20 to 30 years. Compare this to slate, clay tiles, or even cedar shingles, which can last a century or more with proper care. The decision to use asphalt is often justified as cost-effective, but for homeowners who need to replace their roof after just a couple of decades, the long-term expenses can far outweigh the initial savings. That isn't to say that roofing using the older methods doesn't require maintenance, it absolutely does, but we are talking about replacing individual shingles instead of entire roofs. But this overall trend isn't limited to materials, it extends to construction practices as well. Speed and efficiency are now the primary drivers of home building. Prefabricated components and assembly line techniques allow developers to build entire neighborhoods in record time, but this rapid-fire approach often sacrifices attention to detail. What's lost in the rush is the craftsmanship that once defined home building, the painstaking work that ensured homes were not only functional but beautiful and enduring. This idea of building homes at lightning speed isn't new. Before World War II, Sears Roebuck and Company, along with a handful of other companies, sold kit houses that could be assembled on site. You would order a house from a catalog which included everything you needed to build it, then assemble it yourself or hire someone to do it for you. With stringent quality control, you were guaranteed a home that would not only last, but be full of charming details. But at some point, things changed. Economic pressures have played a significant role in this shift. Builders operate in a highly competitive market where profit margins are razor thin, and buyers are often more concerned with square footage and curb appeal than with the unseen elements that determine a home's longevity. This has created a race to the bottom, where developers compete to build homes faster and cheaper, often at the expense of quality. For example, the rise of tract housing after World War II marked a turning point in American home building. Developments like Levittown provided affordable housing for returning soldiers and their families, but these homes were designed for speed, not longevity. Since that time, tract home builders over the decades have only continued to refine the process and maximize profits. This emphasis on short-term cost savings has had broader implications. Environmentally, the disposable nature of many modern homes is a disaster. Construction and demolition debris account for a staggering amount of waste, over 600 million tons annually in the United States alone. To put that in perspective, we'll look at the skyscraper with the highest observation deck in the US, the Willis Tower, which was formerly known as Sears Tower. The amount of construction waste in the US every year is equivalent to over 30 of these skyscrapers put together. Much of this waste could be avoided if homes were built to last longer, but the cycle of building, renovating, and demolishing continues to accelerate. The environmental toll doesn't stop there. Many modern building materials are not only less durable, but less sustainable. Vinyl, for instance, is derived from petroleum and releases toxic chemicals when it burns. Not to mention the process of manufacturing it releases known carcinogens, making it far from eco-friendly or a healthy choice. Cultural attitudes have also contributed to this phenomenon. In the past, families often lived in the same home for decades, if not generations. Homes were built with the understanding that they would house not just the current occupants, but their children and later their grandchildren. Today, however, people move more frequently, and homes are often seen as stepping stones rather than permanent roots. In the US, we view homeownership as a three-step process. First, we are expected to purchase a starter home, then build a family home, then downsize to a forever home. This transience discourages long-term investments in quality construction, as homeowners are more concerned with resale value than with the durability of their property. And oftentimes, when middle-class homes are sold, they are renovated, feeding into the vicious cycle of construction waste which compounds more rapidly as the population increases. The design trends of modern homes reflect this shift in priorities. Open floor plans, for example, are immensely popular but often require additional structural supports that drive up cost without adding to a home's durability. Expansive windows and trendy finishes may look impressive, but they often come with hidden vulnerabilities such as poor energy efficiency and a higher likelihood of wear and tear. So what can be done to reverse this trend? For starters, homeowners and builders alike need to reevaluate their priorities. Investing in durable materials and thoughtful craftsmanship may require a higher upfront cost, but it pays dividends in the long run, helping you save money over time. Fortunately, there are signs of hope. The growing interest in sustainable building practices and the resurgence of traditional craftsmanship suggest that many people are beginning to recognize the value of homes built to last. Technology also offers promising solutions. Innovations in material science, such as self-healing concrete and 3D printed homes, could make it possible to build structures that are both cost-effective and durable. Additionally, the increasing popularity of tiny homes and minimalist living reflects a cultural shift towards quality and necessity over quantity, a mindset that could inspire a broader return to durable construction practices. Ultimately, the question of whether planned obsolescence has come to the home building industry isn't just an economic or environmental issue, it's a cultural one. Homes are more than just shelters, they are places where memories are made, families grow, and legacies are created. If we want to build a future that honors those values, we must demand better from our society. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on the subject matter down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the years following World War II, America experienced a profound shift as millions of families sought new lives away from crowded, industrialized cities. At the heart of this transformation was Levittown, the first mass-produced suburban housing development, which came to symbolize both the promise and complexity of post-war American life. Built by William Levitt and his company Levitt & Sons, Levittown offered affordable, well-planned housing on an unprecedented scale, providing a solution to the country's critical housing shortage while setting the stage for a new era in American society. Hi everyone, Ken here. Welcome to This House.
Although the faces of America's major cities seem relatively unchanged, a quiet revolution has been taking place there for nearly a decade. More than 1 million persons each year have pulled up stakes in the cities and turned commuter, traveling 20, 30, 40 or more miles each day from home to office, factory or business, and back again.
This revolution, fueled by the rise of suburban developments like Levittown, allowed families to leave behind the congestion, noise, and perceived dangers of urban life. In their new suburban enclaves, they saw peace, space, and a better quality of life. Levittown, which began on Long Island in 1947, was groundbreaking in its design, scale, and execution.
Part of the lure of the suburb is in the greater elbow room it offers. Part of it is due to that relative newcomer to our economy, the budget-priced home. This symbol of modern American living has brought with it more than a changing landscape. It has changed a great industry.
This symbol of modern American living brought more than just a changing landscape. It revolutionized the construction industry itself, forcing builders to innovate and improve methods. Levitt & Sons led the way by embracing mass-produced techniques that allowed homes to be built quickly and affordably.
Keen competition in the booming home construction industry has forced re-examination of almost every time-honored method, with a view to improving quality and at the same time reducing costs.
The construction process was highly efficient, almost like an assembly line, where workers performed specialized tasks in sequence. A house could be built in just one day, with workers moving from home to home, performing their designated task in a record time.
Consider Levittown, Delaware Valley, USA, one of the world's largest single-unit housing developments, located in the fast-growing industrial area between Philadelphia and New York City. Here, 16,000 low-cost homes are being constructed on spacious landscape lots, bordering gently sloped, winding streets.
The success of Levittown was not just due to its efficient production process, but also the amenities it offered. The development was designed as a full community, complete with everything a family could need.
This is no mere collection of homes, but a carefully planned community, complete with modern schools, churches chosen by the residents, but conforming architecturally with other Levittown buildings, playgrounds that leave nothing to be desired, and modern shopping centers that offer easy access without through traffic.
Levittown was a self-contained world where families could thrive, far removed from the chaos of the city. And for the returning soldiers and their families, Levittown represented a tangible piece of the American dream. The homes, though modest by today's standards, typically around 750 square feet, were modern and affordable. They featured the latest conveniences such as electric appliances and were priced within reach of average Americans, especially veterans who benefited from GI Bills.
Here, nearly 5,000 new homes per year rise out of an area that was only yesterday stark and meadow and brush.
At the time, the housing shortage was acute. Cities had been overcrowded during the war, and returning soldiers found it difficult to secure housing for their growing families. Levittown solved this problem. The assembly line construction methods that Levitt employed, similar to those used in wartime factories, enabled rapid and economical production of homes. As the narrator in this film points out,
Speed and precision teamwork that makes possible this mass production of low-cost homes on a profit-producing basis is a tribute to the enterprise of the American construction industry.
However, the story of Levittown was not without its complexities. Though it opened doors for many Americans, it also reflected the societal norms of the era, including restrictive policies on homeownership. Initially, Levittown homes were sold exclusively to white buyers due to racial covenants, which were common in housing developments at the time. These policies were part of the broader context of post-war America, but would later be challenged, leading to a gradual change. One notable event occurred in 1957 when the Myers family, an African-American family, purchased a home in Levittown, Pennsylvania. Their presence sparked protests from some residents, though the family stood firm. This event highlighted the challenges of integration in suburban development, but it also marked a turning point in the broader movement toward fair housing across the country. Despite these challenges, Levittown's broader impact on American society was undeniable. It revolutionized suburban living and set the standard for future developments. The model of efficient, affordable homes surrounded by schools, parks, and shopping centers was replicated across the nation.
And from Levittown to Los Angeles, from Minneapolis to Miami, the quiet revolution continues as a great industry provides better homes for modern American living.
Levittown's legacy is one of transformation. It reshaped the landscape of post-war America, offering a new model for living that prioritized homeownership, community, and the suburban ideal. At the same time, it serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggle for equality and inclusion, even in the most seemingly idyllic of settings. As the first truly mass-produced suburb, Levittown not only provided a solution to the housing crisis of the post-war era, but also laid the foundation for the modern American suburb. It offered families a chance at stability and prosperity, representing the fulfillment of the American dream for many. Yet it also serves as a chapter in the ongoing story of how America grapples with its ideals of freedom and equality.
Here at Levittown, where cost is of prime importance, where narrow profit margins rule out the careless operator, these men have found the answer. You might say the answer came out of the project itself, that it was to be expected in a development where something akin to the assembly line speeds home construction from raw land to finished house in a matter of hours. It was the answer that speed, versatility, and economy dictated. Compact, multipurpose power, low-cost equipment that can change jobs as easily as a chameleon changes colors. Tools that can be counted on to do the 101 jobs too heavy for men, too light for the specialized giants.
The lessons learned from its creation continue to resonate as we look back on this iconic community and its place in the nation's history. But I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts on the suburbs? Should the cities have expanded to accommodate a population boom, or do you think suburbs were the correct approach? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed with that bell notification turned on so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Chrysler brand is known worldwide for its cars, but have you ever wondered how the founder of the automobile giant lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading out to Long Island to uncover the residence of Walter Chrysler. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1875, Walter Chrysler was born in Wamego, Kansas, but it was in the small town of Ellis where he grew up and nurtured the spark that would later set the American automotive industry ablaze. His father, Hank Chrysler, a rugged Civil War veteran and locomotive engineer, instilled in him a fascination with machinery that was as boundless as the prairies around them. Young Walter would tag along with his father on railroad runs, mesmerized by the power of steam engines, the clanging of iron, and the endless potential for movement and innovation. Chrysler's journey began in earnest when he left school at the age of 15, eager to start an apprenticeship in the Union Pacific Railroad shops. There he learned the value of hard work and soaked up every bit of technical knowledge he could find. He wasn't just interested in performing his tasks, he wanted to understand the inner workings of every machine he touched, creating tools of his own to increase precision. His curiosity led him from the dusty, bustling railroad shops of Ellis to positions across the western United States, rising quickly through the ranks of railroading, gaining a reputation as a skilled mechanic and manager. In 1908, Chrysler's career took a defining turn. The newly wealthy railroad manager was captivated by a luxury automobile he saw at a Chicago auto show, the Locomobile. Despite the car's astronomical price tag, he was determined to buy it, not merely to drive, but to disassemble, study, and understand it inside and out. This relentless curiosity marked Chrysler's first steps into the automotive world. He took apart and reassembled the Locomobile repeatedly, cultivating a deep technical understanding that would prove invaluable in his next venture. A few years later in 1911, the auto industry was still in its infancy when Chrysler was approached by Charles Nash, president of Buick. Although the move meant a pay cut, Chrysler accepted, intrigued by the opportunity to apply his knowledge of machinery to an emerging industry. Buick's production line was chaotic, with inefficiencies galore. Chrysler's first move was to bring order to the manufacturing process, introducing a meticulous cost accounting system and streamlining production. Under his leadership, Buick's daily production soared from 45 cars to over 200, making it one of the most productive plants in the world. In 1916, with the company thriving, General Motors founder William C. Durant offered Chrysler an unprecedented $500,000 a year contract to lead Buick as its president. Chrysler accepted, but by 1919, tensions with Durant's management style led him to leave Buick, cashing out his GM stock for a handsome $10 million, or the modern-day equivalent of nearly $290 million. This financial windfall positioned him as an independent player in the automotive industry, ready to make his next bold move. Chrysler's reputation drew him to the ailing Willys Overland Motor Company, and shortly after, the similarly struggling Maxwell Motor Company. While his efforts at Willys Overland were thwarted by internal politics, he soon took full control of Maxwell. It was here that Chrysler finally found the freedom he sought. In 1924, he introduced the Chrysler 6, a groundbreaking vehicle with hydraulic brakes and high-compression engines that put Maxwell back on the map. The Chrysler 6's success led to the rebranding of Maxwell Motor as the Chrysler Corporation in 1925, and over the next few years, Chrysler expanded his company by acquiring the Plymouth and Dodge brands, firmly establishing his place among the titans of the automotive industry. By 1928, Chrysler Corporation was producing over 1 million cars a year, surpassing Ford and becoming the second largest automaker in the United States. Walter Chrysler's entrepreneurial journey would not be complete without mentioning his other crowning achievement, the Chrysler Building. Completed in 1930, this Art Deco skyscraper in New York City stood as the tallest building in the world for several months. Adorned with automobile-inspired motifs, the building became a monument to Chrysler's achievements, but this is getting a bit ahead in our story. Back in 1923, he headed out to Kings Point on Long Island to purchase the former estate of Henri Bendel. It had originally been built just a few years prior in 1916 and designed in the Beaux-Arts style. The main house boasted 23 rooms and even an indoor swimming pool, which we will see soon enough. The mansion was planned out with formal gardens surrounding the house, which was framed by stone balustrade and accented by dozens of terraces. Zooming out, we can get a really good feel for the overall size of this massive abode and its 450 feet of shoreline. Looking out from the rear of the house, a grand portico frames views of the water beyond an expansive lawn. As we explore the grounds, we'll come across a large swimming pool, and then as we wander further down, we'll find the docks where we can imagine his yacht coming and going throughout the summer. On the other side of his house, a sunken parterre garden extends towards a fountain, and even though the neighbor's house was just on the other side of the trees, the expert landscaping would have you believing we were in the middle of nowhere. Of course, Mr. Chrysler had a state-of-the-art 8-car garage packed full of everything a mechanic could dream of. And as far as the estate's maintenance, the superintendent's 9-room house was hidden away, not to mention several other apartments for staff scattered about the property. I think we've spent enough time exploring the grounds and amenities. Let's go ahead and make our way towards the front door. To give us a good idea of how the house is laid out, we can take a quick look at the floor plan before moving on. Heading through the vestibule, we'll make our way into the 2-story entrance hall, clad in stone, with a grand staircase sweeping off to the side. Towards the front of the house, the grand arcade we saw above the entrance hall feeds into the 2-story music room, dominated by a floor-to-ceiling pipe organ and once again clad entirely in stone. Stepping down from the music room leads us into the living room, with exposed beams soaring above the 10-foot Gothic fireplace mantel. Directly across the entrance hall from us is the dining room, once again fashioned with a floor-to-ceiling fireplace and intricately carved wooden pilasters. Let's go ahead and take the grand staircase up to the second floor, where we'll find the bedrooms, servants' quarters, and the library. Interestingly for this time period, the library is among the smaller rooms in the house, and instead of being a showpiece for a rare book collection, it is treated more as a private retreat. Downstairs in the basement, we can imagine the family using the indoor pool all year long. By the 1930s, Chrysler had transitioned away from daily operations, leaving his trusted team to run the company. In 1938, after a stroke and the passing of his beloved wife Della, Chrysler's health began to decline. He passed away on August 18th of 1940 at his Long Island home. Today, Walter P. Chrysler is remembered not only as a pioneer who challenged industry giants, but as a visionary who embodied the spirit of American innovation. As for his Long Island estate, it was sold to the government where it found new life as the United States Merchant Academy. From the moment you step through the front door, it is evident that it has been exceptionally maintained and cared for throughout the years. Everything from the stone fireplaces to the parquet floors appears in immaculate condition, as if though completely untouched by time. Even though the furniture and artwork have largely been changed out, many of the rooms remain as they did when Walter Chrysler called the estate home. What did you think about the mansion? Did you have a favorite room or architectural detail? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to our This House supporters for making videos like this one possible. If you would like to see your name on the screen and contribute in part to the production of these videos, join our membership program today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Once dominating Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood was a castle-like mansion of unimaginable luxury. But who owned it, and better yet, what happened to it? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the Palmer Mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Potter and Bertha Palmer were no ordinary couple. Their lives were intertwined with the rise of Chicago, and together they shaped the city's future in ways few others could. Their story is not just one of wealth and power, but also of vision, resilience, and a lasting legacy that continues to influence Chicago's landscape and culture today. Born in Albany County, New York in 1826, Potter Palmer grew up in a strict Quaker household. His upbringing instilled in him a deep respect for time and hard work. From an early age, Palmer showed a natural talent for business, and by the time he was 18, he had already set his sights on a career in commerce, working as a clerk before opening his own store in Oneida, New York. Yet, it was in Chicago, a city on the verge of explosive growth, that captured Palmer's imagination. Arriving in Chicago in 1852, Palmer wasted no time establishing his dry goods store, Potter Palmer & Company. It wasn't just a store, it was a revolution in retailing. Unlike many other merchants of his time, Palmer catered specifically to women, creating an inviting atmosphere where they could shop freely. He introduced the groundbreaking policy of allowing customers to return goods with no questions asked, a strategy that nurtured loyalty and built his reputation as a forward-thinking businessman. His success was meteoric, and by 1865, he brought on partners Marshall Field and Levi Leiter. Together they formed a new venture that would eventually become the iconic Marshall Field & Company, one of the largest and most prestigious department store chains in the Midwest. But Palmer's ambitions extended far beyond retail. In 1867, on the advice of his doctor, he retired from active business at the age of 38 and turned his attention to real estate, a decision that would change the face of Chicago forever. When the Great Fire of 1871 devastated the city, destroying many of his properties, Palmer's resolve only strengthened. He borrowed $1.7 million, a record-breaking loan for a private individual, and set about rebuilding. Palmer's efforts transformed State Street into the bustling commercial hub it remains today, and his Palmer House Hotel became a symbol of luxury and resilience in the heart of the city. In 1870, Palmer married Bertha Honoré, a 21-year-old woman from Louisville, Kentucky. Bertha was a force of nature, beautiful, intelligent, and socially adept. Despite their 23-year age difference, the Palmers' marriage was one of mutual respect and partnership. While Potter built his real estate empire, Bertha ascended to the heights of Chicago society, becoming one of its most influential figures. Her social grace, combined with her business acumen, made her a leader in both philanthropy and the arts. Together, the Palmers were an unstoppable duo, embodying the spirit of the Gilded Age in every sense, including a larger-than-life mansion. But before we head inside, a quick word from the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you obsessed with historic architecture? Have you ever wanted to go beyond reading and learning to actually experiencing historically and architecturally significant sites? With the Victorian Society in America, you can travel to American cities and tour exceptional 19th century buildings. Join the Victorian Society in America this October for an educational tour in St. Louis, Missouri. The itinerary is packed with exciting visits to key architectural sites, landscapes, and artistic gems in and around the greater St. Louis area. Click the link in the video description to visit victoriansociety.org and register today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now let's explore this house. Perhaps the most visible symbol of their success was the Palmer Mansion, a sprawling estate on Lakeshore Drive that became the centerpiece of Chicago's exclusive Gold Coast. Designed by architects Henry Ives Cobb and Charles Sumner Frost, the mansion was nothing short of a castle. Completed in 1885, it featured 42 rooms, each designed in a different historical style, from the opulent Louis XVI salon to the Moorish room, where the rugs were infused with rare perfumes. The ballroom and gallery, 75 feet long, was adorned with paintings by French Impressionists, including works by Monet and Renoir, which Bertha had carefully curated over the years. The mansion wasn't just a home, it was a social epicenter. The Palmers entertained the most prominent figures of their time, including US presidents, European royalty, and industrialists. It was during the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, where Bertha played a key role as president of the board of lady managers, that the mansion truly shone. The Palmers hosted lavish receptions, drawing the world's elite to their doorstep. Under Bertha's leadership, the exposition became a showcase not only for Chicago, but also for the achievements of women, marking a significant moment in the city's and the nation's cultural history. Yet as grand as their lives were, they were not without challenges. In 1902, Potter Palmer passed away in his beloved mansion. He left Bertha with an $8 million fortune, but she was far from content to merely enjoy her wealth. Bertha was just as shrewd a businesswoman as her husband had been a businessman. Over the next 16 years, she doubled the Palmer fortune through savvy investments, particularly in real estate in Florida. In Sarasota, Florida, Bertha became a pioneer, developing vast tracts of land into ranches, farms, and residential communities. Her investments laid the foundation for the growth of Sarasota, and much of the land she once owned is still known today as Palmer Ranch. Despite her busy life as a businesswoman, Bertha remained an influential figure in the art world. She continued to collect masterpieces, amassing an impressive collection of Impressionist paintings. Upon her death in 1918, many of these works were donated to the Art Institute of Chicago, forming the core of its now famous collection. However, the Palmer Mansion did not share the same fate as their art collection. After Bertha's death, the mansion passed through various owners, including industrialist Vincent Hugo Bendix, who had grand plans to turn the property into a hotel. Those plans never materialized, and by 1950, the mansion, once the largest private residence in Chicago, was demolished to make way for modern high-rise apartments. The destruction of the Palmer Mansion marked the end of an era, the final chapter in the story of Chicago's Gilded Age. Yet even in its absence, the legacy of Potter and Bertha Palmer continues to shape Chicago. Potter's vision for State Street, his pioneering real estate ventures, and his role in rebuilding the city after the Great Fire remain foundational to the city's identity. Bertha's influence on the arts, her philanthropic work, and her leadership in women's rights continues to inspire generations. Together, they were not just a couple of immense wealth and status, they were visionaries who helped to build Chicago into the great metropolis it is today. The Palmers were a rare combination of pragmatism and grandeur, vision and action. They understood the power of wealth, not just as a means of personal comfort, but as a tool for creating something lasting, something that would endure beyond their lifetimes. Though their mansion may no longer stand, the impact of Potter and Bertha Palmer can still be felt in the streets of Chicago, in the halls of the Art Institute, and in the legacy of the Gold Coast. What did you think about the Palmer Mansion? Let me know down below in the comment section. I'd also like to thank Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Make sure to check out their upcoming tour by visiting the link in the video description. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Imagine being one of the wealthiest people in the world and being told that you are not allowed to pursue your hobbies. Hi everyone, Ken here. This is the story of the Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney Art Studio. Hit the subscribe button and let's explore this house. Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney was born into one of the most illustrious families in American history, the Vanderbilts, known for their vast fortune made through railroads and shipping. Born in 1875, Gertrude was the daughter of Cornelius Vanderbilt II, and her great-grandfather was none other than the Commodore, the man who built a financial empire that made the Vanderbilt name synonymous with wealth. Growing up in New York City, Gertrude lived in opulence at the family's Fifth Avenue mansion, a palatial residence that was a symbol of Gilded Age grandeur. She spent her summers at the Breakers, the family's summer cottage in Newport, Rhode Island, where she developed a love for art and sport, competing with her brothers in various activities. However, despite her privileged upbringing, Gertrude was not content to merely live the life of a socialite. Her artistic inclinations became evident early on as she filled her journals with sketches and watercolors. But her true passion for art blossomed when she visited Europe in the early 1900s, immersing herself in the avant-garde art scene of Paris. She decided to pursue a career in sculpture, which was an unconventional choice for a woman of her social standing. Her family was not particularly supportive of this decision. Neither her parents nor her husband, Harry Payne Whitney, a wealthy sportsman and heir to the Whitney fortune, took her artistic ambitions seriously. Yet, Gertrude persisted. She studied at the Art Students League of New York and in Paris, where she worked under the guidance of renowned sculptors, including Auguste Rodin. Despite the challenges posed by her social class, she refused to let her wealth and status define her art. Gertrude's marriage to Harry Payne Whitney in 1896 united two powerful families, the Vanderbilts and the Whitneys. Harry, like Gertrude, came from a wealthy family with deep roots in American business and wealth. His father, William Collins Whitney, was a politician and financier, while his mother, Flora Payne Whitney, was the daughter of a Standard Oil magnate. The couple was a part of the elite social circles of New York and maintained residences in Manhattan and Long Island. Together they had three children, Flora Payne Whitney, Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney, and Barbara Whitney. Though her marriage to Harry gave her stability, it did little to fulfill her personal ambitions. Harry did not take her work seriously, but his apathy only fueled her determination. Her art career took off with her first public commission, Aspiration, a life-size male statue displayed at the Pan American Exposition in 1901. Initially, Gertrude submitted her work under a pseudonym to avoid being dismissed as a mere socialite, but by 1910, she had gained enough confidence to exhibit under her own name. Over the years, her works gained recognition for their scale and emotional depth. One of her most celebrated pieces is the Titanic Memorial in Washington, D.C., a somber tribute to the lives lost in the tragedy. Her Buffalo Bill, the Scout in Cody, Wyoming, further solidified her reputation as a monumental sculptor. Around this time, she began searching for a private retreat where she could get away from society and focus solely on her love for creation. In Old Westbury, she commissioned the renowned firm of Delano and Aldrich to design for her an artistic haven, a pavilion surrounded by nature where she could create day in and day out. Completed in 1913, Delano was quoted as saying, "Mrs. Harry Payne Whitney asked me to build a studio in the woods at Westbury where she could get away from Harry's polo-playing friends. She put me in full charge, with no mention of cost." In a signature move by the architects, the studio was planned with formal gardens extending from the front and rear, but nestled within a heavily wooded area to give Gertrude the isolation and natural setting she desired. To enter the studio, we step into the vestibule above an intricate pebble mosaic and below an ornate groin vault. This leads us into the antehall, color-drenched in pink with white accents and opening into the main hall. Turning around, we find the main room of the studio measuring 40 by 60 feet with 20-foot ceilings framing a skylight. Here she could entertain friends and host parties by arranging the furniture into conversational circles. She could also bring out the dining room table and stage it for dinners, though that wasn't the primary purpose of this room. When not entertaining, sculptures were suspended from the ceilings with scaffolding set up all around so that she could spend her days in artistic pursuit. The entire studio was designed to be modular, with screens acting as movable walls that could define spaces as needed. These screens were the brainchild of artist Robert W. Chandler, who was known for tinting his ivory paint to create golden hues. While there are very few rooms in the studio, the stair hall is one of them, wrapped in colorful murals with checkered marble floors and rounded millwork, including doors that round out ever so slightly to conform to the room. The studio has been updated over the years to include bedrooms and a more modern kitchen, but for the most part, much of it remains intact with artworks by Gertrude herself. But sculpture wasn't her only contribution to the art world. She was a generous patron of American art and artists, particularly during a time when European art dominated the cultural landscape. In 1914, she opened the Whitney Studio in Greenwich Village, providing struggling artists with a space to exhibit their work. This act of philanthropy evolved into the Whitney Studio Club, a forerunner to the Whitney Museum of American Art, which she would later establish in 1931. Gertrude's collection of nearly 700 pieces of modern American art formed the foundation of the museum after her offer to donate it to the Metropolitan Museum of Art was rejected. The Whitney Museum, now a landmark institution, is one of her greatest legacies. But her philanthropy did not stop at art. World War I deeply impacted Gertrude, leading her to devote time and resources to wartime relief efforts. She even set up a hospital for wounded soldiers in France and created a series of sculptures depicting the horrors of war. These experiences transformed her work, making it more serious and emotionally resonant. Though her professional life was fulfilling, Gertrude faced significant personal challenges. She suffered from postpartum depression after the birth of her third child and discovered that her husband was unfaithful. Her unconventional life also put her at odds with societal expectations, and she formed deep emotional attachments to women, particularly a close friend, Esther Hunt, with whom she shared intimate letters. This aspect of her personal life was kept private, but it is a testament to her complex emotional world. In 1930, tragedy struck when her husband Harry died of pneumonia. This loss, however, did not stop Gertrude from continuing her work. In 1934, she became embroiled in a highly publicized custody battle for her niece, Gloria Vanderbilt. The court case, which painted Gertrude as a stabilizing force in her niece's life, further established her reputation as a strong and compassionate woman. Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney's contributions to American art are monumental. Not only did she break barriers as a female sculptor in a male-dominated field, but she also championed the cause of American modernism, ensuring that future generations of American artists had a platform to showcase their work. By the time of her death in 1942, she had left behind a legacy that transcended her Vanderbilt and Whitney heritage. Through her art and the museum that bears her name, Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney's influence endures, ensuring her place in the pantheon of American cultural icons. What were your thoughts on her studio? And for the artists watching this, would her studio be your dream workshop? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Pickfair wasn't just a home, it was a symbol of Hollywood's golden age, a lavish palace where Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks reigned as cinema's royalty, hosting legendary gatherings that defined an era of unprecedented glamour. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Beverly Hills' most fabled estate. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1892, Gladys Smith, the girl who would eventually become Mary Pickford, was born in Toronto, a girl whose golden curls and luminous smile would one day captivate the world. But life didn't begin in luxury for the woman who would become Hollywood's first true queen. After her father's untimely death, young Gladys watched as her mother leased out rooms in their house and took in boarders to make ends meet. Among her tenants was a theatrical stage manager who suggested Gladys and her siblings try their hand at acting. This is where her journey begins, a journey that would transform her from a girl on the stage to an icon of the silver screen. Pickford's first roles were small ones, her feet shuffling across the wooden floors of Toronto theaters, but even in the background, she demanded the spotlight. By the time she was a teenager, she had made her way to New York, determined to carve a career on Broadway. It was during this time that famed producer David Belasco advised her to adopt the name Mary Pickford, a change that would soon be synonymous with stardom. In 1909, Pickford was screen tested by D.W. Griffith, a leading figure in the rapidly expanding world of film. She didn't land the part, but Griffith immediately recognized her potential. Within a year, Mary was appearing in nearly one film a week for Biograph Studios. Audiences adored her. She wasn't just the girl with the golden curls. She became their lead, someone who could evoke the full spectrum of human emotion with just a glance. Her rise was meteoric. In an era when women were often relegated to supporting roles both on-screen and off, Pickford demanded and received unprecedented creative control over her work. By 1916, she was Hollywood's first millionaire actress, earning $10,000 a week and a share of her film's profits. Her hits, such as The Poor Little Rich Girl and Pollyanna, cemented her place as America's sweetheart, a title she wore with both pride and the weight of expectation. But Pickford was no ingenue. Her ambition stretched beyond acting. In 1919, she joined forces with Douglas Fairbanks, Charlie Chaplin, and D.W. Griffith to co-found United Artists. a bold rebellion against the studio system that allowed filmmakers to retain control over their creations. It was a daring move that led industry insiders to grumble that, quote, the lunatics were taking over the asylum. Yet it succeeded, setting a precedent for artistic independence that echoes in Hollywood to this day. Pickford's personal life was as scrutinized as her films. Her first marriage to actor Owen Moore was troubled and ended in divorce. Soon after, she married Douglas Fairbanks in what became the romance of the century. Their home, Pickfair, was a haven for Hollywood royalty, hosting the likes of Charlie Chaplin and Amelia Earhart. They threw legendary parties with the likes of royalty, business tycoons, and movie stars. The estate quickly gained a reputation as being a meeting place for the who's who's and the height of the social ladder. Life magazine even wrote about it. Pickfair is a gathering place only slightly less important than the White House, and much more fun. The estate had originally been a hunting lodge, and when the couple purchased it, they greatly expanded it to include 25 rooms, a large guest wing, and several amenities. Among the most fabled of their additions was the swimming pool. It was touted as the first in-ground swimming pool to have been built in Los Angeles County. The pool wrapped about the property at a scale that was so large that the couple became known for canoeing around it. Additionally, the grounds included several pavilions, tennis courts, and large, flat fields for hosting outdoor events. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. To enter the house, let's make our way towards Mary Pickford and step through the French doors. This leads us into the stair hall, where we are greeted by the grand staircase wrapping itself around a crystal chandelier. Once again, the proportions are blown out, and we get a good sense of how truly large this entryway was by seeing the couple next to it. Beyond the curtains, we head down a few steps to find the formal living room. It is clad floor to ceiling in painted wall panels and furnished with a mix of antique pieces. Whether it was fine art, Louis XIV chairs, or antique European tapestries, Mary developed a taste for filling her home with only the finest and most collectible items. One of her favorite places to lounge was right here on her Chinese damask silk divan. All of this, and we have only seen the one room so far. Next we'll find the formal dining room, which was constantly under renovation. Whether it be the furniture, the lighting, the windows, or the length of the room, dinner guests could always expect to see something new. It could go from bland to glam between weekends, and that was just to be expected as part of the home's legendary allure. Each bedroom was finished out luxuriously with subdued millwork and antique pieces mixed with the newest and most fashionable furniture. Even the children were treated to luxurious quarters. From marble fireplaces to every toy and stuffed animal a kid could ever want, Pickfair was the epitome of lavish living. Together, Mary and Doug reigned as cinema's golden couple until their relationship fractured under the pressures of fame and diverging ambitions. As the silent era gave way to the talkies, Pickford faced an identity crisis. Her first sound film, Coquette, earned her an Academy Award but alienated fans who couldn't reconcile the girl next door with her new sophisticated roles. She cut her iconic curls, a symbolic act of transformation, but her career waned. After her final film, Secrets, in 1933, Pickford retired from acting, though she remained an influential figure in Hollywood as a producer and United Artists executive. Her later years were marked by philanthropy and introspection. She co-founded the Motion Picture Relief Fund, supporting struggling industry workers, and was instrumental in the creation of the Motion Picture and Television Country House and Hospital. Yet behind the grandeur of Pickfair, Mary grappled with personal demons, including struggles with drinking and the loneliness of fading into obscurity. Her story, like the film she starred in, remains timeless. However, the same cannot be said about Pickfair. After changing hands a few times, it was eventually demolished to make way for this newer mansion. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Pickfair? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a special thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Check out their link in the video description and become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. When the name Hilton comes to mind, many immediately think of celebrity Paris Hilton, but long before Paris graced the tabloids, her grandfather Baron Hilton was crafting an empire. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the Bel Air mansion of Baron Hilton. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1927 in Dallas, Texas, William Baron Hilton was more than just the heir to his father's hotel empire and the grandfather to Paris Hilton. He was a man of many passions and successful business ventures. By the time he was 17, Baron had already earned his pilot's license, beginning what would become a lifelong love affair with aviation. But flying was just one of Baron's passions. After serving in the Navy during World War II as a photographer, he returned home to focus on his education and, more importantly, his burgeoning business ambitions. Unlike many who are born into wealth, Baron wasn't content to simply rest on the Hilton family name. Before joining the family hotel business, he ventured into a variety of entrepreneurial endeavors. He acquired a distributorship for Vita Pack citrus products in Los Angeles, co-founded McDonald Oil Company, and even launched Air Finance Corporation, one of the first aircraft leasing companies in the US. These early ventures showcased Baron's knack for identifying opportunities and his willingness to take risks, qualities that would define much of his career. In 1954, Baron joined Hilton Hotels as vice president, and it didn't take long for him to make an impact. He developed the Carte Blanche credit card, one of the first travel and entertainment cards, which proved to be a valuable service for Hilton customers. But Baron's ambitions extended beyond the hotel industry. In 1959, he made a surprising move by entering the world of professional sports, helping to found the American Football League. He became the owner of the Los Angeles Chargers, a team he named after the charge cheer often heard at University of Southern California football games. While the Chargers struggled to compete with the more established NFL teams in Los Angeles, Baron made the bold decision to move the franchise to San Diego in 1961, where it became a celebrated staple of the city. Baron's tenure as the Chargers owner was marked by success on the field and innovation off it. Under his leadership, the team won 5 divisional titles and 1 AFL championship. Perhaps his greatest contribution to the sport came in 1966 when he played a key role in the merger between the AFL and the NFL, a deal that would eventually lead to the creation of the Super Bowl. Though he sold his majority stake in the Chargers in 1966 for $10 million, an enormous return on his initial $25,000 investment, his impact on professional football was profound, cementing his legacy as a pioneer in the sport. While his sports ventures were impressive, Baron's true genius emerged when he fully took the reins of Hilton Hotels. In 1966, the board of directors asked him to succeed his father as president and chief executive officer of the company. One of his boldest moves was expanding the company into Las Vegas, a gamble that paid off in spades. In 1970, Baron convinced the board to purchase the International and the Flamingo Hotels, which became the foundation of Hilton's presence in the Nevada gaming industry. Renamed the Las Vegas Hilton and Flamingo Hilton, these properties quickly became central to the city's burgeoning status as the entertainment capital of the world. He was instrumental in bringing world-famous performers like Elvis Presley and Liberace to the Las Vegas Hilton, with Elvis alone performing a record-breaking 837 consecutive sold-out shows. Under Baron's leadership, Hilton Hotels thrived, becoming the first hotel company listed on the New York Stock Exchange to venture into gambling. By 1972, the company's Las Vegas properties accounted for nearly half of its income, a testament to Baron's foresight in tapping into the city's growing appeal. Despite his success in the business world, Baron Hilton's life was not solely defined by his financial achievements. Like his father, he believed deeply in philanthropy. In 1979, when his father passed away, Baron inherited a significant portion of the family fortune, but a substantial part of the Hilton estate was left to the Conrad and Hilton Foundation, a charitable organization established to support humanitarian causes. Baron spent much of his life ensuring that the foundation would continue to grow, and in 2007, he pledged to leave 97% of his estate, an estimated $2.3 billion, to the foundation upon his death. But perhaps that is getting too far ahead in our story. Back in 1961, he purchased the J. Paley House in Bel Air. The 15,100 square foot residence had originally been completed in 1936 and designed by the prolific architect Paul R. Williams. As a side note, Paul Williams was a really interesting architect. He ended up designing over 2,000 mansions for the rich and famous throughout his career, which ran in tandem with segregation laws. Not being allowed to sit on the same side of the table as his white clients, he learned to draw and write upside down as he sketched for his clients across from him. That being said, this is one of those houses which was designed completely upside down. I just thought that was a really interesting footnote, but we can get back to our tour now. The grounds actually predate the house by a few years, though they were designed by the same architect. The pool, which was named the Zodiac Pool, contains an intricate mosaic depicting each zodiac sign in a starburst. Behind the pool house, a series of terraces leads down to the tennis courts. There are also a few other features scattered about, including a long reflecting pool, though because it is completely surrounded by foliage, it is best viewed from the inside. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and enter the house from the front door. The house is H-shaped in plan, with a long hall connecting each wing. We'll start our tour off with the dining room, clad in rich wood paneling, unchanged by the Hiltons from the days of the former occupants. Though this room was for formal use, let's snake through the wing, heading through the side doors. Eventually we'll find the breakfast room, with rounded walls embellished with intricate murals. This is where the Hiltons would have enjoyed meals when not entertaining. Next we'll head into the butler's pantry, which was considered somewhat passé by the time the house was built, but nonetheless very fashionable for the era. This connects to the kitchen with state-of-the-art appliances for the period, though more than likely a private chef would have been the one preparing each meal. Let's make our way back towards the main hall and begin exploring more rooms. We'll come across the same view of the reflecting pool in the sitting room, but turning around, we'll find a massive antique European tapestry dominating the wall below a perfectly fitted coffered ceiling. The fireplace in this room once again harkens back to Gilded Age design trends. There is also a library nearby, with bookshelves worked into simple but refined wood paneling. And though the study had been updated by the Hiltons with mid-century decor, it retained its painted wood paneling and marble mantel. Next we'll find the music room, fully embracing Art Deco design as was incredibly popular at the time the house was built. Baron Hilton passed away on September 19th of 2019 at the age of 91, and the house was sold just 2 years later in 2021 to a former Google CEO. Baron left behind an extraordinary legacy. He had transformed Hilton Hotels into a global powerhouse, pioneered the growth of professional football, and committed his wealth to improving the lives of others through the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation. His life was one of ambition, innovation, and generosity, and while the Hilton name is now associated with both luxury hotels and pop culture, Baron's contributions to business and society remain his most enduring legacy. What did you think about the house? In the words of Paris Hilton, would you say that's hot? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed with that bell notification turned on so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Columbus, Ohio was once a world-class city, boasting some of the most amazing architecture ever known in America. But what happened? Where did these magnificent mansions and buildings go, and why isn't Columbus known for its architecture anymore? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the shocking history of Columbus, Ohio's lost mansions. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into an extra special episode of This House. To fully grasp this concept of Columbus, Ohio being an epicenter of art and architecture, we need to go back to the early 19th century, when the area known as Columbus is set against the backdrop of a restless nation eager to expand its borders. The Ohio country, a region marked by dense forest and fertile land, attracted settlers and traders who sought to harness its potential. The area's strategic location at the confluence of two major rivers made it a natural hub for commerce and transportation. In 1812, the state legislature decided to establish a new capital, and Columbus was born. Named after Christopher Columbus, the city was meticulously planned with a grid layout that mirrored the aspirations of its founders. The streets were lined with grand structures, from government buildings to cultural institutions, each echoing the architectural styles of the time. As the 19th century progressed, Columbus emerged as a powerhouse of industry and innovation. The arrival of the railroad in the 1850s transformed the city into a bustling nexus of trade, facilitating the movement of goods and people across the region. Factories and workshops sprang up, and the city earned its reputation as the buggy capital of the world, with the Columbus Buggy Company leading the charge. This era of economic prosperity brought with it a boom in construction, as wealthy residents built their legacies in stone, constructing a city full of beautiful artisan work to last for centuries, a world-class city their descendants could inherit and be proud of. But unfortunately, fate had different plans. The architectural legacy of Columbus is a reflection of its historical evolution, marked by periods of construction, adaptation, and demolition. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the city boasted an array of opulent mansions and public buildings, each a masterpiece of their respective architectural styles, and as we'll find out, each and every mansion you are about to see has been demolished. Constructed from 1886 to 1888 at 750 East Broad Street, the Frisbee Mansion, later known as the Frederick W. Schumacher Mansion, was commissioned by Mary L. Frisbee, the widow of Charles Frisbee, who had been a prominent hardware merchant. The 12,000 square foot house was envisioned as a family residence to be the home of Mary and her 10 children. The home quickly became a landmark in Columbus. Its robust construction, featuring stone quarried from the nearby marble cliff, lent the mansion a distinct presence, elevating it above the surrounding cityscape. Yet despite its grandeur, Mary Frisbee did not reside in the mansion for long. In 1901, she sold the estate to Frederick W. Schumacher, a man whose life and contributions would become inseparable from the mansion's legacy. Schumacher was an immigrant who arrived in the United States in 1873 and achieved success as the head of advertising for the Peruna Drug Company. His entrepreneurial spirit and keen business acumen earned him a fortune, which he invested in both his home and the cultural enrichment of Columbus. Under Schumacher's ownership, the mansion became not only a residence but also a cultural hub. He transformed the interior into a showcase for his extensive art collection, which included work by European masters and priceless artifacts from around the world. The mansion's music room, library, and dining hall were all adorned with opulent furnishings and decorative arts that echoed Schumacher's commitment to beauty and refinement. Following his passing in 1957, the fate of the mansion became unknown and was demolished only a few years later in 1961. Today, this apartment building occupies the lot that once housed the Grand Frisbee Mansion. Nearby, at 721 East Broad Street, was the Italianate mansion of William Miles, which managed to stand for 82 years, and is now home to a Chinese restaurant. Thankfully, the neighboring house managed to survive. While Broad Street was considered Millionaire's Row, Brighton Road also boasted some incredible mansions, such as the John Kaufman House, designed in the Italian Renaissance Revival style and clad in limestone. Unfortunately, it was replaced by this rather unremarkable apartment building in the 1940s. Back over on Broad Street, the Alfred Kelly Mansion, completed in 1838, was a striking example of Greek Revival architecture. Known for its grand two-story portico and Ionic columns, the mansion was built from warm gray sandstone, reflecting Kelly's prominence as a lawyer and politician instrumental in the Ohio and Erie Canal. It served as a governor's residence and later as a Catholic school, embodying the civic and cultural life of the city. Despite efforts to preserve it, the mansion was dismantled in 1961, with its stone remnants now resting at Hale Farm and Village, marking both a lost piece of Columbus history and a lesson in the challenges of historic preservation. Perhaps one of the most important mansions to be lost was that of Clinton Firestone, the founder of the Columbus Buggy Company, and a major driver of the local economy. This Romanesque Revival mansion had been completed in 1887 and clad in dozens of unique terracotta blocks, making it one of the most complex brick structures in the US at the time. After Firestone's passing in 1913, the house was given new life, being adaptively reused as office space. However, that would only carry on for so long. In 1962, it was demolished and replaced by this auto body shop. While Clinton Firestone's mansion was being demolished, Joseph Firestone's mansion continued to live on. It went on to be owned by an architect through the 1990s who cherished and maintained the mansion, selling it way below its assessed value to a local foundation which neglected its upkeep. Despite protests, and instead of selling the mansion to someone willing to preserve it, the Joseph Firestone mansion was demolished by the foundation in 2008, and the lot remains an empty field to this day. The march of progress often came at the expense of preservation. As Columbus expanded and modernized, many of its architectural gems faced the wrecking ball. Urban renewal efforts in the mid-20th century prioritized development over preservation, leading to the loss of significant landmarks. The rise of the automobile and the suburban sprawl further contributed to this trend, as historic structures were replaced with parking lots and commercial spaces. While I could tell you that some of these structures were saved, the very best were lost forever, often for cinderblock buildings, drive-thrus, and gas stations. What was once considered a world-class city grew too rapidly, forsaking its past in a hurdle towards the future, losing the very essence of what made it desirable in the first place. Unlike other cities such as New York and Atlanta, where mansions were replaced by high-rise apartments, there wasn't a demand in most cases for population density in Columbus, just a general disregard for maintenance. These magnificent structures were built to last for centuries by people who had a vision of giving their descendants a city to be proud of, which leads us to today, where Columbus is just another city, and certainly is no longer known for its architecture, but rather for what it has lost. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on Columbus, Ohio's lost architecture down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. Visiting museums has been a favorite pastime for many throughout the years, but what would it be like to actually live in one? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are answering that very question as we discover one man who aspired to live in a museum. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1850, Henry Huntington was born in New York to a family steeped in ambition and industry. From a young age, he heard stories of his influential uncle, Collis P. Huntington, who would play a pivotal role in shaping both Henry's future and American history. Collis, one of the legendary Big Four railroad tycoons, was instrumental in creating the Central Pacific Railroad, which was part of the first transcontinental railroad completed in 1869. The Big Four, comprising of Collis P. Huntington, Leland Stanford, Mark Hopkins, and Charles Crocker, helped to revolutionize transportation in the U.S., connecting the East and West Coast with steel rails, laying the foundations for rapid economic growth. As a young man, Henry followed in his uncle's footsteps, working his way up in the railroad industry. His natural business acumen earned him a series of executive positions within the Southern Pacific Railroad, where he worked directly under Collis. Henry's role within the company flourished, and he was trained to take on even greater responsibilities. Upon his uncle's death in 1900, it was widely expected that Henry would step into Collis's role and steer the future of the Southern Pacific Railroad. However, business politics intervened when bondholder James Spire blocked Henry's plans, leading him to sell his interest in the company to E.H. Harriman. Seeing the proverbial writing on the wall, back in 1898 he purchased the Los Angeles Railway, a streetcar system commonly known as the Yellow Car Network. His vision expanded rapidly, and by 1901 he had formed the Pacific Electric Railway, a larger interurban system often referred to as the Red Car Network. Henry's electric railway empire revolutionized Southern California, providing essential public transportation that connected the sprawling Los Angeles region with outlying neighborhoods and suburbs. Unlike the railroads, which operated on strict timetables, Huntington's streetcars ran 24/7, offering a convenient, passenger-friendly alternative to traditional transportation. This innovation became a driving force behind Southern California's rapid expansion and development. Huntington was not just a transportation mogul, but also a visionary who foresaw the growth of the region. He used his transportation networks to help fuel suburban development, most notably in Huntington Beach, a city that still bears his name. At the height of its operation, the Pacific Electric Railway spanned 1,300 miles, connecting downtown Los Angeles with places as far away as Orange County. His rail lines became lifelines for communities that were previously inaccessible. By 1910, his vast trolley system served not only Los Angeles, but neighboring suburbs such as West Adams, Hancock Park, and Boyle Heights, fostering the rapid urbanization that defines the city today. He even acquired the Mount Lowe Scenic Railway in 1902, adding a picturesque tourist destination to his growing empire. All the while, he had been collecting everything from paintings to cultural artifacts and even purchasing entire libraries to get his hands on rare books. He had several mansions, including his late uncle's Manhattan residence, but these were all filling up and he was running out of space. As a quick side note, he married his uncle's widow, Arabella Huntington, and received the modern-day equivalent of nearly $500 million in inheritance from Collis, which helped fund his collection efforts. Even so, he needed a plan to properly store and display his collection. That's when he had an idea to build a part-time residence that would become a living museum. On his vast land holdings in San Marino, California, he began construction of a mansion with the intention of one day bequeathing it as an art museum and library. The result was a sprawling, 35,000 square foot Beaux-Arts-style mansion nestled on a hilltop and surrounded by mountains. Despite the house being designed to hold art, it became a work of art itself. He employed sculptors to decorate each facade with intricate detailing. Sightlines were planned in advance of construction, taking into account various fountains and statues to create a poetic communication between item and place. Making our way around the mansion, we find extensive terraces following a neat grid and reflecting a smaller grid in the tile work as architectural elements are called into being with purpose. Even the most minute of details, including placing the balustrade below the horizon so as to not interfere with the viewshed, were of utmost importance. Continuing along, we find decorative urns dotting the balustrade, no two being similar. This same principle is then applied to the building itself, with each facade gracefully transitioning into the next, either keeping or losing architectural details while somehow retaining enough uniformity to remain cohesive. While most courtyards of this time period were kept orderly, plants were allowed to fan out asymmetrically to create a forest within a planned setting. This allowed for statues such as that of Diana to appear more lifelike in context. And yet, this is just the container for his collection, which we have not even seen yet. Let's make our way back over to the South Terrace to enter the home and living museum. This leads us into the main hall, where barrel-vaulted ceilings and ornate plasterwork take second stage to paintings from the grades. As we continue along, we pass by the grand staircase, taking special note of its twisted wrought iron balustrade spiraling in stark contrast to the otherwise creamy white finishes. Next, we'll head into the dining room, noting how each wall panel has been sized to perfectly frame each portrait. Deceptively, this room is much larger than it appears because of its grand scale, which we can't really appreciate until we see a group of period actors filling the space. Let's make our way over to the library, finished out with rich wood paneling and built-in bookcases. This is perhaps the most fitting room for his collection of antique European tapestries and French furniture. Further mixing cultures in an eclectic but elegant assemblage, he chose to display his Chinese porcelains and Gutenberg Bible here as well. Diving deeper into the house, we find the large drawing room, meant to contain an assortment of artwork and sculptures. And in keeping with poeticism, the small drawing room is for featuring smaller objects. As would be expected in a mansion of this magnitude from this time period, but also incredibly appropriate for the overall theme, the Living Museum was planned to have its own dedicated picture gallery. Henry Huntington's home became a cultural hub where art, literature, and nature merged. Today, his estate is known for its impressive library of rare books, a renowned art gallery, and exquisitely designed botanical gardens which remain open to the public. Henry Huntington passed away on May 23 of 1927 in Philadelphia while getting a surgery. His death marked the end of an era, but his contributions to Southern California's infrastructure and cultural heritage continue to shape the region. Henry Huntington's name lives on as the namesake for the Huntington. What did you think about this unique approach to design? Could you imagine yourself living in a museum? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to our This House supporters for making videos like this one possible. If you would like to help support our research efforts, join the membership program today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Seaview Terrace, famously glimpsed by millions in the classic TV series Dark Shadows as the fictional family's Collinwood, was the real-life dream home of Edson Bradley, who pulled off one of the most extraordinary moves in American architectural history. In 1923, he decided to uproot his immense Washington, D.C. mansion, often called Aladdin's Palace, and have it dismantled piece by piece, then shipped to Newport, Rhode Island, where it was reassembled and joined with another mansion to create Seaview Terrace. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring this famous Newport cottage, comparing how the rooms look today to how they did when it was first built. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1852 in New Canaan, Connecticut, Bradley was raised in comfortable circumstances. By his late 20s, Bradley had become associated with Paris Allen & Company in New York and London, which steered him toward major investments in Kentucky whiskey production. Over time, Bradley rose to prominence through his oversight of W.A. Gaines & Company, one of the country's most prosperous bourbon distillers, whose Old Crow label made him incredibly wealthy. As Bradley's fortune grew, so did his taste for spectacle and grandeur. By 1907, he had acquired a substantial property on DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C., tearing down an older house to construct what would become known as Aladdin's Palace. It was as much a private residence as it was a personal museum. Turrets, a Gothic chapel with room for 150, and a 500-seat theater were only a few of the extraordinary features. His wife, Julia Williams Bradley, frequently hosted lavish gatherings that garnered attention in society columns, and the family's events became legendary for their sheer scale and imaginative flair. In the early 1920s, however, the couple began to set their sights on Newport, a summer playground for America's elite where ostentatious cottages lined the coast. Desiring to bring his palatial Washington home along, Bradley embarked on a near impossible plan. He purchased an existing Newport estate called Seaview, an 1885 Elizabethan revival house, and decided to incorporate key pieces of his DuPont Circle mansion into its design. Starting in 1923, workers dismantled Aladdin's Palace brick by brick, beam by beam, window by window, and transported it to Rhode Island by rail and truck over 2 years. There, architect Howard Greenlee orchestrated the massive undertaking of melding the old Seaview structure with Bradley's transplanted architectural gems, including French Gothic stonework, stained glass windows dating back to the 14th and 15th centuries, and entire rooms that had already been imported from Europe to Washington decades earlier. By 1925, the new estate, appropriately named Seaview Terrace, was complete at an astonishing cost of $2 million, the modern equivalent of over $36 million. From the outside, the place evoked Old Normandy or the French Renaissance, its chalk-white stucco and limestone trim punctuated by turrets, conical roofs, and carved gables reminiscent of the famed Château de Chambord in the Loire Valley. Now, over 100 years later, the rambling mansion maintains the same aesthetic, having aged gracefully in place. While the limestone is weathered, ivy has grown up the walls, and the copper is patinaed, Seaview Terrace has gained the character that only comes with time. The grounds, though mostly an open field, are surrounded by century-old trees, only adding to the estate's charm. Within its walls were soaring spaces and richly layered decor. The Great Hall, an awe-inspiring chamber with a ceiling nearly 40 feet high, was furnished with Hispano-Moresque floor tiles, massive wrought iron chandeliers, and centuries-old tapestries. As we make our way into the house in modern day, we pass through the vestibule and swing open the heavy grills to make our way to the Great Hall. The decor has since left the space, however, the architectural elements remain in earnest. The gilding still glistens on the woodwork, and the colors continue to show brilliantly through the stained glass windows. To the far end of the Great Hall, we see 3 archways, each leading us to somewhere new. On the left, we find the grand staircase, having stood still in time and held strong in its defiance of gravity. In the central arch, we continue through the long corridor, passing below a series of groin vaults marked by Gothic tracery. From this point on, we'll float freely between the rooms, starting with the drawing room. While it may be empty today, it was once filled with centuries-old European antiques, though it has held on to its chandeliers and fireplace. Speaking of the fireplace, let's get a closer look at the upper mantle's intricate relief work, then step back once again to imagine how all of this must have appeared back in Bradley's days at Seaview Terrace. Next, we'll find a grand Jacobean hall, ornamented with fine plaster ceilings above the parquet wood floors below. The rich wood wall paneling blends seamlessly with each door-surrounded fireplace. This is the dining room. Despite the incredible woodwork, it mostly would have been covered over by tapestries, and the fireplace mantle consumed by Bradley's prized antique Chinese porcelains. As we continue wandering about, we find ourselves looking up at one of the most dazzling ceilings to be found in any private home. This is the stair hall from his former mansion in Washington, D.C., which seems almost impossible to imagine being disassembled and reassembled. When we look back through time, we gain a good sense for the true scale of the stair hall, seeing oversized chairs and cabinets barely cutting down on the circulation space. Next up is the music room, which was always intended to be painted in a creamy off-white. We can only imagine how vibrant the tapestries and floral upholstery must have appeared against the stark but elegant backdrop of the music room. The mansion continues on, with many rooms, including the solarium, which is the largest of all the rooms in the house. There are even smaller rooms as well, which are equal parts comfortable and regal. Following Mr. and Mrs. Bradley's passing, ownership of Seaview Terrace passed to the Bradleys' daughter Julie. However, as economic conditions shifted and taxes soared, she could not hold on to the mansion. She ultimately vacated in 1941, and the house briefly fell into the hands of the city of Newport due to unpaid taxes. During World War II, its colossal rooms were converted into officers' quarters, echoing a pattern seen in several other Newport mansions during wartime. After the war, Seaview Terrace began a second life as a private school. One arrangement turned it into Burnham by the Sea, a summer boarding school for girls linked to the Mary Burnham School in Northampton, Massachusetts. When classes weren't in session, the estate went through a series of temporary occupants and, at times, precarious states of upkeep. Even so, it never lost its cinematic quality. By the mid-1960s, the mansion's imposing silhouette was introduced to television audiences nationwide as Collinwood in the soap opera Dark Shadows. Legions of fans still associate its turrets with supernatural intrigue, and that pop culture aura lingers. Over the following decades, Seaview Terrace, sometimes referred to as the Carey Mansion after one of its owners, continued its pattern of shifting uses. Parts of the house were leased back to Sal Regina University, which ended its lease in 2009, returning the property back over to private ownership. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Seaview Terrace? Did you have a favorite room, or perhaps something else caught your eye? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The term sugar daddy can be traced back to about 1915 in San Francisco. But who exactly was the first sugar daddy, and what happened to his mansions? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. To find out the answer to our question, let's back up to who we might refer to as the sugar granddaddy, Klaus Spreckels. Born in 1828 in the Kingdom of Hanover, he grew up in a modest environment that would be the polar opposite of the wealth and power he would later command. In 1846, at just 18 years old, Spreckels made the daring decision to leave his homeland for the United States. It was a humble beginning for a man who would eventually control much of the sugar industry on the West Coast in Hawaii. Spreckels' journey to wealth began with his move to South Carolina, where he opened a small grocery store after saving up. However, the lure of the burgeoning city of San Francisco drew him westward in 1856. Once in California, he entered the brewing business, co-founding the Albany Brewery in San Francisco. The venture, which he operated alongside his brother, marked the start of Spreckels' long and varied business career. By the mid-1860s, he saw a greater opportunity in the sugar industry, which was beginning to take off in California. He sold a stake in the brewery in 1863 and turned his attention to sugar, founding the Bay Sugar Refining Company. His first refinery was built in 1867, and it wasn't long before Spreckels introduced innovative European methods for processing sugar, such as packaging granulated sugar in sugar cubes, which made the product more accessible to consumers. This move was a game-changer, positioning Spreckels as a key player in the sugar industry, but his ambitions did not stop there. In 1876, a friendship with the King of Hawaii provided him with the opportunity to secure a lease on 40,000 acres of land on Maui. By 1882, he had purchased the land outright and founded the Hawaiian Commercial Company. His plantation quickly became the largest and most advanced in Hawaii, a status that would solidify his dominance in the sugar industry. However, success did not come without its challenges. To efficiently transport his Hawaiian sugar to the mainland for refining, Spreckels' sons established J.D. Spreckels and Brothers Shipping Line in 1879, later incorporated as the Oceanic Steamship Company. This company was the first to offer regular service between Honolulu and San Francisco, reducing the travel time significantly and ensuring a steady flow of sugar to the continental United States. Claus Spreckels was a complex and controversial figure known for his charm and generosity by some and his ruthlessness by others. His business ventures extended beyond sugar into transportation, gas, electricity, real estate, newspapers, and banking. In San Francisco, he purchased and developed several blocks of prime real estate during the 1880s and 1890s, further expanding his empire and leaving his mark on the San Francisco skyline with the construction of the Call Building, sometimes referred to as Spreckels Tower. In Hawaii, Spreckels' influence was not limited to business. He also became involved in the island's politics, advocating for the restoration of the monarchy after the formation of the provisional government in 1893. Between his stance as a royalist and the stories coming out of his plantation, he became a target. And one day, in 1893, Spreckels discovered a placard hanging on the gate of his Honolulu mansion with a skull and crossbones and the ominous warning, "Gold and silver cannot stop lead." This threat, coupled with the growing political frustrations, led Spreckels to leave Hawaii abruptly, vowing not to return until the Queen was restored to her throne. His departure marked the end of an era in Hawaii. His mansion was disassembled and moved to a new location in the islands and restyled to suit the Hawaiian aesthetic. Even though he had lost a significant portion of his empire, it didn't slow his activities in California. In 1894, he purchased a large block of property on San Francisco's Van Ness Avenue, intending to build a grand mansion that would rival the finest homes in the city. Designed in the popular Chateauist style with blown-out proportions, the mansion stood proudly on the street corner. The interior was every bit as grand as you might imagine, and it will take some imagination to see the details in these fire-damaged photos. Not only did he have a grand, two-story art gallery with leaded skylights, he had a jewel chamber which safeguarded diamonds and rubies and delicate jewelry. But his wealth was not confined to just him, as his family prospered in each subsidiary business. Around this time, his sons began building their own mansions in San Francisco. J.D. built two separate mansions, one in the classically inspired Beaux-Arts style and another in the Italianate with Eastlake influences, not to mention a sprawling country estate down in Coronado. In 1908, following the passing of his father Claus Spreckels, Adolf took over as the president of the Spreckels Sugar Company. Under his stewardship, the company continued to thrive, further diversifying into transportation, real estate, and philanthropy. However, Adolf's career was not without its dramatic moments. In 1884, he was involved in a highly publicized incident where he shot Michael H. DeYoung, co-founder of the San Francisco Chronicle, over allegations of corporate fraud. Spreckels pleaded temporary insanity and he was acquitted, a testament to his complex personality and the high-stakes world he navigated. In that same year, in 1908, he married Alma de Bretteville, who was about half his age and came from a poor family. Despite this, she quickly gained popularity as a socialite and was light years ahead of her time socially. She was often photographed with gay men and drag queens in a time when it was still criminalized but not illegal to identify as such in California. She shaped culture in San Francisco not only socially but intellectually as well. Alma convinced Adolf to donate the California Palace of the Legion of Honor to the city to give San Franciscans a proper art museum. All of this earned her the much-deserved nickname, the great-grandmother of San Francisco. But the nickname she gave Adolf became ingrained in culture from that point on. Due to his sugar empire and vast wealth, she was known to call him Sugar Daddy, and by the 1920s, this term was being used to describe a wealthy, older man who showered a younger woman with gifts and money. Along the way, the couple enjoyed entertaining and built a palatial mansion in the city's Pacific Heights neighborhood. The limestone-clad Beaux-Arts residence was meant to be refined, but also to stand as a beacon of changing times. The house became known not only for its lavish parties, but also for its elaborate holidays, in which the couple would give back to the community with meals and gifts for impoverished children. But what happened to all of these impressive mansions? The Spreckels plantation, even though significantly altered, was eventually demolished to make way for new development. And in San Francisco, Klaus's mansion was lost to the 1906 earthquake and subsequent fires. This same fate was shared by JD's Beaux-Arts mansion. However, Adolf and Alma's mansion was built after this event and continues to stand to this day. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Spreckels mini mansions down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. It's no secret that the greater Detroit area was once home to some of the largest and most extravagant mansions ever built in the United States, but this is one that has mostly been forgotten. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Stonehurst in Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1811, John Ford was born in a modest log cabin in Danville, Kentucky. His father, Jonathan, had departed to fight in the War of 1812 and never returned, leaving John and his mother Margaret to forge their own path. At the young age of 12 years old, John was apprenticed to a saddle maker, a difficult and often thankless job that taught him the value of hard work and helped him to support his mother. After enduring his apprenticeship, he struck out on his own, eventually finding his way to Greenville, Indiana. There he met and married Mary Bauer, a schoolteacher who imparted to him skills that would prove essential in the years to come. Together, John and Mary built a life in Greenville, starting with a small dry goods store that could serve the community's needs. As John's ambitions grew, so did their ventures. Soon they were running a thriving saddlery and even a flour mill. But as the years passed, John's visions outgrew the small town. In 1854, he moved his family to New Albany, Indiana, where he began a new chapter that would lay the foundation for a legacy of industrial might. New Albany saw Ford's talents flourish. He founded an iron mill, ventured into shipbuilding, and even ran his own fleet of steamboats, which earned him the honorary title of captain. But it was his foray into glassmaking, inspired by his son Emery, that would forever change the course of the Ford family. After a few challenging starts, Ford established the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company in 1883, later known as PPG Industries, which became the first successful American plate glass manufacturer, finally breaking Europe's monopoly on high-quality glass. With each business success, John Ford accumulated wealth and influence, and his family expanded its reach into a variety of industries. Ford's ventures included glass and chemicals, but it was soda ash production in Michigan that proved especially lucrative as it supplied vital resources for his glassworks. By the time of his death in 1903, John Ford had built an industrial empire that would sustain his family for generations to come. One of the beneficiaries of this fortune was Stella Ford, John's granddaughter. In 1914, she married Joseph Schlotman, and together they embarked on a journey that would culminate in the creation of Stonehurst, a grand estate on the shores of Lake St. Clair in Grosse Pointe. After an extended honeymoon in Europe, Stella and Joseph returned to Michigan. Inspired by the elegance and opulence they had encountered abroad, they commissioned renowned architect Albert Spar to bring their vision to life. Construction on Stonehurst began in earnest, and by 1917, the manor stood complete, a sprawling 40-room mansion reflecting early English Renaissance style. Spar's design captured the grandeur Stella had envisioned, with a layout that balanced intimate family spaces with rooms meant for entertaining on a grand scale. It was surrounded by perfectly manicured gardens and expansive lawns hosting reflecting pools. Wondering about the property, you could lose yourself on the garden paths, stepping down into secluded pavilions surrounded by mature trees. The estate was an architectural wonder. A circular drive led to a cantilever glass porte-cochere which shielded guests as they entered through the elaborate iron doors. Inside, the Great Hall, with its ornately carved oak paneling, welcomes us into this grand mansion. If visiting as guests, we might be ushered into the atrium adorned with marble and stone, a room that framed breathtaking views of the lake and acted as the reception room. To either side of the floor-to-ceiling fireplace, openings into other rooms tease us to keep exploring. Let's head back out into the Great Hall, continuing a bit further down until the grand staircase comes into view. We'll see more of it later when we venture upstairs, but for now we can take in its beauty and admire the intricate plasterwork above us on the ceiling. In the meantime, let's continue all the way to the end of the Great Hall and head through the pair of pocket doors. This brings us into the music room, once again clad in oak paneling and set below an intricately detailed cove ceiling. I want to call your attention to a few of the smaller details in this room that really speak to the quality of the house's craftsmanship. The fireplace's upper mantle displays wood crest flanked by knights in shining armor, not from metal but from hand-carved, polished wood, with details so delicate they appear to be free from the mantle altogether, something we notice from the sword of the central knight, which is almost completely detached. Next we'll head into the library, where built-in bookshelves blend seamlessly into the paneling and are overshadowed by robust plasterwork overhead. Combining all these architectural features we have seen so far, the dining room boasts Jacobean elegance evident from the tracery on the ceiling and stone fireplace offering intricate relief. And set on a smaller, albeit grand display, the breakfast room is where the family would have enjoyed their meals when not entertaining. And if we look closely through the doorway, we actually get a glimpse of the dining room's fireplace in full color. Back in the Great Hall, we'll return to the grand staircase and begin making our way upstairs. At the landing, we are almost overwhelmed by the level of detailing in the woodwork, from twisting balustrade to newel posts topped by urns, and all glowing under the light of stained glass windows. Looking up from this point, we see that the second floor takes an interesting aesthetic turn and introduces a milky, painted finish on the millwork. The couple's bedroom continues with this new theme, and even though it was becoming more common for couples of the upper class to share a bedroom, they still kept separate beds. Something interesting about this suite is that the bedroom still had separate rooms attached to it for the married couple. This room was their sitting room, and on the opposite side, this room was his study. Stonehurst was a beacon of social life in Grosse Pointe. Stella and Joseph hosted countless events, from charity galas to debutante balls for their granddaughters. Even after Joseph passed away in 1951, Stella continued to entertain at the mansion, preserving the traditions they had built together. She remained at Stonehurst until her death in 1974. In February of that year, with Stella gone and the era of grand estates drawing to a close, Stonehurst was open to the public one last time. Visitors walked through its halls, marveling at the architecture and furnishings that had defined a bygone era. Then in April, the contents of the mansion were auctioned and the house was demolished to make way for new development. The land that had once supported a 30-acre estate was divided into smaller parcels, each marked by the memories of what had stood there before. Today, Stonehurst exists only in memory and photographs, its presence preserved in the stories passed down by those who knew it and in the street names that pay homage to Grosse Pointe's storied past. What did you think about Stonehurst? Did you have a favorite room? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Of the many private streets in the US, few can be compared to the likes of Portland and Westmoreland places, a gated enclave overflowing with palatial Gilded Age mansions where old money thrives in timeless luxury, and nestled in the heart of a major city and yet secluded from the public eye. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring the Midwest's most exclusive and private Millionaires Row. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is sponsored by Vlogbrothers. At the turn of the 20th century, St. Louis was the fourth largest city in the country, a bustling hub of commerce, innovation, and culture. Its prominence was solidified in 1904 when it hosted the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, better known as the St. Louis World's Fair. This global event showcased the city's ambitions and drew millions of visitors to Forest Park, just steps away from the gates of Portland and Westmoreland places. The timing was serendipitous for these grand boulevards, as many of the first families to settle there were also among the city's movers and shakers, eager to display their wealth and social standing. The story of these exclusive streets began in 1887, when a group of developers purchased 78 acres of the former Cabanne Dairy Farm for what seemed at the time an extravagant sum of $400,000. The land was rechristened the Forest Park Addition, and its development was entrusted to Julius Pitzman, a visionary surveyor and engineer credited with designing many of St. Louis's private streets. Inspired by European traditions of gated communities, Pitzman's design emphasized privacy and elegance, with broad, tree-lined medians, winding roadways, and stately gates at each entrance. From the outset, Portland and Westmoreland places were intended to cater to the city's elite. Deed restrictions ensured that only single-family homes could be built, and each residence had to meet strict architectural standards. This exclusivity was not merely for show, it was a practical response to the chaos of urban expansion. At the time, zoning laws were virtually non existent, and commercial enterprises could spring up next door to even the most elegant mansions. By creating private streets, the developers guaranteed an environment of stability and refinement. Construction on the first homes began in the early 1890s, and by the time of the World's Fair in 1904, both streets were bustling with activity. The residents were a veritable who's who of St. Louis society, including lawyers, industrialists, and entrepreneurs. Among them were figures like Edward Faust, who had married into the Bush family of Anheuser-Busch. Designed by esteemed architect Thomas Barnett and completed in 1912, the Faust residence near 20,000 square feet. Entering the mansion, you would be ushered into the marble-clad rotunda where the grand staircase gracefully ascends below a gilded dome soaring overhead. Each room was designed to dazzle, from coffered ceilings offering heavy relief work, to extensive hand stenciling and rich wood paneling found in the coziest of rooms. Anheuser-Busch wasn't the only big name represented in the neighborhood. On the other side of the community, you could find the residence of Louis Dozier, whose company eventually became Nabisco. Completed in 1896 and designed by architect John Ludwig Wies, the over 12,000 square foot mansion was appointed with many gracious rooms set on a large scale. Rich woodwork was employed throughout, from the base of the grand staircase and up through its landing where stained glass windows round out behind an arched alcove. This type of regal sophistication could be imagined inside any number of the homes in the private neighborhood, where the homeowner's staff would open the doors for you and receive your calling card. The homes in the neighborhood reflected their occupants' statuses, showcasing a range of architectural styles that were as diverse as they were opulent. Richardsonian Romanesque mansions with heavy stone facades stood alongside Beaux-Arts palaces adorned with classical columns. Such was the case for the oldest mansion in the neighborhood, the Schlafly residence. We toured this house previously on the channel, exploring each room and appreciating the tiniest of details. If you haven't seen that video, I'll have it linked at the end of this one. Continuing along, you would find homes that echoed the designs of the Loire Valley, such as the residence of Edward Mallinckrodt, who co-founded the pharmaceutical company by the same name. And when big names weren't settling down here, they were being brought in. John T. Davis hired Peabody and Stearns to design his mansion, along with Frederick Law Olmsted to lay out the grounds. By the time it was completed in 1894, Mr. Davis had already passed away, having spent $800,000 on the property. Social life on Portland and Westmoreland places was as vibrant as the architecture. Lavish charity balls, debutante parties, and weddings filled the grand ballrooms of these homes, while residents mingled at exclusive clubs like the St. Louis Commercial Club and the Racquet Club. Even the children had their own clubs, organizing debates, athletic events, and even stamp collections. It was a world of privilege and tradition, set against the backdrop of Forest Park, whose 1,300 acres provided a verdant escape from the bustle of city life. However, the fortunes of Portland and Westmoreland places have not always been secure. The Great Depression and World War II brought challenges that tested the resilience of these streets. Economic hardships forced some families to sell their homes or even demolish them to avoid the high taxes on such large properties. Changing social norms and the rise of suburban living further thinned their ranks. Yet through it all, a core group of residents remained committed to preserving the neighborhood's unique character. Deed restrictions, carefully crafted decades earlier, proved invaluable in maintaining the street's exclusivity and architectural integrity. By the late 20th century, the tides had turned once again. St. Louis experienced a renaissance, and the Central West End emerges a vibrant, desirable neighborhood. Portland and Westmoreland places, listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1974, were at the forefront of this revival. Today, their gates remain closed to through traffic, offering a haven of tranquility and elegance in the heart of a bustling city. The homes, now many over a century old, stand as a monument to the artistry and ambition of the people who built them. Walking through Portland and Westmoreland places by invitation, one can't help but feel transported to a time when St. Louis was a city of boundless opportunity, its streets filled with the sounds of carriages and conversations. These historic boulevards are more than just a neighborhood, they are a living piece of history, a reminder of a time when ambition and artistry knew no bounds. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which house was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Vlogbrothers for sponsoring this video. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all. Make sure you're subscribed, and I'll catch you next time on This House. You've heard the saying, money isn't everything, and for one man who risked his life and fortune to save a puppy, that saying couldn't be more true. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Dr. Newman's Detroit mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Born in England, Robert Newman came to the New World in pursuit of the American dream. Arriving in 1875, he set his sights on becoming a doctor, and in 1889 he graduated from the Detroit College of Medicine. Along the way, he met and married an unlikely love interest, Bessie Scotton, who was the only child of tobacco magnate Daniel Scotton. Daniel had built an empire from the ground up, founding Hiawatha Tobacco Works and amassing a great fortune. When he passed away in 1899, he left $7 million to the newlywed couple, the modern equivalent of about $265 million. After inheriting the money, Robert closed his humble medical practice and went into the tobacco business. He then ventured into real estate and purchased land in speculation of growing industry, which paid off when he sold out to U.S. Steel. The young couple now had more money than they could ever spend, enough to support several generations of offspring, but they decided not to have children, instead becoming heavily involved in charity and offering generous support for the arts. During this time, they commissioned architect Henry P. Kirby to design for them a stately mansion along Detroit's Jefferson Avenue overlooking the river. The house was designed to be reminiscent of an English manor house with a porte-cochere boasting buttresses and limestone coins framing the red brick facade. Around back, a crenellated tower soared above the steeply pitched roofline, adding the flair the couple desired. We can imagine how elegant it must have appeared with a cool blue slate roof topping off the estate above formal gardens marked by pea gravel paths. All this time, and we haven't even turned around to admire the sweeping views of the water where their boathouse touches the shores of the Detroit River. Heading back towards the mansion, we notice the greenhouse to the side and take a moment to absorb the scenery. Before we swing back around to the front and begin exploring the interior, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. After passing through the vestibule, we arrive in the main hall, clad floor-to-ceiling in oak paneling and dimly lit by electric lights. Making our way deeper in, we find the grand staircase centered on the hall. We'll see more of it soon enough. In the meantime, let's make our way down to the end of the hall and continue through the doorway straight ahead. This leads us into the library, where we are surrounded by open bookshelves rising all the way to the beam ceiling and encompassing door surrounds. With dozens of options for comfortably sitting and reading, this is the epitome of a personal library in this time period. There are rolling ladders, catwalks, and half stairs leading up to the bookcases, ensuring easy access to any works of literature at any time. This room was frequently rearranged, with furniture being cycled in and out, always in pursuit of creating the most ideal library. Back in the main hall, had we turned just before the library and headed through the pointed archway, we would have found a cozy alcove guarded by a suit of armor. This brings us to Dr. Newman's study, one of the smallest rooms in the house in which he could comfortably work from home. Let's now cut back through the main hall and make our way through the velvet curtains at the opposite end. Here we find the drawing room, with collections from various continents on full display, including a tiger skin and several tapestries. We'll also find fine furnishings, marble statues, and heavy drapes covering the windows, as was very fashionable for the time. Around the corner and overlooking the river towards the rear of the house is the formal dining room. In place of a butler's pantry, the family displayed both their silver and crystalware in curio cabinets and on the hutch. Though for less formal meals, the couple would have been waited on by their staff in the morning room, where we can imagine the couple sipping coffee and eating breakfast over the morning newspaper. Let's return now to the grand staircase and begin making our way up to the second floor. At the stair landing, the bay window we saw out back creates an alcove offering panoramic views of the river. Up here we'll find several bedrooms, each one furnished just as stylish as the last. The couple suite had his and hers beds, as was still customary for the time period. Her dressing room wasn't just a place to ready herself. Bessie was deeply religious and would kneel at the alcove for private prayers. His was more or less just for getting dressed or maybe slipping away for a quick nap. The couple enjoyed their estate for many years, continuing with philanthropic endeavors and pouring money into the arts. While Mr. Newman preferred to keep a low profile, only appearing in the newspapers a couple times, there was one event surrounding him which led to a media field day. As he looked out over the Detroit River in January, he saw a puppy wander out onto the ice and fall through. I'll read you his quote. "I love dogs, and I couldn't endure the thought of watching this fine puppy die for want of human aid. I tied a rope around my waist and asked a policeman to hold the other end. Then I worked my way over the ice, pushing a skiff ahead of me, and at length reached and rescued the dog." Newspapers all around the region reported his good deed, though it was really the only one of many that had gained any publicity. Bessie passed away in 1923, and Dr. Newman followed in 1938. By the time of his death, he had given away over half of their fortune to various causes. He left $3 million, the modern equivalent of about $67 million, to his nieces, siblings, and his staff, ensuring that none of them would ever have to work another day in their lives. As for his grand estate, it was eventually paved over for the parking lot and lawn to the south of the UAW. What did you think about the Newman's mansion? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Make sure to check out their website and find out how you can become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. No matter how badly you might want something, there is probably a line you wouldn't cross, morals you wouldn't compromise, and oaths you wouldn't break. But for some people, what we might see as good, or even the bare minimum of decency, is simply a suggestion. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Casa Encantada, the Bel Air home of Hilda Bolt Weber. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Our story begins with Hilda's husband, Charles Bolt. In 1888, at the age of 20, Charles co-founded a small glassworks company in Muncie, Indiana. It quickly grew, and by 1900, he had reorganized the company into the Charles Bolt Glass Company, expanding his operations to Cincinnati, Ohio. There he mass-produced everything from glass bottles to mason jars, shipping them out across the Midwest. He tackled each challenge with poisoned rationality, whether it was settling union disputes or dealing with natural disasters. Under his leadership, the company flourished, and by 1914 he expanded all the way out to West Virginia. Even as Prohibition loomed, he pivoted production to other household wares and remained one of the top glass manufacturers in the world, now covering the nation with factories from the East Coast to the West Coast. At 61 years old, as he looked toward retirement, he brokered a merger and walked away with tens of millions of dollars. Now about his wife, if Charles Bolt was the king of glass, Hilda Bolt was the queen, moving in for a checkmate. A Southern California transplant with a taste for the extraordinary, Hilda married Charles and quickly adapted to his world of industry and innovation. However, their union was far from ordinary. At the age of 61, Charles, who had just started his retirement and was otherwise considered very healthy, passed away suddenly in his sleep, mere weeks after the Owens Bottle Company merger. The official story? Heart complications. But whispers in Cincinnati high society suggested something more sinister. Did Hilda have a hand in her husband's untimely demise, or was she simply a grieving widow left to fend for herself with one of the largest fortunes in America? The truth remains elusive, but Hilda's next move raised some eyebrows. She wasted no time in pursuing her vision of grandeur. She relocated to Southern California, settling in Santa Barbara before commissioning the iconic Casa Encantada in Bel Air in 1936. Designed by James Delena and furnished by T.H. Robsjohn Gibbings, the sprawling, 40,000 square foot neoclassical estate was an architectural marvel. Costing over $2 million during the Great Depression, the estate symbolized her audacious spirit and yearning for acceptance among the Los Angeles elite. The entire estate was designed to leave a lasting impression, from the grand fountain anchoring the motor court to the many garden paths trailing off beyond vine-covered colonnades and terraces. Following pavers, we wind about the perfectly manicured lawns, between rows of hedges and under lush canopies. Around back we find the pool, marked by giant stone urns and separated by a retaining wall. The pool house stands at the edge of the water, with pavilions and loggias creating a private courtyard around the pool. Continuing around towards the house, we find terraces with iron grills blocking tunnels that connect to the private pleasure park from the basement. Some of these terraces are more ornate than others, with intricate stone planters and water features evoking Art Deco design with subtle Greek motifs. Let's return around front and begin making our way inside Casa Encantada. We'll begin our tour from the stair hall, marked by fluted columns and delineated by a rug spanning across parquet wood floors. The grand staircase rounds out behind the columns, with its iron balustrade terminating on an incredibly ornate and freeform newel post. The house is filled with many public rooms where we can imagine Hilda entertaining high society. This one even has a built-in bar where a server would have been stationed during any one of her many soirees. We'll continue now into the living room, clad floor-to-ceiling in wood paneling. Despite its large footprint and lack of overhead lighting, the bay window allows an ample natural sunlight to illuminate the room. Looking more closely at the bay, we find built-in tufted sofas rounding out with the curve of the wall. Next, let's make our way over to the all-white music room, finished out with painted wall panels and massive mirrors. Once again, we can imagine a member of her staff gently serenading the room from the piano nearly every weekend. In the dining room, we find a dramatic contrast between the rich wood paneling and its inlays. Contrasting this further with the furnishings puts us right in the late 1930s at the height of fashion, as the style was rapidly changing from traditional to modern. Of course, Hilda would not have lifted a finger in meal prep or any other chores for that matter. Her staff would have prepared her every meal and kept the house presentable on a moment's notice. Getting back to the public rooms, all the themes we have seen so far seem to converge on the library. Clean modernist lines paired with traditional embellishments and only the most modern of furnishings. Though her own study was far lighter and set on a more comfortable scale. The house continues on and on with many long halls serving as galleries for Hilda's art collection. We find rotundas with built-in niches and sofas set all over the house. Each room takes on its own unique characteristics, whether it be in the millwork or the artwork. Despite the grand spaces, there were also more relaxed rooms in the house, such as the game room with card tables and a bar for more casual company. Let's return to the grand staircase and make our way up to the second floor to check out some of the bedrooms. Hilda's came complete with an upholstered headboard and matching upholstered wall panels. Even a few more sofas were thrown in the mix with another ceiling height mirror. Each bedroom was more or less finished out in similar styles, though some were a tad more reserved. Despite hosting extravagant soirees and mingling with Hollywood royalty, Hilda's efforts to secure her social standing fell short. The colossal cost of maintaining her estate drained her finances, forcing her to sell Casa Encantada to Conrad Hilton in 1955 for a fraction of its value, a mere $225,000. At this point, her life was essentially over and she sealed her fate the following year. The house ended up changing hands a couple more times and thankfully continues to stand. There are a bunch of pictures of it on Zillow, and honestly, it has been exquisitely maintained and basically appears today as it did back then. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Casa Encantada? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine waking up in the morning with only a couple dollars in your bank account and going to sleep as one of the richest people in the country. Hi everyone, Ken here. This is the story of Edward Doheny and his Los Angeles mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin in 1852, Doheny grew up in a family of modest means. His father, an Irish immigrant, worked as a laborer and gardener, instilling in young Edward a strong work ethic. Despite the family's struggles, Doheny excelled academically, graduating as the valedictorian of his high school class at just 15 years old. However, his father's untimely death soon after thrust him into the harsh realities of adulthood. Doheny's early adult life was filled with struggle, barely making enough money to get by. He joined the U.S. Geological Survey, which took him to the wild frontiers of Kansas, South Dakota, and eventually the rugged landscapes of Arizona and New Mexico. It was here, in the rough and tumble mining towns of the Southwest, that Doheny honed his skills as a prospector and miner. Despite years of hard work, success eluded him, and by the early 1890s, he found himself in Los Angeles living paycheck to paycheck to support his family. However, his fortunes would soon take a dramatic turn. Inspired by reports of natural asphalt deposits in the area, he and his soon-to-be business partner, Charles A. Canfield, decided to try their luck in the nascent oil industry. With little more than sheer determination and second-hand tools, Doheny began digging a well near downtown Los Angeles. The work was grueling and the odds were against them, but in 1892, after months of labor, the duo struck oil. This discovery marked the beginning of Southern California's petroleum boom, and Doheny quickly became a wealthy man. His success in Los Angeles was just the beginning. In 1901, he ventured south to Mexico, where he drilled the country's first oil well near Tampico, which turned the page to an even greater chapter in his career, as his operations in Mexico's Golden Belt would soon make him one of the world's leading oil producers. Doheny's company, Pan American Petroleum and Transport, expanded rapidly with holdings that stretched from the Gulf Coast of the United States to the vast oil fields of Venezuela. With this newfound wealth, Doheny set out to find his dream home in that same year. In 1901, Doheny made a significant move that symbolized his ascent to the upper echelons of Los Angeles' society by purchasing an opulent residence at No. 8 Chester Place for $120,000 in cash. Chester Place at the time was rapidly becoming one of the most desirable and exclusive neighborhoods in the city, filled with the homes of Los Angeles' most influential and affluent citizens. The Doheny home was no exception, and it quickly became a focal point of the area. The mansion, originally built with 22 rooms in 1899, was already grand, but Edward and his wife Estelle had even grander visions. They immediately began extensive renovations, transforming the house into a 24,000 square foot masterpiece that would become one of the most extravagant mansions in Los Angeles. Photos of the home were published in a popular magazine, which brought sightseers by the home at all hours. To gain a bit more privacy and put more space between tourists and his home, Doheny purchased the 13 remaining lots in the private neighborhood. Entering the mansion will place us in the Great Hall, however, this is not where we'll start our tour. Arriving as guests, the doorman would usher us beyond velvet curtains into the reception room. Here we get a small taste of the family's wealth, though the rooms we are about to see will put this one to shame. Of these grand spaces, the Pompeian room will be our first stop, clad in marble with a domed skylight soaring 2 stories overhead. Grand banquets would be held in this room, with fresh flowers overflowing the table setting. Looking more closely at the details, we find intricate stonework, brocade finishing the walls, and sculptures set in the corners. Hearing the gentle strums of a harp, we will venture further into the mansion to find the music room. This incredible space not only holds a grand piano, but the walls and ceilings blend together with continuous ornate plasterwork. At the end of the music room, we'll peel back the curtains to reveal the library. But there is more than meets the eye in this unassumingly cozy room. There is another pair of curtains set in the corner. Let's head beyond them. Here we uncover the rare books room, with first edition volumes, some centuries old, neatly organized on each bookshelf. In fact, one could argue that there are several libraries in this house, from Mrs. Doheny's study to the Indian room, aptly named for the murals spanning the frieze, but we won't get caught up in the many reading nooks of the house. Let's continue to the chapel, with enough space for a private church service exclusively for the family. Not too far from here is the second music room, with yet another grand piano. But perhaps we are getting a bit ahead in our tour. Let's return to the public room, starting with the dining room. As you can imagine, a family of such wealth wouldn't prepare their own meals. The full-time staff would cook in a state-of-the-art kitchen, which was updated frequently with the latest and greatest products and appliances. And if the banquet room and formal dining room weren't on the list for the day, the breakfast room would serve as a cozier retreat for the family to enjoy their meals. Each of the bedrooms are just as grand as you might expect, with ornate plasterwork, wood paneling, and even several luxurious en-suites providing the family and guests with the type of comforts only money could buy. However, Doheny's rise to power was not without its discomfort. In the 1920s, he became embroiled in the infamous Teapot Dome scandal, a political bribery case that rocked the nation. He was accused of offering a $100,000 bribe to U.S. Secretary of the Interior Albert Fall in exchange for favorable oil leases. Though Doheny was twice acquitted of bribery charges, the scandal tarnished his reputation and led to a rather turbulent period in his life. And yet, he was able to turn things around again. His philanthropy, particularly in Los Angeles, where he and his wife Estelle donated generously to Catholic schools, churches, and charities, earned him a legacy as a benefactor. And just as the scandal was being forgotten about, 2 bodies were found in his son's Beverly Hills mansion, Greystone, but that's a story for another time. Edward Doheny passed away in 1935, leaving behind a complex legacy as both a pioneering oilman and a central figure in one of the most notorious scandals in American history. What did you think about his mansion? Did you have a favorite room? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Sitting on over 500 acres in Pennsylvania's Main Line was once an estate plucked straight out of the English countryside. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Penshurst. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Born in 1857 into one of Philadelphia's most affluent families, Percival Roberts Jr. grew up surrounded by privilege and promise. His father founded the Pencoed Iron Works in 1852, a modest enterprise that quickly grew into a mile-long industrial powerhouse along the Schuylkill River. Under Percival Jr.'s leadership, the company expanded its influence, merging with the American Bridge Company in 1900 and later with U.S. Steel in 1901. As one of the original 24 board members of U.S. Steel, Roberts cemented his reputation as an authority in steel manufacturing, contributing to some of the most iconic structures of his era, including bridges, buildings, and railways worldwide. By the late 19th century, Roberts had amassed a fortune and purchased over 500 acres of farmland in Penn Valley and Gladwin, Pennsylvania. On this land, he envisioned Penshurst, an estate that would rival the great houses of Europe. He and his wife Bessie turned to the Boston architectural firm of Peabody & Stearns to design the mansion. Peabody & Stearns had previously designed some of the most lavish mansions in the United States, including a handful of Newport, Rhode Island's iconic cottages. Hiring them with the direction to produce a palatial residence inspired by English manners was a guarantee for satisfaction. The result was an Edwardian masterpiece featuring teak floors, marble reception halls, and antique paneling imported from England. The exterior of Penshurst was equally remarkable. Designed by the famed Olmsted brothers, the estate's gardens featured terraces, fountains, and a reflecting pool that perfectly mirrored the mansion's grandeur. A massive brick gate marked the end of the walled garden and the entrance to the river below. Of their many outbuildings, you could find a water tower and staff cottages sprinkled about pastures where cattle roamed freely. Before we head back around front and begin exploring the mansion, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. As we pull through the forecourt's gate, the details of the house begin to come into focus as we locate the front door tucked away between limestone pilasters. To better orient ourselves, let's take a quick look at the floor plan, noting that we will be entering below the grand staircase in the very center of the house. We've just walked up a couple stairs between wood columns to find ourselves in the entrance hall, clad in wood paneling with limestone archways and a Jacobean plaster ceiling soaring overhead, with a grand, bifurcated staircase to the side marked by carved lions at the newel posts. The next room down is the Great Hall, finished out almost completely in limestone and broken up by bands of imported wall paneling and exposed beams in the vaulted ceiling. We can zoom in on a few of the details in this room, including the nearly 2-story fireplace, which contains intricate niches carved into its upper mantle. Furthermore, supporting the ceiling beams are corbels carved from limestone, featuring beasts seeming to free themselves from the masonry. We can take a step back to enjoy how all of these tiny details come together before proceeding through the doorway straight ahead. This leads us into the dining room, where I'd like to call your attention to the ceiling. This photo might seem fuzzy at first glance, but what we are really seeing is thousands of delicate plaster leaves filling in the coffered ceiling, almost as if you were looking up through a pergola to see vines covering you overhead. Directly across the entrance hall from the dining room is the morning room, where the couple would have spent the earlier part of their days having coffee and reading the newspaper. Now, had we traveled to the other end of the Great Hall, we would have found the white and gold drawing room glistening with gilded wall panels and decorated with the finest furniture money could buy. After a short jaunt through the hall, we find the library, which is the largest room in the house, complete with plaster tracery and built-in bookcases skirting the room. Heading towards the front of the house from the library, we find the billiards room with walls clad in limestone, diamond-paned windows, and also below an exposed beam ceiling, giving it that rustic, Americanized English charm. Though Penshurst embodied luxury and prominence, the Roberts family led a surprisingly quiet life. Tragedy struck early when their 2 sons passed away young, likely from scarlet fever or diphtheria. This loss profoundly affected Percival and Bessie, who retreated from the social obligations expected of their station. Instead, they found solace in their meticulously maintained gardens and working farm, a rarity among the so-called gentlemen's farms of the main line. By the late 1930s, the idyllic life at Penshurst began to unravel. Lower Merion Township proposed building an incinerator near the estate, prompting Roberts to launch a legal battle that went all the way to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. But he lost, and the defeat, coupled with Bessie's declining health, led the couple to leave their beloved estate. In 1939, Roberts began dismantling Penshurst, auctioning its treasures, and selling the mansion to a demolition company for just $1,000. The land was eventually bequeathed to charities after Roberts' death in 1944, and portions were later developed into Welsh Valley Middle School along with residential neighborhoods. Today only the estate's gates and a few outbuildings remain, silent witnesses to a bygone era. What did you think about Penshurst? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Click their link down in the video description and become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. From the moment he could talk, Walter was captivated by the natural world. While other children might have played with toy trains, Walter was busy collecting insects in the sprawling gardens of Tring Park, the family's Hertfordshire estate. From a speech impediment to unaddressed learning challenges, his family supported him the best they could. By the age of 7, he boldly declared to his parents, "I'm going to make a museum," and true to his word, by the age of 10, he had amassed enough specimens to start one in a garden shed. Tring Park was his entire world at this stage of his life, shunning other children to hunt for insects in its vast gardens. Though the estate itself dated back to the days of William the Conqueror, the mansion itself had been built through the 1680s. The Rothschild family purchased it in 1872 as a country retreat and greatly expanded the house, giving it a unified French Renaissance Revival facade of red brick and stone dressings under a mansard roof. The interior was designed to be every bit as extravagant as the exterior, with a grand bifurcated staircase floating above dotted marble floors. We can imagine the Rothschilds entertaining not only nobility, but kings and queens for dinner parties. Each room was given the utmost attention to detail, from marble relief work to delicate plasterwork. Below intricate friezes, three-dimensional scenes came to life as the plaster almost appeared to free itself from the paneling. Though the room we can imagine the family using the most is the morning room, filled with natural light and overstuffed furniture. Despite its grand architectural features, this great hall became a comfortable gathering place for the Rothschilds. Tring Park, however, was not the only house that Walter grew up in. His grandparents' house, and later his parents' home in London at 148 Piccadilly, was every bit as grand, if not on a smaller scale. If you were visiting for a formal event, you would first be ushered into the reception room to await your welcome. Then you might mingle with other guests, perhaps in the library, amongst some of the most exquisite furnishings and finishings of the time. Finally, you would be brought into the ballroom, glistening from crystal chandeliers reflecting off of extensive gilding. But even being immersed in such luxury from a young age, it just wasn't for Walter. His passion for natural history only grew with time. His family, though skeptical, recognized his unwavering dedication to collecting specimens, and on his 21st birthday, his father gifted him a proper museum building on the edge of Tring Park. But this was no ordinary gift. It was the cornerstone of what would become one of the most remarkable private collections of natural history specimens in the world. In 1892, the Rothschild Zoological Museum opened its doors to the public. The modest beginning in a garden shed had blossomed into a grand institution. Walter employed an army of 400 collectors scouring the globe for the rarest and most exotic creatures. His museum became a veritable Noah's Ark, filled with specimens from over 48 countries. His life was anything but ordinary. Towering at 6 feet 3 inches and plagued by a speech impediment, Walter was a shy yet imposing figure. He often retreated into his world of animals and specimens, finding solace among his collections. Though his eccentricity was legendary, he famously trained zebras to pull his carriage and once drove it to Buckingham Palace to prove their tameness. All the while, his family had forced him to continue in their banking empire, which could not hold his interest. Around the time he turned 40, his father released him from those expectations, passing the baton to his younger brother and freeing Walter to forge his own path in the world. Walter's adventures weren't confined to England. He sent explorers to the farthest corners of the earth, from modern-day Hawaii to the Galapagos, gathering specimens and uncovering new species. His museum housed an astonishing array of creatures, from 300,000 bird skins to over 1 million butterflies and moths. Having such a massive collecting effort around the world, he needed a headquarters on the other side of the planet in New York, where he could meet with the most prominent traders and collectors from around the globe. To suit this purpose, he built a 6-story mansion in Manhattan at 41 East 70th Street. Entering the towering abode, we arrive in the foyer where we will continue up the curved staircase. Being the enthusiast he was, we'll find that some of the rooms are themed with nature, starting with the dog room, which includes not only statues of dogs and canines embroidered on pillows and chairs, but also plaster depictions of man's best friend are found in the frieze. Next, we'll travel into the dining room, which boasts an incredible wall mural featuring geological sites from around the world, with dozens of species of trees scattered about. At the far end of the room, we find bonsai trees, clay pots, and other souvenirs from his travels abroad and the built-ins on either side of the fireplace. This theme continues into the library, where Walter was known to spend most of his time while in the house. Complementing the dining room's murals, the walls here tell the story of him collecting specimens. His designer, however, must have won out in the living room, which is classically styled with no true hints at Walter's personality. That being said, there were always fresh flowers filling each vase, rarely repeating themselves with the same species. Despite the family's vast wealth, Walter often faced financial difficulties. His commitment to his museum was unwavering, but it came at a cost. In 1931, he was forced to sell his prized bird collection to the American Museum of Natural History in New York, a sacrifice made to settle personal debts. It was later revealed that a former mistress and her husband had blackmailed him for nearly 40 years, adding to his financial strain. But even in the face of adversity, Walter's contributions to science were unparalleled. He described countless new species, including the Rothschild giraffe, and his collection significantly advanced scientific understanding. His work laid the foundation for modern zoological research, and his museum became a hub for scientists worldwide. Walter passed away in 1937, with a legacy that lives on through the Natural History Museum at Tring, which houses millions of his specimens, and continues to inspire generations of researchers and nature enthusiasts. His life, filled with curious adventures and remarkable discoveries, reminds us that sometimes the most extraordinary paths are the ones we forge ourselves. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on Walter and his mansions down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. Attached to the Morgan Library is one of the oldest brownstones in Manhattan, but what did it used to look like? What kind of lavish interiors were hiding behind its walls? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are traveling back in time to uncover the lost interiors of the Phelps Morgan Mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1867, Isaac Newton Phelps Stokes was born into a world of wealth and influence. His father, Anson Phelps Stokes, was one of the wealthiest men in America, with a fortune built from hardware, banking, and real estate. His birthplace was at one of the most coveted addresses on the planet, 231 Madison Avenue in Manhattan. His mother Helen had inherited the house from her father, who had built the brownstone in 1854. Growing up amidst New York's elite, Isaac had a privileged upbringing, but he wasn't content to simply bask in luxury, he wanted to leave his own mark. Stokes' journey began at prestigious institutions where he absorbed the finest education money could buy. After attending St. Paul's School in Concord and the Berkeley School in New York, he graduated from Harvard in 1891, but his thirst for knowledge wasn't easily quenched, and he pursued further studies at Columbia School of Mines and the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, where he refined his architectural skills. In 1895, Stokes married Edith Minturn, a woman of charm and intellect, and together they settled in Paris, where his architectural journey took flight. By 1897, Stokes co-founded the architectural firm Howells & Stokes, embarking on a career that would blend design with social reform. While his early projects reflected the grandeur of his upbringing, like designing private homes for New York's elite, Stokes found his calling in public service. His work wasn't just about creating beautiful buildings, he wanted to change lives. His role in crafting New York's 1901 tenement house law was a pivotal moment, demonstrating his commitment to improving living conditions for the city's poorest residents. This law aimed to regulate the dangerous and often overcrowded tenement buildings that plagued the Lower East Side, and it became a model for housing reform across the country. Stokes' architectural legacy also included iconic structures like St. Paul's Chapel at Columbia University and the American Geographical Society building. His designs were a marriage of function and beauty, but his influence stretched beyond bricks and mortar. As a member of the New York Municipal Arts Commission for nearly 3 decades, he helped shape the aesthetic landscape of the city, ensuring public spaces were as thoughtfully designed as private estates. But perhaps his most monumental work wasn't a building at all. For 20 years, Stokes worked obsessively on the iconography of Manhattan Island, a 6-volume magnum opus chronicling the early history of New York City. This compilation became an essential resource for scholars, historians, and even myself as I make these videos. Stokes' meticulous research and obsessive collecting, sometimes at great personal expense, ensured that future generations could access the rich history of Manhattan's development. But perhaps that is getting a bit ahead in his story. Let's rewind a few decades and go back to the late 1800s. New inventions were revolutionizing the way people lived, and his birthplace had become all but obsolete. While many wealthy New Yorkers tore their homes down and started over, or moved northward to be around the newly fashionable Central Park, that wasn't the case for the Stokes. The exterior of his childhood home would remain exactly as it had always been, but the interior would be completely refreshed. While I wish there were before photos of the interior to show you, the afters are all that are known to exist. We'll start our tour with a white and gold drawing room, finished out with gilded wainscoting and gilded plaster panels set against silk wallpaper, with each panel containing murals. The room was filled with fine furnishings, almost completely blocking the intricate parquet floors from view. Nestled in another corner of the house was the dining room, with electric lights worked into the coffered ceiling and stained glass windows worked into the built-in hutch. The other two walls were covered over in antique European tapestries, with Stokes designing each doorway to perfectly accommodate smaller tapestries where transoms might otherwise be. Next we'll head into the Moorish smoking room, perfectly round in plan, with a domed ceiling soaring overhead. We can imagine men retreating here after dinner, smoke wafting through the air and breaking on the fretwork's delicate openings. Next we'll head into the library, clad in rich oak wainscoting and finished out further with leather wall treatments. At the very end of the library is an ingle nook, where we can imagine the stained glass windows flickering as they reflect a roaring fire. Turning around, we get a great view of this room and how it all comes together, but there is more to see beyond the limestone passageways. Here we find the study, decorated with centuries-old armor and other European antiques. This room served as a private retreat where Stokes could work and read completely undisturbed. While there might be a lot of artifacts that we could zoom in on, let's not linger and head through the grill. This leads to one of the smaller bedrooms in the house, also decorated with antique European pieces as well as replicas. The other bedrooms in the house are much larger and finished out in styles more cohesive with the rest of the home. Unfortunately, this chapter of the house's history would be cut short. In the early 1900s, J.P. Morgan purchased the mansion for his son, who immediately set out to renovate the mansion, essentially gutting the interior. A few decades later, it passed to a church, which made very few changes to the structure. In 1965, demolition permits were filed by the church, but protests dragged the permit process out for so long that by the time they got the green light to demolish the mansion, the church no longer had the funding to replace it with a new building. Over 20 years later, they offloaded the mansion to the ever-expanding Morgan Library, which had been set up by J.P. Morgan after demolishing a couple of the other houses on the block to make space for it. Thankfully, the house was spared the wrecking ball and was incorporated into the campus. Many of its interior features from Morgan's renovation continue to delight guests, though they aren't quite the same as what we saw from Stokes' renovation. What did you think about the mansion? And for those of you who have visited the Morgan Library, how do you think the interiors compare to what came before it? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed with that bell notification turned on so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. How did a Japanese palace end up on a hill overlooking Hollywood? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the history behind Yamashiro. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the 1880s, the Bernheimer brothers began emigrating to the New World from Germany. They came from a wealthy mercantile family and planned to establish themselves in New York City. Upon arriving, they quickly began growing the Bear Mill Manufacturing Company in Manhattan, a misleading name for a company that manufactured nothing and owned exactly 0 mills. In reality, it was a continuation of their family's mercantile trade. They would ship raw materials to Asia, which would then be converted into fine silks and garments, then shipped back to the US for retail, much in the same way that many retailers structure their supply chains today, just they were way ahead of the trend. This made the brothers incredibly wealthy and required them to constantly travel to countries like China and Japan, where they began collecting Asian antiques. 2 of the brothers specifically spent millions of dollars on such things, those two being Adolf and Eugene. They had been born 1 year apart from each other and had been inseparable throughout their entire lives. In 1911, they decided that instead of building homes near each other, they would bring their families together under one roof. In that same year, they purchased a 7-acre hilltop in Hollywood where they would begin planning their duo mansion. They commissioned architect Franklin M. Small to design for them an estate named Yamashiro, which would stand tall above its surroundings, dwarfing all the millionaires' mansions below it. The estate was planned to come complete with lavish gardens radiating from the main house and dotted by pagodas, waterfalls, and walking trails. The brothers wanted their Japanese estate to be as authentic as possible and brought over hundreds of workers from Japan to not only capture the aesthetic, but to employ traditional building methods. When Yamashiro was finally completed in 1914, it became one of the most visible landmarks in the Los Angeles area and could be seen from miles away. In traditional fashion, the home was planned to be viewed sculpturally, with its drive winding about to offer an oblique approach to the gate. From the ground, we find that the gate, garage, and main house weren't centered on each other, but instead were offset to create a sort of feng shui. Being configured this way, the house had no true front nor back, though there was a main entrance, which we will see soon enough. First, we'll head around to the side that looks out over Hollywood and begin making our way down the stairs to explore the gardens. As we continue from one terrace to another, we pass below the garden gate and continue our descent. Then we turn to the side to find that Hollywood has disappeared and we've been transported to Japan. The village of miniatures is arranged around flowing streams with scaled-down bridges and trees pruned to be an appropriate height. Some of these pagodas were plucked straight from Asia and imported, making them among the oldest buildings in the United States. To understand the true scale, it helps to see how people appear almost as giants as they make their way through the garden. We could spend all day getting lost as we explore the grounds, but the real reason we're here is to tour the house. Let's make our way back up the hill until we see the duo mansion come back into view. Once again, there's no true front or back of the house, so this is as good of a place as any to start our tour. Swinging open the double doors leads us into the hall, clad in intricate woodwork with tile mosaics covered over by fine rugs, and straight ahead, beyond folding Japanese screens, is the courtyard. The courtyard is the true heart of the home, with many rooms opening out into it where we can imagine the two families gathering to walk between wings. One such room that opens out to the courtyard is the tea room, which could be enlarged by retracting the wall of screens. Here we find an Americanized version of zabutons placed about for sitting on, more in bench fashion than in the traditional floor placement. As we travel about the courtyard, we'll see these same themes play out in several of the rooms, including this one, which has an incredibly intricate plaster cherry blossom tree spanning across the ceiling in vibrant painted colors. Though not all the rooms adhere so strictly to the style, as is evidenced by the sitting room. Here we find luxurious but typical seating options for an American home mixed with Asian furniture and decorations. As the brothers' collection grew, they changed out furniture and brought in silk wall panels to cover over the windows. Unlike the popular Moorish smoking rooms of this time period, theirs carried over the same cohesive themes we've seen throughout the house. Though perhaps the most American of the rooms was the dining room, with French doors and traditional wainscoting mixed with imported silk wallpaper. The bedrooms contained a good mix of original Asian antiques along with imaginative furniture to function more as the brothers were accustomed to. While each brother had his own room, they were nearly mirror images of each other's save the finishes and decor. In the early 1920s, Eugene unexpectedly passed away and Adolf couldn't stand to continue living in the house he had built with his brother. He sold Yamashiro and built a new house in Pacific Palisades. Once again, it was filled with antiques and the grounds were dotted with miniatures. He lived out the rest of his life here, passing away in 1944. Unfortunately, after a few landslides and some redevelopment, this property was all but lost to time. As for Yamashiro, during World War II, conspiracy theories ran rampant through the public as anti-Japanese sentiments spread, leading misguided people to vandalize the estate under the false belief that it was somehow being used to transmit signals overseas. The then owner ended up covering over the building with a false facade before it was converted for use as a military school and then an apartment complex. Thankfully, its next owner uncovered many of the false facades to discover that much of the original finishes were still intact. Since the mid-20th century, it has been renovated and restored and been reimagined as the Yamashiro restaurant, which remains open to this day. What did you think about this unique estate? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine a world where the business savvy only make lucky guesses, where the wealthy only spend other people's money, and where absolutely none of this works out in the end. Hi everyone, Ken here. This is the story of Talbot Taylor and his Long Island mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Talbot J. Taylor, a figure deeply intertwined with New York's Gilded Age society and Wall Street's high-stakes world, lived a life marked by expensive hobbies and public controversies. Born into an established Baltimore family in 1865, Taylor quickly made a name for himself in New York's financial circles, making a series of wild bets that paid out. By 1892, he had opened his own brokerage firm after catching the eye of the influential and incredibly wealthy speculator James Keene, who was so impressed by the young man that he gave his blessing to Taylor to marry his daughter Jessica, a mistake that would ultimately cost him the equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars. The couple embarked on a lavish lifestyle epitomized by the creation of their sprawling estate, Talbot House, in Cedarhurst, Long Island. Designed by the prestigious architectural firm Lamb & Rich in 1895, the estate was a symbol of Taylor's rising fortune and status. Over the years, the house grew to a staggering size, boasting over 30 rooms, each one filled with exquisite art and antiques which Taylor had purchased after selling Keene's gifts of real estate in Massachusetts. The house itself became a character in their story, expanding as Taylor's ambitions and troubles grew. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Entering the home, we arrive in the hall, clad with rich wood paneling and set below an elaborate plaster ceiling. Next, we find the drawing room, packed full of Louis XV antiques, a recurring theme throughout much of the house. Though there is also a contrast with this other main collection theme found in the dining room, that being Renaissance-era antiques. We can take a closer look at the massive fireplace mantel in this room to admire its intricate relief work. From here, we can take the French doors on either side to continue deeper into the house. This leads us into the library, once again stuffed to the brim with mostly Louis XV and Louis XVI antiques. While I'd like us to continue our way towards the staircase in the back corner, we'll have to navigate around the furniture. Or maybe we can clear the library out for ease and go back to a time before his collection took over the house. Staying in these earlier years, let's cut back across the hall where we first entered. We can peek into the drawing room to see it staged with an appropriate amount of furniture, then hook off to the side to find the conservatory. Unfortunately, we are now back in the later years when his collection was spilling into every nook and cranny, but nonetheless, there are still some charming features we can find behind dozens of chairs, including a fountain and walls lined by hundreds of potted plants. Heading up to the second floor, the guest room was always kept tidy, with minimal furniture. However, the same couldn't be said for Taylor's bedroom, where he kept some of his most prized chairs. His wife's adjoining bedroom was kept much the same, though she did have more space to walk around. His boudoir was once again stuffed to the brim, though with admittedly very nice pieces, whereas hers was much more usable with spillover from his Louis XV collection. Yet beneath the grandeur and thousands of chair cushions, the couple's life was far from comfortable. By 1908, the strain of Taylor's financial dealings and personal entanglements with Marie Cowles, a close family friend turned interior decorator, led to a very public and bitter divorce. The court battle revealed much about Taylor's financial mismanagement as it came to light that Jessica's father, James Keene, had largely financed the couple's lifestyle, bailing Taylor out of substantial financial failures, including a failed speculation in the Southern Pacific Railroad in 1903. The scandal only deepened when it was revealed that Keene had covered debts of up to $4 million, the modern equivalent of over $143 million today, just to avoid the disgrace of bankruptcy. The fallout from their divorce left Jessica with Talbot House, while Talbot's collection of art and antiques was auctioned off and much of his fortune dissipated. Talbot remarried in 1909, this time to Marie Cowles, the very woman whose relationship had sparked so much controversy. Their marriage was as tumultuous as his first, with Marie suing for divorce just a few years later. By this time, Taylor had retreated to France, where he spent his later years focused on horticulture and the beautification of his new home in Nice. The once grand Talbot House met a tragic end in 1913 when a boiler explosion caused a fire that destroyed the mansion. The house, filled with priceless art and rare books collected by the Keene family, was reduced to ashes. Taylor himself lived out his final years in relative obscurity, passing away in Nice in 1938. Talbot J. Taylor's life was a monument to the highs and lows of Gilded Age society, an era of immense wealth, ambition, and public spectacle where fortunes were made and lost in the blink of an eye, and where social faux pas were worth hundreds of millions of dollars to cover over. His story, though dramatic, is a vivid reminder of the fragility of even the most glittering lives. What did you think about Talbot House? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to our This House supporters whose names you can see on screen right now. If you are a member, make sure to check out the corresponding members-only community post to see a full catalog of Taylor's fine furniture as featured in his brag book. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Tucked away on the grounds of the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C., Number 1 Observatory Circle is a residence unlike any other, serving as the official home of the Vice President of the United States. With its picturesque Queen Anne architecture and sweeping wraparound porch, the house is both a symbol of the Vice President's role in American governance and a monument to over a century of evolving history. Far less publicized than the White House, this dignified residence has quietly witnessed decades of political and personal milestones, growing from its origins as a superintendent's home to the cherished dwelling it is today. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Originally, the house was constructed in 1893 as a residence for the superintendent of the Naval Observatory, which was then housed on the same grounds. Designed by Leon Dissay, the home reflected the popularity of Queen Anne-style architecture with its asymmetrical layout, turreted rooms, and comfortable verandas. Built of red brick, it was set among the lush surroundings of what had once been part of Northview, a large estate acquired by the Navy in 1880. The initial cost of $20,000, equivalent to nearly $700,000 today, was seen as an investment in the burgeoning Naval Observatory. The superintendent who first called it home found a peaceful retreat, just far enough from the city to offer seclusion and just close enough to the pulse of Washington to feel connected. By the early 1920s, however, the house found itself in new hands when the Chief of Naval Operations, one of the most senior positions in the Navy, claimed it as his official residence. Renamed Admiral's House, it was from this point forward a prestigious home for the Navy's leaders. For the next 5 decades, prominent figures like Admirals Chester Nimitz and Elmo Zumwalt resided there, turning the home into a revered symbol of naval tradition. The residence served as both a private retreat and a place for official gatherings, solidifying its role in the ceremonial aspects of the Navy. For much of American history, vice presidents had no official residence, a situation that proved increasingly impractical as the demands and responsibilities of the office grew. Vice presidents often took up temporary residences in hotels or their private homes, each time requiring extensive security measures and upgrades. President Calvin Coolidge once remarked that the office should have a settled and permanent habitation to match its growing importance, yet no changes came about until the 1970s. With the rising cost of securing private residences and the need for a stable home, Congress designated Admiral's House as the official vice presidential residence in 1974. This decision was met with some resistance from Admiral Zumwalt, who disliked the plan so much that he ran against a Virginia senator in 1976 just to protest the move. Once Congress authorized the transition, work quickly began on adapting the house for its new role. Major renovations and security upgrades transformed the property, although the designation of temporary was retained in the official documents, a formality that remains to this day. Number 1 Observatory Circle awaited its first full-time residence, but the timing was ironic. Vice President Gerald Ford became president before he had the chance to move in, and his successor, Nelson Rockefeller, chose to stay in his own stately residence nearby, using Admiral's House only for entertaining. It was Vice President Walter Mondale who finally made history as the home's first full-time resident in 1977. With each vice president's family, the house took on new personality, both in style and in function. The Mondales embraced the home's potential for comfort and modernity, bringing in rich colors, contemporary art, and Asian antiques, an aesthetic that complemented the home's storied past. George H.W. Bush, who succeeded Mondale, took a more classic approach with a light color palette and softer tones. He and Second Lady Barbara Bush enjoyed outdoor activities, adding a jogging track and horseshoe pit to the grounds. Later, Dan Quayle made the residence more family-friendly, installing a putting green and creating additional bedroom spaces on the 3rd floor. These additions and renovations, some financed through private donations, reflected each family's individual lifestyle while also preserving the home's warm, lived-in atmosphere. Al Gore's tenure marked one of the most extensive transformations in the house's history. Gore delayed his move to allow for major renovations, including the removal of asbestos, updating plumbing and electrical wiring, and the installation of more efficient heating and ventilation systems. For the Gores, it was essential to modernize the residence while honoring its traditional charm. Tipper Gore even created a catalog of household items tracking furniture, artwork, and historical artifacts for future families' reference. Over the years, the residence evolved in subtle ways as each vice president's family left their own mark. During Dick Cheney's tenure, the house interiors were updated with neutral tones, and the family made additions that suited their needs. Joe Biden, meanwhile, celebrated family heritage by adding a tree swing on the grounds and creating the Family Heritage Garden, commemorating former residents and their loved ones. Mike Pence's contributions included a beehive and a basketball court, while Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff have continued the tradition of personalizing the space. These personal touches underscore the home's role not only as a place of national importance, but also as a cherished family dwelling. Number 1 Observatory Circle stands as both a private refuge and a stage for public life, hosting dignitaries, holiday gatherings, and diplomatic events. Unlike the White House, however, the residence is closed to the public, protected by the observatory's secure grounds and the discretion afforded by its secluded location. This privacy allows each vice president to transform the residence into a space that feels personal and welcoming, blending the pressures of public office with the comforts of a family home. What did you think about Number 1 Observatory Circle? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. While most scholars agree that the Gilded Age has a set end date around 1900, a handful of people continue living as if the age never ended. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading off to the Berkshires to discover Bellefontaine. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This episode is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1850, Shiro Foster was born into great wealth. His family had made a name for themselves in coal, and his grandfather had expanded the family empire to include a lucrative mercantile business in New York City by the name of Foster & Giroux. By the time Giroux was born, he was considered old money and afforded every privilege in life. When he was of age, he joined with the family business, but what he really became best known for was being a socialite. Usually I go through the history in depth before we get to the house tour, but today we have a lot to see, so let's just dive right in. In the 1890s, Giroux commissioned renowned architects Creer and Hastings to design for him a lavish mansion. Not only was it to be inspired by classical architecture with every beauty afforded by the Beaux-Arts, it was to be the most ornate summer home in the Berkshires. The mansion had its roots in French design, and each piece of furniture was to be imported from France. Beyond that, entire rooms were designed and assembled in Paris before being shipped overseas and reassembled on site. As we continue rotating about the mansion, which he named Bellefontaine, the French inspiration becomes evident with a mix of red brick decoratively framed by large limestone blocks. Having a house of such magnitude wasn't enough by itself to fit the needs of someone with such a social standing. Giroux was an avid equestrian and required grounds for riding his horses and playing polo. Beyond that, he was known to go for a 3-mile walk every day through his lavish gardens. Some of his daily sights would have included the parterre garden, where he could wind about its pea gravel paths in solitude. Next, he might venture towards the reflecting pool, overflowing with lily pads and surrounded by uninterrupted lawns, perfect for letting the dogs run free. Though it is the nondescript paths on the edge of the dense forest which will lead to the most intrigue. After traveling down dirt roads, we emerge from the thick canopy to find formal gardens and statues marking our promenade. Ponds are scattered about and teeming with koi swimming below the reflections of marble statues. While we could spend days retracing Giroux's 3-mile path, I think it is about time we made our way back to the house. We emerged from the tree-lined path centered on a stone fountain set at the perfect distance from the mansion so as to frame it with statues looking forward. At the end of the reflecting pool is another fountain in the court, only one of the entryways for the mansion. Had we arrived by buggy, we would have made a circle around that fountain and then traveled around the wing to the porte cochere. However, there is no better place to begin our tour than from the main entrance below the portico. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you obsessed with historic architecture? Have you ever wanted to go beyond reading and learning to actually experiencing historically and architecturally significant sites? With the Victorian Society in America, you can travel to American cities and tour exceptional 19th century buildings. Join the Victorian Society in America this October for an educational tour in St. Louis, Missouri. The itinerary is packed with exciting visits to key architectural sites, landscapes, and artistic gems in and around the greater St. Louis area. Click the link in the video description to visit victoriansociety.org and register today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now let's get back to our tour. To find the front door, we'll climb stone steps, heading beyond vine-covered retaining walls, potted plants, and urns overflowing with flowers. Entering the mansion, we arrive in the stair hall lined with marble statues standing proudly against frescoed walls. To the other end of the hall, the grand staircase ascends in strict form, with each step having been crafted from a single marble block and anchoring an incredibly intricate wrought iron balustrade. The dining room was finished out with rich wood wall paneling boasting gilded accents and wall murals, all of which were crafted in France before being shipped to the Berkshires. For the many social events held in the house, the dining room table could be extended as needed, being able to seat up to 60 guests when all of its leaves were in place. Though the breakfast room is where we might imagine the Fosters' dining when not entertaining. Giraud wanted the house to blend indoor and outdoor living, allowing him to fully seize the summer season. With that in mind, the loggia would be cleared out for entertaining his male friends in place of a smoking room. And in his later years, when he moved to Bellefontaine full-time, he kept hold of this notion regardless of the seasons. A series of greenhouses allowed him to enjoy hot and humid walks amongst flowering plants year-round when the grounds were otherwise covered in snow. He enjoyed the house until his last breath when he passed away here in 1945 at the age of 95 years old. The house was then sold, with all of its furnishings transferring to the next owner, but despite their intentions of keeping this late remnant of a Gilded Age lifestyle ongoing, something tragic happened. A fire broke out a few years later and completely consumed the interior of the mansion. The fine French furniture and architectural finishes went up in flame, and by the time the fire quelled, only the brick and stone facade remained. Thankfully, Carrère and Hastings were masters of design and over-engineered their building to last for hundreds of years if not longer. The shell of the once great estate stood strong and was able to have its interiors rebuilt. Even though so much was lost, we can find solace in knowing that what survived the fire has continued to survive to this day. And while it is no longer a private residence, it is enjoyed by those who visit the present-day spa resort which occupies Bellefontaine. What did you think about the mansion? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to extend a special thanks to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Check out their upcoming tour linked in the video description. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed with that bell notification turned on so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Tommy Hilfiger is an iconic brand known around the world for its unique and universal style, but have you ever wondered how its founder lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring Round Hill. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1951, Tommy Hilfiger was born in the small town of Elmira, New York, but little did anyone know he would become one of the most iconic names in fashion. From humble beginnings, he built a global brand synonymous with classic American style and cultural relevance. His journey began in 1969, working in a Cape Cod clothing store where he discovered a love for fashion and entrepreneurship. By 1969, with just $150 in life savings, Hilfiger opened People's Place, a boutique in his hometown that blended clothing with music and culture. The store was an immediate success, but by 1977, booming business had turned into bankruptcy. After moving to New York City, he worked with established brands like Jordache Jeans while taking courses in commerce and fashion. These experiences laid the foundation for his creative vision. In 1984, his career took a pivotal turn when Mohan Mirjani backed his dream of launching a men's sportswear line. Hilfiger reimagined preppy, Ivy League aesthetics with a modern twist, creating a style that felt both timeless and fresh. His bold marketing debut, a massive Times Square billboard, announced his arrival as a new force in fashion alongside icons like Ralph Lauren and Calvin Klein. By 1985, the Tommy Hilfiger Corporation was born. The brand quickly gained momentum, appealing to diverse audiences with its clean designs and bold logos. By the mid-1990s, Hilfiger had become a cultural phenomenon, embraced by everyone from preppy college students to hip-hop artists. When Snoop Dogg wore a Tommy Hilfiger sweatshirt on Saturday Night Live, it sparked a nationwide craze, cementing the brand's status as both aspirational and accessible. Hilfiger's love for music shaped much of his brand's identity, with partnerships and campaigns featuring stars like Britney Spears and Lenny Kravitz. Despite his tremendous success, Hilfiger never stopped evolving. In 2006, he sold his company for $1.6 billion, but he continued to lead the creative direction. Around this time, he purchased an estate named Round Hill, which had been built back in 1939. Its original owner, Charles Paterno, had been an incredibly successful real estate developer based out of New York. If you saw our Riverside video, you might recognize his name as the man who built Paterno's castle. I'll have that video linked at the end of this one if you haven't seen it yet, but for now, let's jump back into Round Hill. Paterno finished Round Hill just a year after his Riverside castle was demolished, choosing to build it on the highest point between New York City and Boston in Greenwich, Connecticut. The 23-acre estate boasted views overlooking Long Island Sound, peeking above the neighboring houses with its towers visible for miles around. As we begin exploring the mansion, we'll compare how it appeared when it was first built with how it appears today. From the outside, not much has changed over the better part of a century other than ivy slowly creeping up the walls with gardens maturing. For the most part, this 13,000 square foot home has weathered gracefully through time, maintaining its character while enhancing its charm. But how does the interior measure up? To answer that question, let's head inside. Entering the home, we see the stair hall as it originally appeared, with a floor-to-ceiling fireplace, a grand staircase, and exposed beams soaring overhead. By Hilfiger's tenure, the stair hall had only been enhanced with the addition of vibrant hand stenciling on the ceiling and the underside of the grand staircase being properly clad to match with the rest of the woodwork. The living room, though somewhat stark to begin with, featured simple millwork with parquet flooring meant to dazzle. And dazzle it does today, with the addition of a Jacobean ceiling to add much-needed visual interest to the home. The library, with its built-in bookshelves and ornamental wall panels, was always meant to be more visually interesting than the living room, and in similar fashion, it too has been dressed up while retaining its original architectural elements. Then we come across the dining room, with lovely wall panels and what we can only imagine as a dark red carpet spanning from wall to wall. Now we find beautiful hardwood and coffered ceilings, with the drama of color being added by the matching wallpaper and curtains. Though for more casual meals, the family through any iteration of the house would have dined in the breakfast room, which we don't have a comparison for. Continuing with these domestic traditions, we come across the kitchen, which the Paternos would likely have never stepped foot in as their staff would have prepared their every meal. Of course, in modern day, the kitchen is viewed as the heart of the home, a gathering space for friends and family, and it has an expectation of being not only presentable, but inviting. Let's return now to the grand staircase and begin making our way up to the second level. Here we find that the stair landing seems to have stood still through time, with only the carpet being changed out along with a few ceiling details. Other than decor, we can imagine the Paterno's bedroom most likely appeared nearly identical to Hilfiger's. But as for the ensuite, much has changed over the years. That isn't to say, however, that homage wasn't paid. We still find the same segmental arch delineating the shower where the bathtub used to be, but modernized for more contemporary hygiene needs. Up here we would have also found the billiards room, a cozy retreat complete with wall murals wrapping about the space. While there is still a place for billiards, it has since been moved to a different location inside the house. Back when Round Hill was originally built, it cost $60,000, the modern equivalent of about $1.3 million. Recently, it sold in 2021 for $45 million, the modern equivalent of over $52 million. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Round Hill? Did you prefer the original house or the renovations? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The year was 1917, and the world was unraveling. Europe was engulfed in the fiery chaos of the Great War, and whispers of America's inevitable involvement were growing louder. The biplanes soaring over distant battlefields were as fragile as dragonflies, but they carried the promise of a new frontier, aviation. In this charged atmosphere, one man would rise to the challenge, carving his name into the historical record, not with a chisel, but with a soaring vision. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Grey Ledge, the home of Colonel Reynolds C. Bowling. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1877, Reynolds Bowling was born into a life of privilege in Hot Springs, Arkansas, yet his life was tempered by the rigor of elite education and an insatiable drive for excellence. After attending the prestigious Penn Charter School in Philadelphia, he strode confidently into the hallowed halls of Harvard, where he graduated in 1900. By 1902, he had added a law degree to his growing list of accomplishments and moved to New York City, joining the ranks of Manhattan's most promising young attorneys. But Bowling was not content to simply ride the wave of Gilded Age prosperity. At Guthrie, Cravath, and Henderson, and later as general counsel for U.S. Steel, his brilliance as a corporate lawyer was undeniable. Yet behind the polished veneer of a rising star in corporate America was a man restless for something more, a chance to make a lasting impact. By 1911, Bulling's success afforded him a life of unimaginable comfort. In the picturesque town of Greenwich, Connecticut, he commissioned a grand estate, Greyledge, designed by architect Theodore Blake, who had worked under Carrere and Hastings, the esteemed architects behind the New York Public Library and many of America's most iconic Gilded Age structures. The sprawling mansion had been designed to be reminiscent of an English manor house, with a brick facade broken up by large, rusticated stones and bits of half-timbering sprinkled throughout. Each face of Greyledge, though unified by materials, boasted a unique composition, keeping an element of intrigue as you circled the mansion. The grounds included everything from a private shooting range to horse stables, and from formal gardens to a garage to store Bulling's automobile collection. Before heading inside, we can take a quick look at the floor plan, noting that nearly an entire wing is set aside for his live-in staff. His staff quarters even continue to the second floor, where there are 5 private bedrooms for his maids and governess. Inside, the home boasted a rustic stone gallery wrapping about the public rooms and terminating on the loggia. Arranged off the gallery, you could find the library and drawing room, mere images of each other directly in the center of the house. The library was finished out with floor-to-ceiling built-in bookcases on the interior walls and rich wood paneling on the exterior wall. The music room, which opens into another loggia, was finished out in muted colors with its wall paneling painted in a creamy off-white. Though for as lavish as his home might have been, Bulling barely had a time to bask in luxury. The world was shifting beneath his feet, and the call to service was growing louder. The early 1900s were an age of innovation, and few advancements captivated the public imagination quite like the airplane. In 1915, Bulling, along with a gaggle of adventurous New York businessmen, took to the skies, learning to fly on Long Island's open fields. It wasn't just a thrill, it was a mission. Bulling became a leading voice in the preparedness movement, an initiative driven by America's elite to prepare the nation for the possibility of war. At Plattsburgh, New York, he organized a troop and even arranged for demonstrations of military aircraft. But Bulling didn't stop at advocacy. He took action, forming the first Aero Company, the first National Guard aviation unit in U.S. history. By 1916, his unit was flying daring cross-country formations, including a headline-grabbing flight to Princeton University. Bulling's vision and leadership turned the fledgling field of military aviation into a force to be reckoned with. When the United States finally entered World War I in April of 1917, Bulling didn't hesitate. Leaving behind his glittering legal career and his young family, he joined the Army Signal Corps as a major. His mission was monumental, to help America's nascent air service take flight. As head of the Bulling mission, he was sent to Europe to study Allied aircraft and recommend what the United States should build or buy. Navigating through the labyrinth of wartime diplomacy and military bureaucracy, Bulling crafted deals that would equip America's air forces with the best technology available. His work laid the foundation for what would eventually become the U.S. Air Force. By early 1918, Bulling's contributions had earned him the rank of colonel and a future combat command, but he was a man who led from the front. On March 26 of 1918, during Germany's ferocious spring offensive near the Somme River, Bulling and his driver, Private Paul Holder, found themselves in enemy territory. The scene was stark, rolling French fields scarred by trenches, the acrid scent of gunpowder hanging in the air. Bulling's car was ambushed by German bullets. With no escape and only a service revolver in hand, he took cover in a shell crater. Eyewitness accounts say he fired back, protecting his unarmed driver. In the end, Bulling was overpowered, a tragic end for a man who had given up everything for his country. Colonel Bulling's sacrifice was not in vain. He was posthumously awarded the Distinguished Service Medal and the French Legion of Honor. Even Bulling Air Force Base in Washington, D.C. was named in his honor, a lasting tribute to a man who saw the future of warfare in the skies long before many of his peers. Back in Greenwich, a bronze statue by Edward Clark Potter stands as a poignant reminder of his courage and vision. As for Greyledge, it met the wrecking ball in the early 2000s, only to be replaced by an empty field. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Greyledge and Bulling's story? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Few brands are as globally recognized as Kentucky Fried Chicken, better known as KFC. But did you know that Colonel Sanders was a real person who lived in a Victorian-era mansion? Behind the iconic bucket of crispy chicken and the unforgettable slogan, "It's finger-licking good," lies the incredible journey of Harlan Sanders, the man who turned a roadside diner into a fried chicken empire. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Harlan David Sanders was born in 1890 on a modest farm in Henryville, Indiana. Life was tough from the start. At the age of 5, his father passed away, leaving his mother to work long hours at a canning factory. As the eldest sibling, young Harlan took on the role of caretaker, learning to cook simple but hearty meals for his younger brother and sister. By the age of 7, Sanders had mastered the basics of cooking, a skill that would later change his life. He left home at 13, bouncing from one job to another. He worked as a railroad fireman, a streetcar conductor, and even a lawyer, though he lost that job after a courtroom brawl. Despite his varied career path, one thing remained constant: his knack for cooking. In 1930, during the Great Depression, Sanders opened a small service station on US Route 25 in North Corbin, Kentucky. Here he began serving meals to travelers, cooking at his own kitchen table. His fried chicken, seasoned with a blend of 11 herbs and spices, quickly gained a reputation. By 1936, Sanders' culinary success earned him the honorary title of Kentucky Colonel from the state's governor. Unhappy with the time-consuming fryer process, Sanders experimented with pressure cookers in 1939. This innovation allowed him to fry chicken faster while preserving its juicy flavor. His secret recipe, finalized that same year, became the cornerstone of what we now know as KFC's original recipe. Fast forward a few years, and the nation was rapidly expanding its infrastructure. As traffic patterns shifted with the construction of Interstate 75, Sanders saw his business decline. In 1952, he began franchising his fried chicken recipe to other restaurants. His first franchisee, Pete Harmon of Salt Lake City, coined the name Kentucky Fried Chicken and introduced the bucket meal, a genius marketing move that would become synonymous with the brand. Sanders traveled across the country, sleeping in his car and pitching his fried chicken concept to restaurant owners. By 1963, there were over 600 KFC franchises in the US, making it the largest fast food operation at the time. Sanders, always dressed in his signature white suit and string tie, became the face of the brand. By 1964, the rapidly expanding business was too much for the aging colonel to handle. He sold the company to a group of investors led by John Y. Brown Jr. and Jack Massey for $2 million. The colonel remained a goodwill ambassador for the brand, continuing to promote KFC with his larger-than-life personality. In preparation for his retirement, he purchased Blackwood Hall, a 5,000-square-foot Victorian-era house in Shelby County, Kentucky. The home had originally been built back in the 1860s and had been well maintained throughout the decades. Just like the famous red and white of the KFC brand, the house too was painted white to cover its red brick facade and adorned with a red tin roof. Having grown up poor, he only wanted a house large enough for his family to visit, with room for all the grandkids to run around. We'll explore more of the grounds and outbuildings in a while, but for now let's make our way up to the porte cochere. Here we find the front door, tucked away and up a few red tile steps, similar to the flooring you would have found in KFC. Entering the colonel's residence, we step into the stair hall to find that the interior of this old Victorian-era mansion has been blended with the fashion trends of the time. From sponge paint on the walls to a grand crystal chandelier, it evokes the taste of both the mid-1900s and the mid-1800s. Several of the rooms are arranged off the stair hall, including the library, which boasts rich wood paneling. At the other end is the dining room, which is more in keeping with the Victorian-era aesthetics, though when he updated the home's HVAC, it appears the fireplace was replaced by a hutch. Heading just one room over, we find the colonel and his wife preparing food in the galley kitchen. The kitchen was eventually opened up and outfitted with state-of-the-art appliances. Let's head back into the stair hall and find the opening to the music room, which is right next to the front door. This is part of an addition the couple added onto the house, enclosing its wraparound porch. By doing so, they were able to create a large, L-shaped room which could also function as a home office that was flooded with natural light. This addition wraps all the way around to the dining room, making the drawing room the heart of the home. Though when not entertaining, the couple could be found in their living room watching television from their rockers. Colonel Sanders passed away in 1980 at the age of 90, but his legacy lives on. His image, a cheerful southern gentleman in a white suit, remains central to KFC's branding. From advertisements to product packaging, Sanders continues to personify the brand's commitment to quality and southern hospitality. KFC was one of the first American fast food chains to expand internationally, opening outlets in Canada, the UK, and Mexico by the mid-1960s. In 1987, KFC made history as the first Western fast food chain to open in China, a market that remains its largest to this day. In 1997, PepsiCo spun off its restaurant division into Yum Brands, which now oversees KFC alongside Taco Bell and Pizza Hut. Colonel Sanders' story, equal parts grit and charm, reminds us that success often comes from the unlikeliest of places. So the next time you grab a bucket of KFC, take a moment to appreciate the man behind the chicken. After all, it truly is finger-licking good. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the house and the story down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. What happened to the biggest mansion ever built in Canada? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Chorley Park. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story of Chorley Park began at the turn of the 20th century as Ontario's government sought to replace the aging government house on King Street West. The original site, increasingly surrounded by industrial development, no longer suited the dignified image that the province wished to project. A new location was chosen in the tranquil yet then largely undeveloped Rosedale neighborhood, a place far removed from the hustle and bustle of Toronto's growing commercial districts. The project was ambitious from the start. The province held a design competition in 1909, attracting proposals from some of the most prominent architects of the day. Ultimately, the responsibility for the design fell to Francis R. Heeks, Ontario's chief architect. Heeks drew inspiration from the chateaux of the Loire Valley in France, embracing a French Renaissance style that was both grand and elaborate. Chorley Park would be constructed of Credit Valley stone with a red-tiled roof and intricately detailed turrets that gave the mansion a castle-like appearance, making it one of the most striking buildings in Canada at the time. When Chorley Park was completed in 1915, it was an architectural marvel, rivaling even the grandest homes in the USA and Europe. The mansion's construction costs had soared to over $1 million, far exceeding the original budget 4 times over. Yet this seemed a small price to pay for what had become the most opulent residence in Canada. Though it was never properly documented, Chorley Park is estimated to have been in excess of 85,000 square feet, making it the largest ever built in Canadian history. The first resident, Lieutenant Governor Hendry, the Queen's representative, and his family moved in and began a new chapter in the history of Ontario's government. Chorley Park was more than just a home, it was a center for social and political life in the province, hosting massive balls, state dinners, and even royalty upon occasion. Entering the mansion, we passed through French doors to arrive in the Great Hall. We immediately faced the grand staircase, receding below a 3-story arcade, topped off by a massive skylight of stained glass panels. If we were visiting as guests, we would first be shown to the reception room to await our welcome. But we are here to explore, so let's begin wandering through the long corridors to find each public room. Towards the end of the hall, we stumble upon the music room, where a full-time musician sat at the piano surrounded by fluted pilasters and silk wallpaper. Though this was only a teaser of the 3-story ballroom, filled with natural light from a skylight and set within the cove ceiling. Everywhere we look, we find gilded details along the ornate plasterwork, with silk damask wallpapers softly shining under crystal chandeliers. Nearby we find the winter garden, labeled as the palm room, which was kept warm and humid year-round despite Toronto's chilly winters. The state dining room, clad in wood panels with a floor-to-ceiling stone fireplace, is where we can imagine some of Canada's most important political dinners of the time playing out. And despite the grandeur of such spaces, this magnificent structure was designed to be a home. When the family was not entertaining, they would dine in the cozier breakfast room. And for smaller gatherings, in place of the ballroom, they would entertain from the drawing room. Though they could also utilize the blue drawing room for quiet conversations away from the echoing marble halls of the first floor. All of this being said, when it was just the family in the mansion, the morning room is where they would gather and relax. Decadence continued into every corner of the house, with each room filled to the brim with antiques, fine furnishings, and extravagant architectural elements. Every aspect of the home was meant to boast opulence in governance, grandeur in public service. However, not everyone was enamored with Chorley Park. Critics pointed to its excessive cost and questioned the necessity of such an extravagant residence for the lieutenant governor. These criticisms only grew louder as the Great Depression took hold, turning public sentiment against symbols of government opulence. By the 1930s, the very grandeur that had made Chorley Park a source of pride became its downfall. The economic realities of the Great Depression led to increased scrutiny of government spending, and the lavish expenses associated with maintaining Chorley Park became a focal point for criticism. Mitchell Hepburn, a populist politician campaigning for the premiership of Ontario, seized on this discontent. He promised to cut wasteful government spending, with Chorley Park being one of his primary targets. After winning the election in 1934, Hepburn made good on his promise. In 1937, Chorley Park was closed as the official residence of Ontario's lieutenant governor, making it the first province in Canada to do away with its government house. The mansion's contents were auctioned off, and the building itself was repurposed for various uses, including serving as a military hospital during World War II, and later as a temporary home for Hungarian refugees fleeing the 1956 uprising. Despite these temporary reprieves, Chorley Park's fate was sealed. By the late 1950s, the mansion had fallen into disrepair, and there was little political will to preserve it as a symbol. In 1960, the City of Toronto purchased the property, and the following year, Chorley Park was demolished to make way for a public park. Today, the park that occupies the site of Chorley Park serves as a quiet, natural retreat for Toronto residents, yet for those who know its history, it also serves as a place of reflection, a reminder of an era when architecture was used to express the ambitions of a province and the fragility of such symbols in the face of changing times. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the matter. Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. I also want to make a special announcement. After some back and forth, we now have coffee mugs back in our merch shop. This is a great way to support this channel and get a high quality coffee mug at the same time. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Billions of dollars worth of lost treasure were hidden inside the walls of a Long Island estate and never found. At least, that is how the legend goes. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Knollwood, the former estate of King Zog. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Legends speak of diamonds and rubies hidden behind crumbling walls, a once grand mansion haunted by rumors of buried wealth. It is said that treasure seekers, driven by whispers of royal riches, came in the dead of night, armed with flashlights and crowbars, prying away stone and plaster in search of glittering fortune. These stories have swirled for decades around an estate called Knollwood, tucked away in the quiet greenery of Long Island. Yet the truth behind those tales may be even more astonishing than the fiction. In the early 1900s, before rumors of diamonds filled the air, Knollwood began as a lavish Gold Coast creation built for a Wall Street titan named Charles Hudson. Designed between 1906 and 1920, the mansion featured over 60 rooms, a proud double staircase leading to terraced gardens, and enough acreage to accommodate herds of prize cattle. Stately columns, handsome balustrade, and manicured lawns all announced wealth and status. It stood as a monument to an era of unbridled American prosperity when captains of industry transformed Long Island's northern shore into a playground of opulent estates. But Knollwood's most notorious resident was neither a captain of industry nor an American. His name was Ahmed Seguli, better known to the world as King Zog of Albania. Born in 1895, he rose to prominence at a whirlwind pace. Albania at the time was forging its identity in the aftermath of the Ottoman Empire's collapse in the First World War. Zog, driven by fierce ambition, became the country's youngest prime minister at 27, then president by the age of 30. Within a few years, he dismantled and overthrew the government, crowning himself king and taking the royal name Zog I. His years on the throne were a rollercoaster of intrigue, reform, and unrest. Clashes with local power brokers tested his rule, and he famously survived multiple assassination attempts, one of them at an opera house in Vienna where he reportedly returned fire on his would-be attacker. Yet this brash leadership style came to an abrupt end in 1939 when Mussolini's Italy invaded Albania. Zog, anticipating the attack, fled with his family and convoys at the Albanian treasury amounting to billions of dollars in gold and jewels, setting off on a winding journey that took him through Greece, Turkey, and beyond. After World War II, Albania fell under communist rule, sealing off any straightforward path for the king to return. For a while, King Zog resided in Egypt, hosted by the country's then monarch, King Farouk. But when political tides shifted there too, Zog sought a fresh start in the West, a new home that might serve as a base for royal ambitions, or at the very least, a comfortable exile. This is how he came to purchase Knollwood in 1951. By that point, the once magnificent mansion was already beginning to show signs of neglect, but its grandeur remained evident. Zog envisioned transforming it into a miniature kingdom. He floated plans for bringing over dozens of Albanian loyalists, perhaps even 100 or more, to establish a thriving community on the grounds. He would preside like an old-world feudal lord over farmland, gardens, and what some described as a castle-like mansion. The American press buzzed with sensational headlines, claiming he bought the estate with a bucket of diamonds, which only fed to the rumors of untold riches. Yet despite all these bold ideas, King Zog never actually moved in. Red tape at the immigration office, combined with his failing health, kept him overseas. Meanwhile, stories spread that he had hidden gold or precious gems within the mansion's walls, possibly the same treasure he had smuggled out of Albania just ahead of Mussolini's troops. Vandals and curious thrill-seekers descended on Knollwood, breaking windows, scavenging copper, and sledgehammering walls in hopes of striking it rich. Their efforts did far more damage than they ever found reward, though if anyone did find the treasure, they never said a word. By the 1950s, Knollwood was in such a perilous condition that neighbors referred to it as a haunted ruin. King Zog, stranded in Europe and never having set foot on his own American estate, finally sold it off. Not long after, safety concerns led to the demolition of most of the mansion's grand structure. All the glimmering fantasies of hidden gems and gold bars went unproven, though they persisted in local lore. Indeed, they may have fueled the building's downfall more than anything else. If you were to stumble across Knollwood's remnants today, though one should note that you should not trespass, but if you were there with permission, you would find only fragments of that gilded past. A flight of worn, vine-choked stairs, shattered pillars, and scattered chunks of marble give faint hints at what once stood. It's as though nature has gently draped a veil over the estate's darker chapters, leaving behind a kind of ruin that feels half fairy tale, half cautionary tale. King Zog himself passed away in 1961, far removed from both his former Albanian throne and the American manor that never quite became his realm in exile. And yet his name lingers, still evoking images of cloak and dagger intrigue, conspiracies, and an eccentric monarch who once hoped to transplant his court to a slice of Long Island luxury. In the end, perhaps no heap of gemstones could surpass the legend itself. A daring Balkan king who crowned himself, cast from power by Mussolini's forces, pursuing a new future in America's storied Gold Coast. The rumors of stashed riches in the walls, whether they sprang from real events or from imaginative gossip, lend trauma to a saga already bursting with larger-than-life elements. And like so many legends, this one ends in evocative ruin, with just enough mystery to keep people wondering. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Do you think his treasure was really hidden on the estate, or do you think it was lost along the way while King Zog was in exile? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Have you ever wondered what a building would look like if artists were given free rein to carve, paint, and craft however they saw fit? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1860, Swan Turnblad was born into a family of struggling farmers in Sweden. At 8 years old, his family immigrated to America in search of a better life, settling among fellow Swedish families in Vasa Township, Minnesota. Swan's early years mirrored those of many immigrant families. He attended local schools, labored on the family farm, and eventually began teaching to help make ends meet. But his aspirations stretched far beyond his humble way of life. At 19, he moved to Minneapolis, a bustling city for Swedish immigrants, where he first found work as a typesetter at a Swedish-language newspaper. In the lively print shops, he discovered a passion for the written word and an aptitude for the printing trade. In 1883, he married fellow immigrant Christina Nilsson, and the two welcomed a daughter, Lillian, the very next year. Then in 1887, Swan took the helm of a struggling Swedish-language newspaper. With a keen eye for innovation, he transformed it into a powerful voice for Swedish Americans, implementing linotype machines, rotary presses, and adding political cartoons and color illustrations. He not only brought the paper back to life, but increased circulation from a mere 1,400 subscribers to a record 40,000 by the end of the century. His paper's success became a pillar of his wealth, securing his place as a significant figure in Minnesota's Swedish community. Swan's success fueled his ambition, and in 1903, he commissioned a grand mansion on Park Avenue designed in the Chateauesque style by the Minneapolis firm Bowman Cordella. This 33-room marvel became one of Minneapolis's grandest residences and a monument to Swan's rising status. Construction dragged on for years as mature trees were brought to the lot and arranged in a manner that gave the house a feeling of legacy. Stonemasons worked tirelessly, carving intricate details into the limestone walls. As we look closely, we'll find gargoyles grotesquely jutting out from the corners, horses appearing to break free from the stone blocks in dramatic fashion with their manes tussling about. and various other intricate features from dental molding to lion's heads spitting rainwater into the copper downspouts. When we take a step back, all of these tiny details come together to create a truly awe-inspiring blend of art and architecture, though what we have seen so far pales in comparison to what lies beyond its front door. As we begin exploring the mansion, we'll see a good mix of both color and black and white photos to give us the best idea of how the house appeared in its prime. Swinging open the vestibule doors, we arrive in the Great Hall, where the fireplace's upper mantel soars 2 stories overhead. To the far end of the Great Hall is the grand staircase. Let's move closer for a better look. Wood griffins mark the newel-post, boasting intricate carvings framing cartouches on each face. As our eyes continue upward, we see an incredible painted glass window telling a story of days gone by. Continuing up, the plaster ceiling spanning the landing has been delicately painted in vibrant colors, with bits of it boasting gilding. But perhaps that is getting a bit ahead. Let's go back down to the first floor to find many more decadent spaces. The dining room is clad floor to ceiling in rich woodwork, with tapered pilasters giving the room a unique and distinctive flair. Centered on the table, the Inglenook invites us to sit and enjoy a raging fire on those cold Minnesota nights. We can take one last look at this space, admiring how all the small details contribute to the whole. Nearby we'll find the white and gold salon, doubling as the drawing room, once again adding a touch of painted plasterwork up on the ceiling and in the frieze, just as we saw in the Great Hall. As we continue exploring the mansion's many elegant rooms, we come across the ballroom, where we can imagine dozens of Swan's guests gathering in front of the stage to enjoy live performances. Though for more general events, the music room is where the pianist would have gently played as guests wander through the hall socializing. The music room combines several of the elements we have seen so far, from rich woodwork to ornate plaster ceilings, and introduces a festoon frieze, a decorative theme that carries over to the breakfast room, boasting festoon paneling. Though unlike the music room, it is painted in an eggshell white with subtle but impactful gold accents. Now for something completely different, the Moorish Den. Finished out with dazzling geometric displays and motifs unlike any we have seen so far in the house, the den has an air all its own. With some imagination, we can picture men gathered at the pool table in the billiard room following a formal dinner, perhaps retreating shortly after to the smoking room to enjoy some fine cigars away from the other guests. Let's now return to the grand staircase and make our way up to the second floor to see a few more rooms. We'll start with the library, boasting half-height glass-paned bookcases sweeping the room's perimeter. Here the ceiling is painted in a soft blue and paired with creamy walls and light woodwork. As we turn around, let's head through the door at the end of the library. Pulling back the curtains, we find the reading room, with floor-to-ceiling bookcases tempting us to hide away and slip into a good book, which would be easy to imagine doing so, especially in the comfort of overstuffed chairs curled up next to the fireplace. The mansion continues on with several bedrooms, each one as magnificent as the last, and with so much artistry involved in crafting the house, perhaps what happens next in our story was only appropriate. In 1929, Swan turned his grand mansion into the American Institute for Swedish Art, Literature, and Science, a place where future generations could connect with their Swedish roots. The institution, later known as the American Swedish Institute, continues to stand to this day, largely intact, though some modifications have been made. What did you think about the Swan Turnblad mansion? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Some families look perfect from the outside, but behind their perfect smiles could be dark secrets that will be taken to the grave. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are digging up those secrets as we uncover Lorento, the estate of Craig Biddle. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1879, tennis legend Craig Biddle was born into the illustrious Biddle family. His ancestors had been among the first to settle in the New World, establishing themselves in the province of New Jersey back in 1681. As the decades turned into centuries, the family amassed great wealth as they spread out and multiplied. By the time our story takes place, hundreds of the Biddles had become millionaires, with many of them being notable across various industries. From sports to the arts, and from finance to industry, a company merger was only ever a family reunion away. This is the life that Craig was born into, and in 1901, when his grandfather passed away, he inherited $1 million, the modern equivalent of over $37 million. Immediately, he married Philadelphia socialite Laura Whelan, and the two wasted no time starting their family. Still in that same year, he commissioned esteemed architects Peabody and Stearns to design for him a sprawling mansion in Wayne, Pennsylvania, which was paid for separately as a wedding present from his grandparents. It would be the perfect home where he could raise his family in the same luxury that he was accustomed to. Lorenzo was planned out to be a 113-acre equestrian estate where the 22-year-old Craig could entertain his friends for polo and host lavish parties. It was planned so that the house would sit in the middle of formal gardens and be surrounded by pastures reaching as far as the eye can see. With his horses being a key component of life here, he had luxury stables built to accommodate them. All about the property, spring-fed watering troughs were installed and parterre gardens were sprinkled about the landscape with marble statues and fountains placed throughout. From the outside looking in, life at Lorenzo looked perfect. It was a place where the Biddle children ran around playing, while Craig and Laura could be seen with smiles on their faces, dressed in the most fashionable clothes money could buy. And inside, things didn't seem much different. After passing through the vestibule, we arrive in the entrance hall, which spans nearly from one end of the house to the other and is dotted by centuries-old statues and European antiques. Directly across the hall from the vestibule doors is where we find the main hall, a multi-story room wrapped in a neoclassical arcade. The young couple became known as socialites, the family on the outskirts of Philadelphia that all the other families wanted to copy. From the moment you entered the house and were ushered into the reception room by their staff, you knew that old money had been reinvigorated by a new generation. And as you headed into the dining room for formal dinners, you were met with a new take on formal, with colorful murals taking the place of an ornate frieze. But still, the house held on to those key elements that reminded you just how much money was behind the name. And each time you visited, the furniture and art could have been completely refreshed, pending whichever country the couple had just returned from. Yet for as decadent as Lorenzo may have been, and for all the parties hosted within its halls, there was a darkness brewing in the Biddles. Craig began spending more and more time honing in on his tennis skills, practicing non-stop until he could become a pro. And he did just that, playing in games from Wimbledon to the World Hardcourt Championship at Paris. All the while, whispers of affairs began to drive a wedge between the couple. Laura rebelled in her own way, intentionally flaunting social norms to smear the family name and only ending up becoming more popular than ever, being seen as an icon instead of a degenerate. By 1917, she gave up on tainting her image and separated from Craig. Around this time, their son Craig Jr. decided he wanted to move to Hollywood and become an actor. Craig Sr. wouldn't have it. His son was to go into real estate, and the idea of working in Hollywood was strictly forbidden. Jr. headed out to California anyway, and Craig only gave his son $500 with a warning that he would never get another dime from the family. While something deeper could have been going on behind the scenes, we may never know, but what we do know is that Laura would not let Craig treat their son that way. She moved out to Los Angeles and rented an apartment where she could provide for her son and help him network. With his mom's help, Jr. landed several roles in big-name productions, but when word got back to Craig, he put his foot down. He went out to Los Angeles to have a word with Laura, and 4 days after his visit, she was found not alive in her apartment and covered in bruises. Initially, police suspected foul play, or possibly something self-inflicted, opening up an investigation. She was loved by the community and had made friends since moving, so the idea of her doing something to herself was ruled out almost immediately. Then poison was suspected. The bruises made no sense, and Craig's visit became suspicious, but he was never named a suspect. After a quick chat with the police, the story changed to sudden heart failure and the investigation was closed. Jr. gave up acting and went into real estate, and within a year, Craig was married again. The illusion of the perfect Biddle family had been unraveled on the national stage, with rumors playing out in the gossip columns. It's hard to say exactly what happened when Craig spoke with the police, but there's a possibility it involved a lot of money. As for Lorenzo, it was sold out of the family in 1911 before the drama unfolded. It changed hands many times over the years, eventually being demolished around 1980 to make way for a neighborhood. Today, only the entrance gate along Darby Paoli Road remains as a subtle clue as to what came before. What did you think about this house and the history? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine being able to fill your home with the most expensive art by the world's most renowned artist. For one of the founders of the Met, this was his reality. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of Henry Marquand. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1819, Henry Marquand was born in New York City to a family of renowned silversmiths. Even as a boy, he was surrounded by fine craftsmanship thanks to his family's jewelry business, Marquand and Company. That early exposure to artful design may have well planted the seeds for his later passion for collecting and promoting the arts. By his early 20s, Marquand had stepped into the family business only to see it sold after his father passed away. Rather than rest on tradition, he switched gears and began building his wealth through real estate, currency exchange, and railroad investments, particularly the St. Louis, Iron Mountain, and Southern Railway, which he owned alongside partners. This investment paid off handsomely and allowed him to retire from business around 1880, at which point his focus took a dramatic shift toward art and philanthropy. Marquand didn't just want to collect art, he wanted to make a real difference. He was among the 50 original citizens who met in 1869 to found the Metropolitan Museum of Art with the lofty goal of refining and educating the public. He eventually served as treasurer, then as the Met's second president. Along the way, he donated some of his most prized works, including paintings by Rembrandt and Vermeer, unheard of gifts that significantly boosted the museum's collection and reputation. While Marquand was shaping the Met's future, New York's richest families were busy turning Fifth Avenue into a parade of grand mansions. But in 1881, when Alva Vanderbilt enlisted architect Richard Morris Hunt to build a gleaming white limestone chateau on Fifth Avenue, she sparked a taste for new architectural styles. Around that same time, Hunt, who happened to be great friends with Marquand, began work on Marquand's own personal statement of elegance, a mansion at Madison Avenue and 68th Street. By choosing Madison Avenue instead of 5th, Marquand made sure he had enough land for a showy centerpiece house and 2 smaller upscale adjoined homes. Construction took 3 years, wrapping up in 1884, and true to the new fashion, Hunt designed the trio in a French transitional style, blending Gothic and Renaissance details, lending the entire corner to a look straight out of a European storybook. The first thing visitors noticed was a 4-story central hall capped with a glass ceiling and a dramatic split staircase leading to the upper floors and art galleries. Marquand brought in top-tier talent to decorate. Sir Frederick Leighton, Lawrence Alma Tadema, and John Lafarge and Louis Comfort Tiffany were all involved, each designing different themed rooms. Of special note was the Greek-inspired music room, which boasted painted ceiling panels by Sir Frederick Leighton featuring life-size figures set against a gold-toned background. Additionally, marble columns and beams were arranged to resemble ancient scenes, with a handful of ancient Greek artifacts to lend proper context. Though, antiques that were thousands of years old all took second stage to the ebony and ivory inlaid grand piano designed by Alma Tadema. We can take a closer look at some of its incredible detailing, from the griffin legs and then to the incredibly intricate rendition of Sir Edward Poynter's The Wandering Minstrels. Traveling from one room to another was meant to evoke a sense that you were taking a trip around the world, with each room given the utmost attention to detail, such as the Moorish room which we are seeing now. The living room was styled to be reminiscent of Japanese design, where Marquand could display his extensive collection of Japanese pottery. In this room, you could find inlaid mother-of-pearl accents and wood carvings tracing traditional Japanese motifs. The conservatory was meant to take your breath away, with some of the finest and most detailed stained glass panels that Marquand commissioned or uncovered from all over the world. The dining room continued this tour of cultures with an overarching theme of English Renaissance. Though the walls were clad in rich wood paneling, they were covered over almost entirely by antique European tapestries. Even with 3 houses at his disposal for displaying his art collection, he wasn't one for clutter, always desiring to give each piece proper breathing room. He donated an entire gallery to the Met, but even so, he required more space for his collection. In Newport, Rhode Island, known as the summer retreat for the wealthy, he brought back his old friend Richard Morris Hunt to design a summer cottage. Once again, he filled the home with antiques and paintings by the greats and hired designers such as Lafarge and Tiffany to put the interior together in an orderly and ornate way. Marquand's passion for sharing art extended well beyond his homes. As president of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, he used his financial resources, personal collection, and expertise to shape the museum's direction and expand its holdings. His donation of old masters' paintings helped raise the Met's profile worldwide. And unlike many wealthy collectors who locked away their treasures, he was dedicated to making fine art a public resource. In 1902, Marquand passed away in his Manhattan mansion, leaving behind a vacancy in New York society that many felt would be impossible to fill. His art collection, one of the finest and one of the most extensively cataloged in the world at the time, was auctioned off the following year in 1903. His Newport home was eventually broken up into apartments and later burned down. And as for his Manhattan mansion, it met a much earlier fate, being demolished in 1912 and replaced by an apartment building bearing the same name, the Marquand. What did you think about Marquand's homes and collections? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comment section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Why do Americans have a Bill of Rights, and where was this idea of personal liberties first formed? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading out to Virginia to uncover Gunston Hall. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1725, George Mason grew up in the rolling landscapes of Fairfax County, Virginia. Tragedy struck early. His father drowned in a boating accident on the Potomac River when Mason was just 9 years old. Under his mother's guidance, he grew into the role he was born into, managing family estates and later overseeing the land he would transform into his legacy. In 1750, he married Anne Alebeck and set about building Gunston Hall, the grand Georgian-style plantation that would become his family's homestead. This estate embodied the life of a Virginia squire. Here, Mason managed land, slaves, and tenants and found a measure of solitude in his gardens and the sprawling acres beyond. Usually we go into the history first, but in this case, the house came before his story, so we'll circle back around later after the house tour. In the meantime, let's head towards the front door and begin making our way inside. As we arrive at the stoop, we stop to admire the intricate detailing and mathematical composition of the portico, and even though the house appears almost simple from the outside, we'll soon find that big things come in small packages. Swinging open the front door, we step into the stair hall, immediately in awe of the expertly carved woodwork all around us. Most eye-catching perhaps is the pendant dangling from the center of the room, separating the entrance hall from the stair hall. Before the age of mass production, each and every detail we see had to be hand-carved, with delicate flower petals and vines gently freeing themselves from the woodwork. Taking a step back, we can appreciate how all these tiny details paint a bigger picture. And just at the stair landing, where guests would have been unlikely to venture, we find a grand arcade. As we head back down to the first floor and begin exploring each room, we'll find that this is a trend that plays out, unexpected grandeur with no two rooms being alike. Just to the right of the front door, we find the dining room staged for this early American period. As we begin taking it all in, we find that this room is more elaborate than the entrance, which was certainly unexpected from the outside. Of all the details I could call your attention to, I want to direct you to the window surrounds with built-in louvres and bench seating all encased by elaborate surrounds. The dining room feeds us into the aptly named Palladian room, dressed in exquisite architectural elements. Zooming in on the fireplace, we find caryatids supporting the marble mantelpiece, and to either side, niches round into the walls and are framed by broken pediments. Then, turning to the side, we find the windows framed by even more elaborate surrounds, boasting heavy geometric relief work in both horizontal and vertical bands. And hiding in the dentil crown, we find plaster flowers, no two being identical, and I remind you, everything we are seeing has been handmade. Once again, we can take a step back to truly admire how all of these small parts contribute to the elegant whole. Directly across the stair hall, we'll step into the little parlor, this time boasting unpainted millwork with smooth, clean lines, a break from what we have seen so far. In proper Palladian fashion, the little parlor, which serves as the library and study, is meant to be visually tame so as to prevent distraction while reading and writing. The fourth and final room on this floor is a chamber, or what we might refer to today as the bedroom. George Mason and his family enjoyed their unassuming luxury for quite some time, but as tensions simmered between the American colonies and Britain, Mason's quiet country life became increasingly entangled with revolutionary fervor. Though reluctant to enter the political fray, his intellect and commitment to justice pushed him to supporting the colonists' grievances. By the mid-1760s, Mason was drafting revolutions and leading efforts against oppressive British policies like the Stamp Act. His Fairfax Resolves, a local declaration of rights, set the stage for his future role as one of the nation's most formidable voices for liberty. In 1776, Mason authored the Virginia Declaration of Rights, a powerful document that inspired the language of the United States Bill of Rights. His words capture the essence of natural rights, declaring that all men are equally free and independent, with inherent rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This declaration helped cement his reputation as a protector of individual freedoms and shape the ideological framework of the budding nation. Yet Mason's steadfast principles led him to a controversial position during the Constitutional Convention in 1787. Although he supported a stronger federal government, Mason grew wary of the Constitution as it took shape. He worried about the lack of a Bill of Rights and feared that the centralized powers would strip citizens of their freedoms. In an era when many were swept into the fervor of unity, Mason took a solitary stand, becoming one of only 3 delegates who refused to sign the document. He believed deeply in his convictions, even at the cost of alienation from figures like George Washington. His refusal marked him as a prophet of the rights to come. His protest led James Madison to propose the Bill of Rights, which was ratified in 1791, just a year before Mason's death. Though obscured in history, George Mason's insistence on safeguarding individual liberties ultimately shaped the very freedoms that Americans have been able to hold on to. As for his country manor, Gunston Hall, it remains standing and open to the public to this day and has been lovingly restored and maintained over the years. What did you think about Gunston Hall? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a special thank you to our members whose names you can see on screen right now. If you would like to see your name on the screen and support the channel, join the membership program today and gain access to exclusive content. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. The Deloge family fortune once rivaled the Vanderbilts and the Astors, becoming the 3rd richest family in the United States. Along the way, they kept a low profile and built a chateau in one of the least likely places. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Vouziers, an estate intertwined with Boeing's history. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. The Deloge family's rise began with Firmin René Deloge, a French nobleman who emigrated to Missouri in 1823 to join his uncle, who had arrived years earlier alongside the famed naturalist John James Audubon. Firmin wasted no time setting up a mercantile business and smelting furnace near Potosi, Missouri to capitalize on the area's rich lead deposits. His ventures became a major player in the mining industry, launching the Missouri Lead Mining and Smelting Company, later rebranded as the Deloge Lead Company. As America industrialized, the demand for lead grew, and the Deloge family struck gold, lead, and built a fortune. With wealth came expansion. Firmin's son, Firmin V. Deloge II, pushed the family business to new heights, establishing the Deloge Consolidated Lead Company, which would ultimately be sold for a staggering $18 million in 1929. This sale catapulted the family's net worth to over $50 million, placing them neck and neck with the Vanderbilts. In a single generation, the Deloges had carved out a place among America's elite. Beyond mining, the Deloges understood that transportation was essential. They funded and built several railways, including the Mississippi River and Bonte Railway and the Iron Mountain Railroad, ensuring their goods could reach new markets. Their reach extended across Missouri and beyond, transforming them into a dynasty whose wealth eventually eclipsed the Vanderbilts. In 1922, Louis Deloge established Watlow, a company producing electric heating elements which is still in operation today with a global footprint. Their diverse investments also led to ventures in oil, uranium, and other resources, pushing their wealth further. However, the jewel of the Deloge legacy was the Vouziers estate, a 15,000 square foot chateauesque mansion overlooking the Missouri River just north of St. Louis and Florissant. Built in 1926 by Joseph Deloge Sr., Vouziers became a symbol of Missouri's Jazz Age, hosting Russian ballerinas, Shakespearean actors, and even King Hussein of Jordan. It was here that high society mingled, world leaders stayed, and the family entertained lavishly. Vouziers was more than just a grand estate, it was a haven, complete with gardens, stables, tennis courts, and a ballroom carved into the hillside, and connected to the house via an underground tunnel. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. As we return around front, we can begin making our way towards the entrance. Here we find the front door, encased by limestone with intricate festoons delicately carved into the entablature. Stepping inside, we arrive in the long hall, clad in rich wood paneling with ornate relief work found above each doorway. The wood paneling in this hall creates a series of arches, with every other one acting as the window surround. Continuing along, we find the grand staircase centered on the long hall. The grand marble staircase wraps around us with wrought iron balustrade adorned with gilded flower petals. The walls feature hand-painted fleur-de-lis along with trees and flowering vines, not to mention marble baseboards and French doors. From here we'll head into the salon and find a marble fireplace towards the end of the room. The salon, which we might refer to as the living room today, is where the Deloge family could gather to spend time with one another or host large gatherings. Of course, being so wealthy, the family had an army of staff to keep the house presentable at a moment's notice. Let's continue into the library, clad once again in rich wood paneling, but including glass-paned bookcases surrounding the room. The dining room, which was very much in style at the time, boasted everything from a marble fireplace to wainscoting, from silk wallpaper to dental molding. Though the estate was sold out of the family in 1977, it passed through prominent owners, including Boeing, and today it remains a corporate retreat center, though the grounds have been divided up and the house has been altered to some extent. Thankfully, some of its most unique features, such as the sunken ballroom which is attached to the house by the underground tunnel, continues to remain mostly intact. What did you think about the Deloge's Vouziers? Did it surprise you that one of the wealthiest families in the country wasn't on one of the coasts? I'd also like to know if you had a favorite room or architectural feature. Either way, let me know down below in the comment section. And don't forget to check out Victorian Society in America. The link is down below in the video description. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Tucked away in the lush countryside of Cheshire, England, lies Little Morton Hall, a curious and whimsical moated manor house that seems to have leapt straight out of a fairy tale. With its crooked walls and top-heavy appearance, this half-timbered treasure has captured the hearts of visitors for centuries. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are taking a delightful tour into England's Tudor past. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story of Little Morton Hall begins in the early 16th century, around 1504, when William Morton, a prosperous landowner, began constructing the house. The Morton family had deep roots in the area, tracing back to the 13th century. It wasn't until the mid-14th century, however, that the family capitalized on circumstance to create a grand estate. As the Black Plague swept through Europe, the pestilence brought with it opportunity. As landowners and their kin passed away, the value of land plummeted, and the Mortons purchased large tracts for next to nothing. Over the next 100 years, successive generations of the family continued to expand the house, each adding their own touch to this evolving masterpiece. At its height in the mid-16th century, the Little Morton Hall estate spanned over 1,300 acres, including a corn mill, orchards, gardens, and even an iron bloomery. However, the family's fortunes took a downturn during the English Civil War in the 17th century. As staunch royalists, the Mortons found themselves at odds with the parliamentarian neighbors. Although they eventually regained ownership after the war, the financial strain left them wanting. By the late 17th century, the Mortons no longer lived in the house, renting it out to tenant farmers. The manor's decline continued into the 19th century when it fell into disrepair. Yet despite its dilapidated state, Little Morton Hall captured the imagination of Victorian-era artists and writers, becoming a symbol of romantic decay. Amelia Edwards even used it as a setting for her 1880 novel, Lord Brackenbury. One of the most striking features of Little Morton Hall is its unique and somewhat precarious look. The building is a perfect example of traditional Tudor-era architecture, with its black and white timber framing and intricately patterned facades. But what makes Little Morton Hall truly special is its irregularity. The house was built in stages over more than a century, leading to a wonderfully haphazard design that includes 3 asymmetrical ranges surrounding a small, cobbled courtyard. The Long Gallery, a 68-foot-long room perched on the upper floor of the South Range, which we will see soon enough, is perhaps the most iconic feature of the house. Added after construction had already begun, this gallery gives the house its top-heavy appearance and has puzzled and delighted visitors for generations. The timber frame building is adorned with diagonal oak braces that create chevron and lozenge patterns, while the windows contain 30,000 leaded panes set in various geometric patterns. These features, along with the house's decorative motifs, make Little Morton Hall a true feast for the eyes. Stepping inside Little Morton Hall is like entering a labyrinth of history. The Great Hall, the heart of the house, is where the family would have gathered for meals and entertainment. Its arch-braced trusses and carved motifs, including dragons, hint at the medieval origins of the house. The hall is flanked by two impressive bay windows added in 1559, a date proudly inscribed on the windows themselves. Beyond the Great Hall, the house unfolds as a maze of rooms, each with its own character and history. The parlor, with drawing room and exhibition room, showcase the changing taste of the Tudor and Elizabethan eras. The wooden paneling, some Georgian in origin, hides original painted panels depicting biblical scenes, a favorite theme in Protestant England. The chapel, with its Renaissance-style tempera paintings and oak screen, offers a glimpse into the religious devotion of the Morton family. The Long Gallery, located on the upper floor, is as remarkable for its crooked floors as it is for its historical significance. The gallery's walls are lined with almost continuous bands of windows, flooding the space with light. It's easy to imagine the Morton family using this space for exercise and games on rainy days. The upper porch room, with its fireplace depicting figures of justice and mercy, adds another layer of historical intrigue. Little Morton Hall's journey from a dilapidated manor to a national treasure is a story of dedication and care. In the early 20th century, Elizabeth Morton, the last of the Morton line, took on the task of restoring the house's chapel and stabilizing the structure of the Long Gallery. Upon her death, the house was passed to her cousin, Charles Abraham, who continued her preservation efforts. In 1938, the house was transferred to the National Trust, ensuring that this Tudor treasure would be preserved for future generations. The National Trust has carried out extensive repair and restoration work, including re-roofing, restoring elements of the hall's original appearance, and removing some painted patterning erroneously added during the earlier restoration work. These efforts have allowed Little Morton Hall to remain a true and well-preserved effort of Tudor architecture. What did you think about this quirky and curious manor house? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Claude Monet's Impressionist paintings have inspired people around the world for centuries, yet his aesthetic sensibilities did not end with the canvas. His creative genius extended to the environment around him. From lush gardens to his own home, no surface was left without his touch. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1840, Oscar Claude Monet was born in the vibrant heart of Paris, but his destiny lay in capturing the serene beauty of the French countryside. The child of a grocer and a singer, Monet was destined to become an artist despite his father's hopes for him to join the family business. From a young age, he showed a remarkable talent for sketching, creating charcoal caricatures that earned him pocket money and local fame. However, it was the windswept shores of Normandy and the mentorship of artist Eugène Boudon that truly set Monet on his path, introducing him to the technique of painting en plein air. By the time Monet moved to Paris in his early 20s, he was ready to step beyond the threshold of the traditional and lead an aesthetic revolution. Rejecting the staid formalism of academic painting, he joined forces with other like-minded artists including Renoir, Sisley, and Bazille. Together they sought to break free from the constraints of tradition, embracing fleeting light, vivid colors, and the immediacy of outdoor scenes. Monet's impression Sunrise, with its soft, ethereal depiction of Le Havre harbor, became the namesake for Impressionism, a term initially hurled as a critique but quickly reclaimed by Monet and his peers. The painting's blurred lines and bold strokes encapsulated the essence of the movement, art that captured not just the appearance of a moment but its feeling. Behind Monet's blossoming success lay a life punctuated by hardship. His early career was marked by financial insecurity, and he often painted with creditors at his door. His first wife, Camille Dancieux, bore the brunt of his instability. Camille was not only Monet's muse, immortalized in The Woman in the Green Dress, but also the mother of his two sons. Tragically, Camille succumbed to illness in 1879, leaving Monet devastated. He immortalized her in Camille on her deathbed, a haunting work that revealed both his grief and his artistic obsession with light and color, even in the darkest of moments. In 1883, Monet found refuge and inspiration in the quaint village of Giverny. The house he rented, with its sprawling gardens, became his sanctuary. Over the years, he transformed the estate into a living canvas, directing the planting of flowers in the Clos Normand and the creation of the iconic water lily pond with its Japanese bridge. These gardens were not just the place of respite, but the beating heart of his artistic endeavors. Monet's paintings of water lilies, or nymphaea, would come to define his later career. These sprawling canvases, often painted in his expansive studio overlooking the gardens, blurred the lines between realism and abstraction. The shifting reflections, vibrant blooms, and tranquil waters became an obsession for the artist, one that would occupy him for over 2 decades. Beyond his studio, the interiors of his home came to reflect this bold and often outspoken use of color. We'll start in the kitchen, where we find the walls clad in tiles of rawn, balancing shades of blue and white. The room is anchored on a coal and wood-burning stove, with its mantel extending over the range to provide more space for decorative items. The colors were carefully chosen to create both harmony and contrast, a delicate balance of texture and hue. The deep red of the hexagonal floor tile, along with the glow of copper, warms the otherwise cool palette. The kitchen opens into the dining room, color-drenched in yellow from the walls to the furniture. The floors are checkered with red and white tile and complemented by white and blue china, transitioning the kitchen's design into the dining room's decor. With masterful control over his environment, he created the immediate gardens to be framed by the views through the French doors. Conversely, the blue sitting room picks up the motifs from both the kitchen and the dining room in a playful menagerie of reds, blues, and yellows. As Monet aged, his work became more abstract, influenced in part by his failing eyesight. Cataracts clouded his vision, altering his perception of color and light, yet even as his physical world dimmed, his artistic world burned brightly. Following cataract surgery in the 1920s, Monet reworked many of his earlier paintings, infusing them with vibrant blues and greens he hadn't been able to see for years. Despite his struggles, Monet continued to paint, driven by an insatiable desire to capture the ephemeral beauty of nature. His series of paintings, Haystacks, Rouen Cathedral, and the Houses of Parliament in London, reflected his fascination with light's transformative power over time. In 1926, Monet passed away in his beloved Giverny home, leaving behind an unparalleled legacy. Today, Monet's influence reverberates through the art world. His home and gardens at Giverny are a pilgrimage site for art lovers, while his paintings fetch record-breaking sums at auction. As the father of Impressionism, Monet not only changed how we see art, but how we see the world. What did you think about his home and gardens? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Towering over Broadway in Galveston, Texas, Bishop's Palace stands as an iconic mansion unlike any other. Also known as Gresham's Castle, this Victorian-era masterpiece has seen the rise and fall of fortunes, the aftermath of natural disasters, and the evolving purpose of a home that has become one of America's most celebrated architectural treasures. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring one of the most requested mansions on this channel. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Walter Gresham, the man behind this stunning edifice, was a figure of immense influence. Born in 1841 in Virginia, Gresham's life followed a trajectory marked by determination and triumph. After graduating from the University of Virginia in 1863 and serving in the Confederate Army during the Civil War, he relocated to Galveston, Texas. By 1867, he had passed the bar and established a successful law practice. His legal prowess, coupled with his political aspirations, led him to roles as Galveston County District Attorney and later as a member of the Texas Legislature. In 1887, Gresham commissioned esteemed architect Nicholas J. Clayton to design a home that would reflect his status and vision. What emerged after 6 years of meticulous construction was a 3-story, 19,000 square foot artisan marvel adorned with intricate carvings, towers, and all set below a steep roofline. The home was constructed entirely of stone, Texas granite, sandstone, and limestone, and its formidable structure would later prove its worth by withstanding the devastating hurricane of 1900. As we begin making our way toward the front door, we'll pause to take a quick look at the floor plan. All the public rooms are arranged about a central hall that later expands as we near the grand staircase. Let's see how this plays out. Passing through the vestibule, we arrive in the entrance hall, finished floor to ceiling in rich woodwork. Straight ahead is the grand staircase, one of the most iconic and recognizable in the United States, for its fireplace which feeds into the landing. Looking straight up from this point, a hand-stenciled octagonal dome soars above stained glass windows. We'll see more of this when we head upstairs. Had we turned to our left when we first entered the house, we would have ventured into the parlor. Here we find a massive bay window beyond a colonnade, as well as the fireplace's upper mantel towering towards the coffered ceiling. We don't have to imagine how this room would have been decorated as we peek back through time in this old photo. Towards the rear of the room, we'll make our way below this grand archway to find the music room. The type of wood changes in this room, lightening up the atmosphere and introducing a creamy damask wallpaper framed by pilasters. In the past, music would strum from the harp as guests mingled about during one of the Gresham family's many parties. Let's return back to the entrance hall and make a right this time. Here we find the library wrapped with half-height bookcases and topped by murals. If we could look around the corner more than 100 years ago, we might find Mr. Gresham seated in the tower's alcove. The library opens up into the dining room, where we immediately face a grand, built-in hutch. Not much has changed here over the passing decades. After snaking through the butler's pantry, we come across the kitchen where the family's staff would have prepared their every meal. While we could take the maid's stair, I'd prefer us to cut back through the dining room and make our way back to the grand staircase. As promised, we'll make our way up slowly so that we can really take in the details. At the landing, we look up to find a stained glass window and notice for the first time just how deep the casing is. Turning around, we peer out between heavily embellished newel posts to look back down the entrance hall. Then we look up to see the octagonal dome in all its glory, with sunlight piercing through in the center to illuminate the way. Arriving at the top of the stairs, we find busts of human faces along with lions' heads looking down on us from above. And as we back into the sitting room, we get yet another visual treat of all the architectural elements coming together in harmony. This is a good place for us to reorient ourselves and view the floor plan for this level before heading over to the chapel just to the left of the sitting room. As we enter the chapel, we face a stained glass window and find religious themes worked into the details. Gresham passed away in 1920 in Washington, D.C., and 3 years later, the house was sold to the Roman Catholic Diocese of Galveston-Houston. Renamed Bishop's Palace, it served as the residence for Bishop Christopher Byrne. In 1963, the diocese opened the house for public tours, transforming it into a cherished historical site. Then more recently, in 2013, the Galveston Historical Foundation acquired the property, embarking on extensive renovations to restore it to its original grandeur. Today, Bishop's Palace is recognized as one of the finest examples of Victorian architecture in the United States, which can be visited by the public. Which part of Bishop's Palace was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Sometimes the quietest and most refined have the greatest impact. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading to Boston to explore a mansion whose owner and decor both share this very sentiment. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in Salem, Massachusetts in 1826, William Crowninshield Endicott grew up surrounded by deep-seated traditions of his family's history. His ancestors had been part of Salem's earliest days, including the colonial governor John Endicott. But young William had his own path to carve out, even if he didn't seem destined for the spotlight. After graduating from Harvard in 1847, William went straight into law, quickly building a reputation for being thoughtful and fair-minded. In the early 1850s, he joined Salem's Common Council, the beginning of a long stretch in public service. In this small but lively town, he became well known for his work as a city solicitor, representing Salem with the same calm determination he would bring to every role. William's dedication to his community and his careful approach to the law earned him respect well beyond Salem. In 1873, he was appointed to the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. As a judge, he was well known for a steady hand and a balanced perspective that earned the trust of both his colleagues and the public. Even when his political ambitions hit roadblocks, like his failed bids for Congress and governor, it never seemed to rattle him. William wasn't after fame, he was after progress. It was his steady demeanor that caught the attention of President Grover Cleveland, who appointed William as Secretary of War in 1885. This was a major leap from Salem, but William embraced the role. One of his biggest accomplishments was leading the Endicott Board, a committee tasked with upgrading America's coastal defenses. His recommendations led to a series of new forts along the U.S. coastline, a project that would fortify the nation well into the 20th century. William also introduced exams to ensure that only the best officers rose in the ranks, setting a high standard for military leadership. After his term came to an end, he returned to Massachusetts. There he purchased this towering Second Empire-style mansion in the heart of Boston's Back Bay. The residence had originally been completed over 2 decades prior in 1872 and boasted over 100 feet of frontage along Marlborough. No expense had been spared in its construction, being clad with a mix of red brick and limestone, not to mention copper and iron accents. Though for as grand as the facade may be, the interior takes the spotlight. To enter the mansion, we'll pass between the portico's grand columns and find the double doors. This leads us through the vestibule and into the entrance hall, finished out with parquet flooring and fluted pilasters. Turning around, we are welcomed by an incredibly intricate floor-to-ceiling fireplace, stealing our attention away from the grand marble staircase. To one side is the octagonal reception room, where we might imagine waiting as guests if visiting socially. However, if we were here on business, we might be ushered straight into the study. But as for us, we are here to explore the house, so let's head up the grand staircase to find the best rooms in the home arranged off the upper halls. First we'll find the parlor, which could be cleared of its furnishings to double as the ballroom. It is clad in painted wall panels with gilded plaster festoons delicately gracing the frieze. We can only imagine how elegant this must have appeared in the dim, twinkling light of the crystal chandelier. To one end is the library, visually dominated by a robust fireplace surround with gilding found on the lower mantle's lion's heads and neat geometric relief drawing our eyes towards the upper mantle. Skirting the library, we find glass-paned bookcases carrying the same decorative motifs all the way to the bay window. The library is positioned on the outer corner of the house and actually boasts 2 bay windows, allowing ample natural light to flood the space, leaving little need for lamplight in the daytime. Opposite the parlor, we'll find the dining room, once again dominated by a floor-to-ceiling fireplace, though the detailing in this room is nothing like we have seen so far in the house. From the wainscoting to the frieze, and from the vibrant wallpaper depicting vines and creatures, this room would have made a strong visual impact that guests would be sure to remember. William did not live here for long, passing away in 1900 and leaving behind a legacy of service and quiet strength. His reforms outlasted him, echoing through the military, government, and communities he cared about so much. For William Crowninshield Endicott, success was never about grand gestures, but about steady progress and a belief in making things better. His story remains a reminder that history is often shaped not by the loudest voices, but by the steadiest hands. As for his grand mansion, his family continued to live in the house for decades. The heirs finally sold the mansion in 1958, and it was subsequently divided up into a rooming house. Since then, it has changed hands and been reimagined as condos. While the opulent interiors may have been lost to time, the facade remains respectfully maintained to this day. What did you think about this mansion? Did you have a favorite room or architectural detail? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine flipping through a catalog, finding your dream home, and then having it delivered straight to your doorstep. This might sound like a modern-day online shopping fantasy, but from 1908 to 1942, it was a reality for thousands of Americans thanks to Sears Roebuck & Company. Through their innovative Modern Homes program, Sears made it possible for anyone to purchase a house through the mail. These homes, sold primarily via catalog, weren't just simple structures, they were full-fledged houses that came with all the materials needed to build a cozy modern residence. Sears Modern Homes were more than just a collection of wood and nails, they were a promise of the American dream, offering more than 370 designs over its 34-year history. Sears provided a home for every taste, need, and budget. From the grand Magnolia with its southern charm, to the simpler, more affordable models like the Crescent, Sears captured the imagination of a nation. The catalog featured everything from small bungalows to large, multi-story residences, allowing buyers to select the perfect home for their family. Once a customer placed an order, the materials needed to build the house, everything from nails to lumber, were shipped by railroad boxcar. This kit of parts was then either assembled by the homeowner with the help from friends and family, or by local carpenters hired for the job. In some cases, Sears even offered construction services to help bring the designs to life. The result? Homes were both affordable and customizable, spread across the United States and even into Canada. One of the key innovations that set Sears homes apart was the use of pre-cut and fitted materials. Introduced in 1916, this feature dramatically reduced the time and skill required to build a house. Before this, lumber would be cut to size on site, an exhausting process that required precision and experience. The pre-cut pieces came with labeled instructions, allowing even those with minimal construction experience to piece together their new home. Much like what you might see in an IKEA instruction manual today, albeit a tad bit longer and more complex. Sears also embraced the latest building technologies. It popularized the use of balloon framing, a method that simplified construction and required fewer skilled laborers. In addition, Sears offered modern conveniences like central heating, indoor plumbing, and electricity, features that were all considered luxurious when they first launched their kit homes. These innovations not only made life easier for homeowners, but also set new standards for residential construction. But why did this wildly popular and profitable division of Sears shutter? Well, the Great Depression hit Sears hard, forcing the company to stop offering mortgage financing by 1933. Despite this setback, the company continued to sell homes until 1942. Over the program's lifetime, Sears sold more than 70,000 homes across North America, many of which are still standing today. As the economy began bouncing back following World War II, others attempted to pick up where Sears Roebuck and Company left off. In the 1950s, one of America's most celebrated architects, Frank Lloyd Wright, partnered with Marshall Erdman, who was selling prefab housing. Their partnership went on to create architect-designed housing for the middle class, and while their collaboration wasn't overly successful, it inspired more modest and practical designs to hit the market under other companies. The most successful kit homes in this period were designed by St. Louis-based architect Ralph Fournier, whose homes ended up in 195 cities around the world. His process required that every single wall be fully finished in a factory and then shipped out to the lot. Once there, bolts would be fastened, and within a single day, an entire house could be completed. He offered a variety of plans with very few customizations, which were mostly cosmetic, and required only that a slab foundation be ready to assemble the house on. Throughout the mid-century, kit homes evolved to have less and less parts, relying more on factories to assemble large components before shipping them out to be assembled. This then turned into entire residences being built before being shipped out. This includes everything from trailers to cracker box housing. Unfortunately, in simplifying this process, these residences became less and less desirable as the decades rolled on. By the 1990s, what was once viewed as a fashionable and inexpensive housing option for the middle class became synonymous with the lower class, which is terribly unfortunate because this method of building houses is far more economical and quicker to build. In recent years, however, we've seen that stigma shift as the price of housing soars. Tiny homes and alternative construction have been trending in online searches as people look for ways to stop renting and own their own home. Some of the largest companies on the planet have already started responding to this need. If you search for tiny homes, kit homes, and prefabs on Amazon, you'll find hundreds of results, most of them hitting the market following the events of 2020. And beyond that, history is repeating itself. Just like in the early days of Sears Roebuck and Company, these alternative homes are desirable again. Some of them are being marketed for millions of dollars to people who could otherwise afford to build a more traditional dream home. And to think that today's trends all started over 100 years ago with mail-order catalogs. But I'll pass it off to you. Would you ever consider living in a prefab or kit home? Or maybe you know someone who has made this change in lifestyle. Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. While the Great Depression wiped out fortunes seemingly overnight, it made a small handful of people incredibly wealthy. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of William G. Lowe. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1875, William Lowe wasted no time achieving his dreams. Almost as soon as he had graduated from Columbia in 1897, he purchased a seat on the New York Stock Exchange and began making big moves. Around this time, he proposed to the love of his life, Florence Baker, and the two married in 1898. Florence came from an incredibly wealthy family and had earned herself the nickname Queenie, often being seen riding about Manhattan in her carriage sporting the latest fashion trends of the day. The two became a power couple. While William consistently built their wealth through savvy investments, Florence climbed the social ladder while flaunting norms and accepting the changing times, distinguishing the Lowes from the stuffier corners of high society. Together they had 3 daughters and raised thoroughbred racehorses traveling the country for sport. All the while, they lived in some truly incredible homes, the first of which was located at the corner of 39th and Madison in Manhattan. Designed by Walker and Gillette, the couple's limestone mansion was completed in 1912. The entrance hall spanned nearly the entire width of the house, with a grand, bifurcated staircase doubling back on itself above polished stone walls. The drawing room was among the largest rooms in the home, with gilded, coffered ceilings and a large bay overlooking Madison Avenue. Several of the rooms contained painted wall panels, plaster ceilings, and perfectly polished herringbone floors. Even their bedroom was finished out with the same level of luxury, with everything from crushed velvet curtains to a polar bear skin rug. But this house wouldn't satiate the couple for long. During the Great Depression, they saw their fortune double, then triple, and grow exponentially. In a time when so many families lost everything, they were making more money than they could ever spend in a single lifetime, but that didn't stop them from trying. In 1930, they once again hired Walker and Gillette to design for them one of the largest mansions built in Manhattan during the Great Depression. Completed in 1932, the English Regency Mansion made a statement, cementing the couple's unwavering position in high society. As we head inside, we'll take a quick look at the entry-level's floor plan to orient ourselves. After passing through the vestibule, we find ourselves in the entrance hall looking towards the grand staircase. Heading upstairs, once again we'll view the floor plan for this level, noting that all the public rooms are anchored on the hall. As our first stop on this floor, we'll peek into the library, which looks out over 93rd Street. Directly across the hall from the library is the living room, clad floor-to-ceiling in wood paneling and staged with only the finest furniture money could buy. The dining room, which is opposite the grand staircase, is finished out with silk damask wallpaper, layers of ornate trim, and a marble fireplace boasting intricate relief work. There is even a private courtyard where we can imagine all the French doors being opened so that guests could spill out onto the terrace during late-night soirees. Around the same time, the Lowe's purchased Stoneacre in Newport, Rhode Island, an established cottage along Bellevue Avenue. It was situated in the middle of park-like grounds, which had previously been laid out by Frederick Law Olmsted. This is where they could summer for a few weeks out of the year, though it wasn't their only option. They also purchased Annandale and Long Island's Old Westbury, which they renamed Lowmore. Once again, they employed Walker and Gillette to completely update the estate to the couple's taste, which had changed by the mid-1930s. Instead of having an overtly flashy entrance hall, the couple chose to make it more livable and comfortable, yet classy nonetheless. The dining room ceiling was kept plain, while subtle wall treatments made a quiet statement. Though not all rooms could be kept with such restraint, such as the living room. With walls clad in wood paneling and covered over by antique European tapestries, the living room became the heart of the home where the family could gather throughout their comparatively quaint getaway. Unfortunately, it was only enjoyed by Florence for a couple of years, with her passing away in 1936. William outlived her for nearly 2 decades, suffering a heart attack while hanging out at the Racket and Tennis Club in Manhattan. As for their mini mansions, the house on Madison was eventually torn down. Stoneacre met a similar fate after the Lowe's children sold it out of the family, being demolished in 1962. Even Lowmore shared the same destiny, meeting the wrecking ball shortly after William's passing. Thankfully, their second Manhattan mansion continues to stand and is now part of the Spence School's campus. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which mansion was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Pillsbury brand has long been a staple in American households, but have you ever wondered how the family lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are exploring the Charles Pillsbury mansions. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1842, Charles Pillsbury was born to a modest family in Warner, New Hampshire, and from an early age, he helped his shopkeeper father while dreaming of something bigger. Those dreams led him to Dartmouth College, where he graduated in 1863. Afterward, he took a job in Montreal as a clerk, where he learned the ins and outs of business, but the fast-paced world of commerce soon beckoned him to the rapidly growing city of Minneapolis, and it was there that he made his mark on history. In 1869, Charles and his uncle John Pillsbury made a bold move. They pooled their money and bought a struggling flour mill. Flour milling wasn't exactly a glamorous or lucrative business at this time. It was viewed as old-fashioned and unpredictable, but Charles saw the untapped potential and threw himself into learning everything he could about the milling process. What he lacked in experience, he made up for with bold ideas. The first thing Charles did was revolutionize the way flour was made. He introduced cutting-edge technology like the Middlings purifier and steel rollers, which transformed flour production from a slow, inconsistent process to one that churned out high-quality flour with efficiency. By 1882, Charles had overseen the construction of Pillsbury A Mill, the largest flour mill in the world at the time, making Minneapolis the epicenter of flour production. Pillsbury's flour became a sensation. His brand, Pillsbury's Best, was soon known for its fine quality, and the company rapidly grew into a global powerhouse. But Charles wasn't just about profits. He cared deeply about the people who worked for him. In 1883, he introduced one of the nation's first profit-sharing programs, rewarding his employees based on the company's success. This forward-thinking approach created loyalty among his workers and ensured that his mills operated without labor strikes, a rarity in the industry. As Pillsbury's flour empire expanded, he also branched out into other ventures. He invested in railroads, grain elevators, and even helped electrify Minneapolis' streetcar system. He gave generously to causes like the Minneapolis Maternity Hospital, and supported relief efforts during the devastating Hinckley Fire of 1894. His work in the Minnesota State Senate from 1878 to 1886 showed his dedication to improving his community. Even after selling his company to an English syndicate in 1889, Charles remained deeply involved in managing the Pillsbury brand, ensuring it retained its high standards. Then suddenly and unpredictably, he died in 1899 at only 56 years old. He left behind a massive mansion at 2200 Stevens Avenue in Minneapolis. The stone house had been built in 1883 and updated frequently as technology rapidly evolved in the late 19th century. According to legend, his twin sons, Charles Jr. and John, decided to settle the estate of their father based on a coin toss. John allegedly won the coin toss for his father's mansion, which meant that Charles Jr. would have to build his own house with his portion of the inheritance. Jr. took his time building a mansion, making sure that it would be just as much of a work of art as it would be a residence. Completed in 1912 and clad in Bedford limestone, the house immediately demanded national attention as photographs were circulated in various publications showing off the mansion. The architects, Hewitt and Brown, delivered Pillsbury a simple but refined house plan. Each floor was planned to be anchored around a massive central hall, allowing for relaxed circulation from room to room. On the third floor, the children's playroom takes the place of the hall and doubles as a ballroom, and is surrounded on all sides by servants' quarters. Entering the mansion through the door on the left, we make our way towards the hall, surrounded by wood-paneled walls delicately supporting a series of groin vaults embellished with artisan plasterwork. At the other end of the hall, we find the service stairs open to the sight of guests from the reception area, an oddity for the time. Nestled between these two staircases is the library, complete with built-in bookshelves and stained glass windows below an elaborate Jacobean ceiling. Had we taken the passageway flanking the front door, we would have found the living room even more intricately finished than any of the other rooms we have seen so far. And resting opposite the living room is the dining room, once again with an astounding amount of detail in the finishes and yet a great deal of restraint in its furnishings. After Jr.'s passing in 1939, the house changed hands several times. Unfortunately, his brother John's house was demolished only a couple years prior to this in 1937. Thankfully, however, Jr.'s house continues to stand and has been respectably maintained, though it no longer serves as a private residence. Let me know if you would like to see a video on the other half of the Pillsbury family and their mansions. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed with that bell notification turned on, so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the shimmering Gilded Age enclave of Newport, Rhode Island, the elite of American society sought to outdo one another with opulent summer cottages that were anything but modest. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are taking a peek inside Vernon Court, an estate designed by Carrere and Hastings. Hit the subscribe button and let's explore this house. Anna Gambrill's journey to constructing Vernon Court began in Brooklyn, where she was born into the influential Van Nest family. Her father, Abraham Van Nest, was a titan of the railroad industry, and Anna inherited a considerable wealth upon his passing in 1888. That fortune was compounded when she married Richard Augustine Gambrill, a prominent lawyer with burgeoning interest in law and railroads. Tragically, their marriage was cut short in 1890 when Richard succumbed to influenza at the young age of 42, leaving Anna a widow with significant means. Undeterred by loss, Anna embraced her role as a socialite and philanthropist, frequenting the company of high society. She purchased a mansion on a prime lot at 492 Bellevue Avenue in 1898, a prestigious Newport cottage which she promptly demolished. With a vision to create a home that would rival the grandeur of her peers, Anna entrusted the celebrated architectural firm of Carrere and Hastings to design her summer retreat. Carrere and Hastings were no strangers to the demands of Gilded Age aristocracy. Known for their Beaux-Arts training and a portfolio that included New York's public library and the grand estates of America's elite, the duo delivered a design for Vernon Court that captured the sophistication of an 18th century French chateau. The composition of Vernon Court's elegant facade sought to seamlessly blend classical European aesthetics with modern American ingenuity. The estate's lush gardens, designed by the florist Wadley and Smythe, further enhanced its beauty, evoking the splendor of Hampton Court's Palace's Pond Garden. Completed in 1901, Vernon Court cost a staggering $300,000, an astronomical sum for the time and equivalent to over $11 million in 2024. Its debut was met with widespread acclaim, with critics and society papers deeming it one of the 10 most beautiful mansions in America. From the main gate to the gardens, the grounds exuded an air of refinement, while the house itself became a hub of social activity. Anna Gambrill's love for entertaining was well documented. She hosted luncheons with the likes of Miss Berwind of the Elms and opened her gardens to charitable events, cementing her reputation as a gracious hostess. Imagining that we were arriving here as guests, we would be chauffeured up the drive as our buggy passes between sphinxes and circles the large urn. From here, the chauffeur would bring the horses to the stables just on the other side of the wall. Let's take a step back before heading inside to really absorb how all of this comes together. Entering the mansion, we proceed into the main hall, flanked by marble columns boasting dramatic striations. To one end, the grand staircase gracefully descends, its dark balustrade twisting in stark contrast to the marble steps. The larger items tend to be more capturing, but let's not ignore the fine detailing of the frieze nor the intricate craftsmanship of the sconce lights. From here we'll venture into the petit salon, which is clad floor-to-ceiling in painted wall panels with delicate plasterwork in relief. Fine furnishings could be staged as required to conform to whatever event might be taking place in the house. This feeds us into the grand salon, finished out with rich wood paneling and set with wood pilasters in rhythmic intervals. To get a better look at the details, we can clear the room of its furnishings and uncover the stone fireplace. The library, though considerably smaller than what might be expected in a house of this magnitude, was wrapped in built-in bookshelves which we can imagine as being filled to the brim. Next we'll come across the loggia, which is open to the gardens and can be closed off by screens in the summer. The murals we see all about the space were the commission of Louis Comfort Tiffany, which added pops of intense but balanced color to the ceiling and walls. Vernon Court's legacy, however, extended beyond Anna's time. Upon her death in 1928, the estate passed to her son and his wife, who hailed from another illustrious family connected to Blairsden Estate in New Jersey. The property eventually left the Gambrill family in 1956 and saw various uses over the years, including a stint as the administration building for the Vernon Court Junior College. By the mid-20th century, its grandeur faced an uncertain future as it changed hands multiple times. Following its most recent purchase in 1998, it was reimagined as the National Museum of American Illustration. Today, it not only continues to stand, but remains a cherished part of the Bellevue Avenue Historic District. What did you think about Vernon Court? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Frank Lloyd Wright designed this prefabricated house to be built for only $20,000. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are looking into the cost-effective and stylish prefab number 1. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the mid-20th century, a pioneering collaboration between two extraordinary men sought to revolutionize American housing. Frank Lloyd Wright, the legendary architect known for his innovative designs, and Marshall Erdman, a visionary builder, came together to create Marshall Erdman prefab houses, a bold experiment in making high-quality architect-designed homes accessible to the average American. Frank Lloyd Wright, born in 1867, is often hailed as one of the most influential architects of all time. His career, spanning more than 70 years, was marked by a relentless pursuit of innovation. Wright's philosophy of organic architecture emphasized harmony between human habitation and the natural world, a concept that shapes some of the most iconic structures in modern architecture, including Falling Water and the Guggenheim Museum. Wright was not just a designer of grand, bespoke homes for the wealthy. He also had a deep-seated interest in democratizing architecture. He believed that well-designed homes should be within reach of the average family. This belief was the driving force behind his Usonian homes, affordable, practical housing that embodied his principles of simplicity, functionality, and a strong connection to nature. Marshall Erdman and Associates was founded in 1946, and Erdman quickly made a name for himself by introducing innovative construction methods, including the use of prefabricated components. Prefabrication, or prefab, involves manufacturing building components off-site in a controlled environment and then assembling them on-site. This method offers several advantages. It reduces construction time, lowers cost, and allows for better quality control. Erdman's commitment to innovation and efficiency made him an ideal partner for Wright's vision of affordable, well-designed housing. The partnership between Wright and Erdman began in 1954 when Wright discovered that Erdman was selling modest, prefabricated homes. Wright, always eager to push the boundaries of architecture, offered to design a series of prefabs that would be both affordable and architecturally superior to what was currently available. By 1956, Wright had completed the designs for 3 types of Usonian-inspired prefab homes, which would be built exclusively by Marshall Erdman and Associates. These homes were designed with a clear focus on cost-effectiveness and ease of construction. The prefab packages provided by Erdman included all the major structural components, while buyers were responsible for the foundation, plumbing, heating, electrical systems, and finishing touches like paint. The approach allowed for a high degree of customization while keeping the overall cost low. One of the standout designs from this collaboration is the Donald C. Duncan House in Polymath Park, Pennsylvania, which would be built in the series known as Prefab No. 1, going for as little as $20,000, or the modern-day equivalent of about $230,000. This L-shaped, single-story home was designed to be both functional and aesthetically pleasing, featuring a pitched-roof bedroom wing and a flat-roofed living area centered around a large masonry fireplace. Wright's design incorporated standard, readily available materials like Anderson windows and Pella doors, along with plywood and masonite to keep costs down without compromising on quality. He even intended to inspect each completed home, applying his signature red brick only to those that met his exacting standards. Wright's prefabs, such as this one, featured an open floor plan allowing for flexible living, as was becoming the trend at the time. Even with such a compact footprint, the home was designed to boast a formal dining room that integrated into the living area, and beyond that, and unlike most new builds today, the kitchen was kept separate from the living area with an additional family dining area tucked away towards the rear of the house. In the bedroom wing, you could travel down a long gallery to find 4 bedrooms, each one designed to be just spacious enough to hold furnishings such as a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. Although the collaborative prefabs were not produced in the vast numbers Wright initially envisioned, these homes would remain a significant chapter in the history of American architecture. They were among the first serious attempts to bring high-quality, architect-designed homes to a broader audience at an affordable price. Today, these homes are celebrated not just as architectural curiosities, but as successful examples of how design and practicality can coexist. They serve as a reminder that great architecture doesn't have to be the exclusive domain of the wealthy. It can and should be something that everyone can enjoy. What did you think about Prefab No. 1? Should this trend have caught on, and do you think something like this would still be livable today? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Some of the most controversial figures in history have had some of the most beautiful homes. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading over to Hawaii to uncover Kainalu. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. James Bicknell Castle was a key figure in the shaping of Hawaii's industrial and economic landscape during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Born in 1855 in Honolulu, Castle was the son of Samuel Northrop Castle, who had arrived in Hawaii as a missionary and later became one of the founders of the renowned firm Castle & Cook. With a strong family legacy behind him, James Castle carried forward his father's ambitions, playing an integral role in the controversial transformation of Hawaii from a kingdom to a territory of the United States. Castle's early life was shaped by his education at Punahou School, followed by studies at Oberlin College. These formative years gave him a foundation not only in business, but also in civic responsibility. He returned to Hawaii after college and began working for his dad at Castle & Cook, quickly expanding the family business into new ventures. His first major success came in the sugar industry, where he fought for control over the Hawaiian Commercial and Sugar Company. In 1898, Castle secured the company from the powerful Klaus Spreckels, a bold move that cemented his reputation as a savvy businessman. This was just one of the many daring decisions that would define Castle's career. Beyond sugar, Castle's vision extended to infrastructure, where he saw the potential to connect Hawaii's agricultural wealth with the rest of the world. One of his most ambitious projects was the development of the Ko'olau Railway, which helped to open vast stretches of Oahu's agricultural land, making it easier to transport goods from plantations to Honolulu's shipping ports. The railway was crucial in developing the region and bringing economic prosperity to the area, as Castle turned his dreams of agricultural expansion into reality. He was also deeply involved in Hawaii's political landscape. He served as an officer in the Kingdom of Hawaii Army and held various governmental positions, including Auditor General and Collector General of Customs. His role in the annexation of Hawaii was significant as he worked closely with political leaders to lobby for Hawaii's transition from an independent kingdom to a U.S. territory. After the kingdom fell and Hawaii became a territory in 1898, Castle capitalized on a new vision for the islands. He helped finance Honolulu's Rapid Transit and Land Company, rescuing the company from financial ruin and giving Honolulu one of the most advanced transportation systems of its time. His reach didn't stop with urban transport. He also envisioned a massive sugar plantation stretching across Oahu's windward side, acquiring large land holdings in Kaneohe and other areas. All of these ventures made him incredibly wealthy, and with his newfound fortune, he set out to build his dream house. In 1899, he built a towering mega mansion in Waikiki along the beach which he named Kainalu. The sprawling estate had a reported 155,000 square feet of sandy beach flanking each side of it. The house was so massive that it extended from a rocky point out over a seawall to sit directly above the water. Each level of the 4-story residence boasted a large, covered veranda with an additional rooftop patio boasting a retractable awning, though picnics were often held in the front yard under the shade of mature trees. As we begin exploring the house, we'll see a mix of pictures from when the family lived here and afterward. We'll start our tour from the Great Hall on the first level, where we can imagine the ceiling stenciling in vibrant colors, framed in each coffer supported by gilded columns. Approaching the stairs and turning around, we can see the door we entered through over on the right-hand side. And while we could hang out in this lavish hall all day long, we'll continue towards the stair hall just beyond the elk. Heading up a few steps, we'll pass below a fluted archway and head towards the newel post. Let's take our time to admire the craftsmanship of this grand staircase as we slowly pan up, revealing wainscoting following the slope of the stairs and artistic decorations below each landing, as well as an incredibly intricate rounded balcony. We get a better view of this at the next landing, where stained glass windows flood the stair hall with multicolored light. James Castle passed away in 1918, leaving Kainalu to his family, who later sold it to the Honolulu Elks Lodge in 1920. Unfortunately, as the decades passed, maintenance was ignored on the wooden structure, which was constantly exposed to seawater. By the 50s, it became unstable and was demolished in 1959. Less than a year later, the new Elks Lodge was opened on the same location. As always, I'd love to read your thoughts on the house down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Before famous mansions such as Casa Loma loomed over the city of Toronto, there was another castle that claimed the title of the area's largest residence. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the Lost Benvenuto. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the 1880s, Toronto was experiencing a major economic boom. The city's population had nearly tripled over the previous decades as jobs and industry rapidly excelled. During this time, the city looked to the future, incorporating the latest technology into urban planning, including running both electric and telephone lines, paving the streets with asphalt, and introducing trolleys to carry residents all over town. It was in this environment that wealthy landowner and real estate developer Simeon Jain set out to build his dream house. He chose a prime lot along Avenue Road at the intersection of modern-day Edmund Road, where the hill jutted up just high enough to offer sweeping views of the city. At the base of his property, other wealthy barons of Canadian industry were building their stately residences, but the type of house Simeon had in mind would overshadow them in every way. He hired A. Page Brown, an American architect, to design for him a sprawling Richardsonian Romanesque mansion to appear as a castle on the hill, visible from downtown Toronto with uninterrupted views. The house was built from thick, rusticated limestone blocks and topped off by a fiery red clay tile roof. All about the property, the same rusticated limestone was used to create retaining walls, guest houses, and gatehouses. The gate was intricately crafted from wrought iron and illuminated by an electric lantern, welcoming guests to the property. Despite the estate's perfectly manicured gardens and imposing stone facade, the idea of being welcoming was very important to Simeon, who named his estate Benvenuto, which literally means welcome in Italian. As we make our way back up to the house, noticing the veranda sweeping out between towers, it's important to mention the house's subsequent owner, Sir William Mackenzie. William was a railroad magnate who had built Canada's second transcontinental railroad. In doing so, he not only amassed one of Canada's greatest fortunes, but for his efforts and dedication to Canada's infrastructure, he was knighted, earning him the title Sir. Even though Benvenuto was still among the largest homes in Toronto, Sir William Mackenzie had it greatly enlarged, adding this hulking section to the rear of the mansion. And staying true to the estate's namesake, he kept Benvenuto a welcoming place, hosting lavish garden parties and costume balls. Guests could be found dancing and socializing, or even on one occasion, sitting down with a fortune teller, as mysticism was all the rage in that day. Though admittedly, we did not come to the mansion for a garden party, we came here to explore the interior. Entering the house, we pass through the vestibule to arrive in the hall, where the grand staircase competes for attention against marble statues and paintings by the greats. The fireplace mantel, carved from a single piece of limestone, welcomes guests with warmth, almost overshadowing Persian rugs and a lion's skin. For the most part, the hall will feed us into each public room, starting with the music room, where we can imagine Toronto's foremost musicians performing live for parties each weekend. This leads us into the drawing room, where silk damask covers the walls and gilded plasterwork glistens on the ceiling. Just beyond the passageway, we see the fireplace in the hall where we first entered, and now that we have our bearings, we'll turn around to discover the dining room, which is clad in rich wood paneling and has been covered over by centuries-old tapestries. Though more impressive yet was the collection of ancient entablatures and architectural salvage proudly displayed on the walls of the conservatory, a warm and humid room where the fountain misted tropical plants year-round. And though the collections were nice, each owner of the house could usually be found in the billiards room, entertaining in the true spirit of the home. When Benvenuto was built back in the 1880s, it was arguably the largest house ever built in the Toronto area. But as the 1900s progressed, the city saw homes of unimaginable scale constructed, including both Casa Loma and Chorley Park, which I'll have linked at the end of this video. That being said, by the time of Sir Mackenzie's passing in 1923, the house, still large by comparison to most, was viewed mostly as outdated. It sat empty for the better part of a decade, with maintenance being ignored until it was demolished in 1932. In its place, Edmund Street was planned to run through the former estate, and a hotel, which was later converted into condos, was built on another section of the property. This particular spot in Toronto bore witness to the age of the city's rapid industrialization from a vantage point perched high up on a hill whose only reminder of that time is the rusticated limestone retaining wall of Benvenuto. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this estate? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Ford Mansion, a stately Georgian home nestled in Morristown, New Jersey, stands as a silent witness to a pivotal chapter in American history. Built in the early 1770s by wealthy iron manufacturer Jacob Ford Jr., the mansion would soon become more than just a family residence. It would serve as General George Washington's headquarters during one of the harshest winters of the Revolutionary War. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story begins with Jacob Ford Jr., a colonel in the New Jersey militia. Sadly, his service to the nascent nation would be cut short. In January of 1777, Colonel Ford succumbed to pneumonia. Washington, recognizing Ford's contribution, ordered a full military funeral in his honor. Little did anyone know, the mansion's role in the Revolution was far from over. Nearly 3 years later, the widow Theodosia Ford opened her home once again to the Continental Army. From December of 1779 to June of 1780, the Ford Mansion became the nerve center of the American war effort. General Washington, his wife Martha, 5 of his secretaries, and 18 servants took up residence within its walls. The mansion became a hub of activity, hosting not only the Washingtons and their staff, but also visits from prominent figures like the Marquis de Lafayette and Spanish and French ambassadors. At times, with Mrs. Ford, her 4 children, and their own servants also residing there, the mansion housed dozens upon dozens of people a night, an uncomfortable necessity for the extraordinary circumstances of the time. But this winter was no ordinary winter. Known as the Hard Winter, it proved to be one of the most brutal on record. Morristown was blanketed by 28 snowfalls, with a single blizzard in early January dumping 4 feet of snow. Temperatures plummeted below freezing, creating treacherous conditions for Washington's troops encamped at nearby Jockey Hollow. This was not the first time Washington had chosen Morristown for winter encampment. He had done so in 1776 to 1777 after the victories at Trenton and Princeton, using the time to inoculate his troops against smallpox. While Valley Forge is often remembered for its hardship, Morristown proved even more challenging. The extreme cold was compounded by severe shortages of food, clothing, and supplies. Washington himself documented the dire situation in letters to Congress, describing how soldiers went days without bread or meat, sometimes even without either. Desperate measures were taken to keep the troops alive, with some resorting to eating tree bark and leather. The situation was further complicated by reluctant local farmers struggling themselves due to the previous droughts, who were hesitant to part with their already scarce crops. Within the confines of the Ford Mansion, Washington worked tirelessly to address these challenges. His study became the command center, where he penned countless letters to Congress, pleading for aid and outlining the desperate plight of his army. His aides de camp, including Alexander Hamilton, toiled in the parlor, transforming it into a bustling military office. Despite the cramped quarters and the constant pressure of the war, the Ford Mansion served as a fortress of resilience against the elements and a seat for strategic planning during a dark period of the Revolution. The story of the Ford Mansion doesn't end with the Washington's departure. In 1873, faced with the prospect of the historic home being turned into a boarding house, a group of concerned citizens formed the Washington Association of New Jersey and purchased the property. The association preserved the mansion as a museum until 1933, when they donated it to the United States government. This donation, along with others, led to the creation of Morristown National Historical Park, the first designated National Historic Park in the National Park System. Today, the Ford Mansion stands as a powerful reminder of the sacrifices and perseverance of the American Revolution. It is a monument to the generosity of Theodosia Ford, the strategic importance of Morristown, and the unwavering leadership of George Washington during a winter that tested the very limits of human endurance. It is a place where history comes alive, allowing visitors to step back in time and experience the challenges and triumphs of a nation fighting for its independence. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the Ford Mansion? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Warner Brothers of New York built some truly incredible mansions around the turn of the century. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the stunning estate of Dr. Lucien Warner. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the late 19th century, Dr. Lucien Warner was a distinguished physician with a promising career, yet he felt the pull of a different path. Warner had grown increasingly concerned about the restrictive corsets that dominated women's fashion, a trend that to him was less a symbol of elegance and more a potential threat to health. Warner's medical knowledge warned him that these rigid, steel-boned garments were squeezing more than just waistlines. They were compromising breathing, circulation, and movement. Eager to make a difference, he left his medical practice in Cortlandville, New York, and embarked on a mission to educate women about the health risk associated with these tight-laced fashions. But his lectures, however well-reasoned, only made a small dent in public perception. Determined to do more than just talk, Warner returned home with an innovative plan in mind. In 1873, he designed a new kind of corset that combined form with function. His Coraline Health corset maintained the fashionable silhouette women desired, but used a far more flexible material known as Coraline, made from the fabrics of the resilient Mexican Ixtal plant. This innovation not only allowed greater movement, but also minimized the physical harm of traditional corsets. The following year, Dr. Warner and his brother joined forces and founded Warner Brothers Corset Manufacturers, launching a revolution in women's undergarments. Warner's designs took off, and by the 1880s, his company's reputation for health-focused corsetry was unstoppable. The Warner Brothers factory in Bridgeport, Connecticut was soon bustling with over 1,000 workers, producing up to 6,000 corsets per day. The company's reputation soared, with Harper's Bazaar proclaiming several Warner models among the most popular in America. Now being at the top of the industry, he began accumulating great wealth, and with his newfound fortune, he set out to build his dream house. He commissioned architect Robert Robertson to design for him a baronial-inspired mansion in Irvington, New York. No expense was to be spared to achieve the aesthetic Dr. Warner desired, which included importing granite blocks from Scotland to construct the mansion's exterior walls. By 1896, the estate, which was eventually dubbed Richmond Hill, had been completed. Passing through the front doors, we arrive in the entrance hall, finished out with dark wood wainscoting and intricately carved pilasters. Peeking around to the alcove, we find the grand staircase turning at stained glass windows, but we have much more to explore on the first floor before heading up there. To the opposite end of the entrance hall, we find the conservatory doubling as the aviary, where exotic plants and birds could flourish year-round. Heading deeper into the house, we come across the drawing room, clad in rich wood paneling with intricate plasterwork soaring above us on the ceiling. Though all the spaces we have seen so far pale in comparison to the ballroom, we can imagine Dr. Warner entertaining guests with a live musician sitting at the piano as performers danced and acted on stage. With so much going on, it can be easy to overlook the details, but I must point out the exquisite gilded plasterwork taking the form of cherubs, vines, flowers, and more so delicately floating above us. Before we continue on, we can take one last look at the ballroom to really absorb the ambiance and appreciate how all the tiny details come together to create this grand space. From here we'll continue into the library, where half-height glass-paned bookcases skirt the room below silk damask. This feeds us into the billiards room, once again clad in rich wood paneling with plenty of space to spread out and enjoy a game of pool. Upstairs, each bedroom was finished out just as luxuriously as the first floor's public rooms, and Dr. Warner's bedroom was no exception, with painted wall paneling and a marble fireplace mantel inlaid with various other stones. The house quickly changed hands as Dr. Warner passed away, being purchased first by Daniel Reed, a tinplate magnate, and a few years later by George Washington Hill, the then president of American Tobacco. Following his ownership, the house was converted into a factory before being demolished to make way for condos around 1980. Today, very little remains of the mansion. Just a handful of garden walls and granite steps can be found scattered about the condos and neighborhood that took its place. What did you think about Richmond Hill? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. When we think of grand old mansions, we might imagine cities like New York or Chicago, but there were enclaves of lavish residences all over the world. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading down to Mexico City to see a mansion that rivals any of the best we've seen so far. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1846, Don Guillermo de Landa y Escandon was born into one of Mexico's most prominent families and lived a life that intertwined wealth, politics, and grand ambitions. His lineage, which linked him to key figures in Mexican history, set the foundation for a life filled with diplomatic travels, influential friendships, and a deep love for architecture. His father, Jose, was a member of the Council of Notables during the Second Mexican Empire, while his mother, Maria, served as a lady-in-waiting to Empress Carlota. This illustrious heritage afforded Guillermo the opportunity to study abroad, attending Stonyhurst College in England, where he absorbed European ideas that would later influence both his political career and his vision for modern Mexico. Returning to Mexico as a young man, Guillermo embarked on a diplomatic and political career holding various significant roles, including governor of Mexico City from 1903 to 1911. During his tenure, he spearheaded numerous modernization projects, transforming the capital into a more contemporary urban landscape. From the construction of the Grand Canal to the expansion of the municipal palace of the Federal District, his work left a lasting imprint on the city's infrastructure. However, it was in his private endeavors, particularly the creation of his great mansion in Mexico City, that remained one of the most enduring monuments to his legacy. Situated near the prestigious Paseo de la Reforma, Guillermo's residence was designed between 1903 and 1906. Inspired by the French Renaissance and Gothic styles, the mansion was reminiscent of the grand castles along France's Loire Valley, with its conical towers, intricate cornices, and elegant facade evoking a bygone era of aristocratic splendor. Drawing comparisons to Willie K. Vanderbilt's mansion in New York and William Borden's in Chicago, Guillermo's mansion was a marvel of its time, showcasing the architectural ambitions of Mexico's elite during the Porfiriato. The house, designed by the English firm Waring & Gillow and decorated by Roberto Bloch, was a collaborative effort that blended European and Mexican influences. Over 16,000 square feet in size, the mansion featured grand reception rooms, a magnificent hall with New Spain-inspired colonial furniture, and lush, formal gardens surrounding it all. This was more than just a residence, it was a social hub where Mexico's political and social elite gathered, hosted by Guillermo and his family. Despite the grandeur and beauty of the mansion, the tides of history would soon turn against Guillermo and other elites like him. As the Mexican Revolution gained momentum in the early 1910s, the family was forced to flee the country. Their mansion, like many other properties of the wealthy, was looted and stripped of its original furnishings, yet some of the valuable pieces, including those from the family's private collection, were preserved and now reside in museums like the Franz Mayer Museum and Casa de la Bola. The mansion itself did not escape the transformation brought on by political upheaval. By 1949, the original tower had been demolished and the house's facade was altered to fit the growing urban landscape. Today, although the house still stands on the corner of Ignacio El Vallarta and C. Maestro Antonio Caso streets, it bears little resemblance to its former glory. Modified to accommodate a restaurant and other commercial uses, the interior has been significantly altered, though traces of its grand past can still be seen in certain preserved details. Guillermo's later years were spent in exile, far from the city he had helped shape. He died in Cannes, France in 1927, a distant but poignant end for a man who had once been at the heart of Mexico's political and social life. His mansion, though transformed and faded with time, remains a symbol of an era of opulence, power, and visionary urban development. Today, those who pass by the corner where it still stands may wonder about the grandeur that once was, catching glimpses of a story that speaks to Mexico's turbulent yet fascinating journey through history. What did you think about La Casa de Don Guillermo de Landa y Escandon? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. Did you know that a fortress-like castle once stood in the heart of Los Angeles? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering the stone towers of Castle York. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story of Castle York begins with J.J. Haggerty, a visionary force behind one of Los Angeles' most iconic department store chains. Born in the Greater London area in 1860, Haggerty's early years in England offered him little clue to the monumental impact he would eventually have on the world of luxury retail across the pond. Yet like so many ambitious men of his time, he found his calling in America, and Los Angeles became the stage for his rise. By 1905, Haggerty had spent 3.5 years as a department manager and buyer for Jacoby Brothers, one of the most respected department stores at the time in Los Angeles. But Haggerty had larger dreams. He envisioned a store that would stand out, not just for its merchandise, but for its elegance and attention to detail. His solution? The New York Cloak and Suit House, which opened its doors in 1905 in the heart of downtown Los Angeles along South Broadway. The store quickly established itself as a luxury destination. Haggerty knew that selling clothing wasn't just about fabric and fit, it was about experience. Each floor of the 4-story building boasted its own color scheme, enhancing the sense of indulgence and refinement. The first floor welcomed shoppers with fancy goods, while the second floor showcased evening gowns, opera wraps, and suits. The third floor, a millinery haven, complete with dressmaking parlors and art. And for those needing a break from shopping, the fourth floor housed a cafe and restaurant, proving that even in the early 1900s, Haggerty understood the appeal of a full-service retail experience. As Haggerty's reputation grew, so did his ambitions. In 1917, he opened what he referred to as his vision, a new, larger store on the upscale 7th Street shopping district. This time, he dropped the New York Cloak and Suit House moniker, branding the store simply as J.J. Haggerty. The new store was a marvel of modern retail design, boasting a 350-foot-long window display, the first of its kind in LA. J.J. Haggerty's success was built on more than just beautiful storefronts. His department stores were known for their upscale, ready-to-wear selections for women and children. They became destinations for affluent families in other states who would take special trips just to shop at his stores. All of this made him incredibly wealthy, leading him to construct his dream home. Completed in the early 20th century, the mansion, located at 3330 West Adams Boulevard, was a Norman Gothic masterpiece. The sheer scale of the property was awe-inspiring. 125 feet of frontage along the prestigious Adams Boulevard stretching back 500 feet, with the main structure itself measuring an impressive 92 by 91 feet. Every corner of the mansion spoke to Haggerty's vision of elegance, with 2 majestic towers that crowned the property. These towers framed the mansion, creating a silhouette that could be seen for miles, making it a true landmark in Los Angeles. The interior of Castle York was just as spectacular. The living room, vast and opulent, welcomed guests into a world of luxury, while an organ loft hinted at the sophistication of the home's entertainment. The dining room, designed for lavish gatherings, led to a billiard room where the city's elite could relax and converse. 16 bedrooms provided ample space for family, guests, and of course, Haggerty's servants who occupied their own quarters within the mansion. Unfortunately, Haggerty's journey ended in 1935 with his passing, but his stores lived on under new ownership. Clyde H. De Akers, a former president of Sherman Clay & Company in San Francisco, took over the chain and expanded its reach. A new 4-story location opened on Wilshire Boulevard near Rodeo Drive in 1938, proving that Haggerty's name still carried weight in the world of high-end retail. Unfortunately, the brand lost its competitive edge and the department store shuttered in the early 1970s. As for Haggerty's castle, after JJ's passing, the home was broken up into a rooming house and later demolished following a massive fire. What did you think about Castle York? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of this house. On Long Island, there is a mansion unlike any other. With over 25,000 square feet, stables, and formal gardens, it's fair to say that Career and Hastings outdid themselves. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Herman B. Dorrier was a man who thrived on the thrill of the racetrack and the pursuit of excellence. Born in 1862, he built his name as a leading thoroughbred owner in the United States, but when anti-gambling laws shuttered racetracks in New York, he refused to accept defeat. Instead, he boldly relocated to France, where he established Haras de Gazon in Normandy and began an extraordinary second act. In France, Dorrier's horses achieved greatness. Sweeper claimed the English 2,000 guineas in 1912, but it was Durbar who delivered Dorrier's crowning moment at the 1914 Epsom Derby. Despite controversies over the colt's pedigree, Durbar surged ahead of 30 rivals to win by 3 lengths, stunning the crowd and proving that Dorrier's instincts were unmatched. His foresights extended beyond the track. Dorrier purchased the mare Frisette, whose bloodline produced racing legends like Seattle Slew and Mr. Prospector. But this wasn't where his legacy ended. He had been born into a wealthy family, which had allowed him to chase his dreams, and with means, he hired esteemed architects Career and Hastings to design for him an equestrian estate in New York's Old Westbury. Completed in 1903, the 25,000 square foot home was simply named Knoll for its unusual topography of small, rolling hills. The house itself was constructed of concrete, with marble dust mixed into it to give it a creamy, glittering appearance. In a way that only Career and Hastings could, the duo blended Italian Renaissance motifs with the Beaux-Arts to create a distinctly American manner. The grounds were planned to conform to the natural landscape, with long walks planned between the gentle hills. In their contours, sunken gardens were planned with long reflecting pools lined by colorful flowers. The estate was meant to balance the casual with the formal, including a reflecting pool which could double as a swimming pool. Secluded away on the 100-acre grounds, the stables were designed to be reminiscent of the legacy estates found in the area, a mansion of sorts for his prized horses. We could spend all day wondering about the gardens and horse paths, but I think it's about time we head inside. We'll take a quick look at the floor plan to note that we actually enter at the garden level, which is below the first floor. This leads us into the Kenstone-clad entrance hall, where we'll make our way up a few partial flights of stairs to reach the first floor. Once again, we can orient ourselves by referring to the floor plans and note that we are taking one of the mirrored staircases up to the rotunda just below the long gallery. After stepping up from one of the smaller archways, we are greeted by a multi-story rotunda, filled with light and pierced by the grand staircase, which is centered on a marble fireplace at its landing. Once again, in the old traditions followed by the architects, mirrors are strategically placed in intervals to catch sunlight and send it all about the rotunda at each level, almost blindingly so. Next, we'll make our way over to the dining room, which is finished out with walnut paneling and a fireplace sans mantel. In the drawing room, in the opposite wing, the paneling is painted in a shade of pearl and the fireplace is inlaid with yellow marble. We can imagine this ensemble with crimson curtains, the height of fashion at the time. Both the dining room and the living room open out into mirrored loggias surrounding the courtyard. Back inside, we'll head over to the den, painted in a dark green with a green marble fireplace. Each bedroom evokes a different style, though perhaps the most luxurious suite was that of Mrs. Dorrier, which includes a large sitting room, boudoir, dressing room, and a private bathroom. Knoll was enjoyed by the Dorrier family for many years before it was sold to Bradley Martin and Helen Phipps, and it remained in their hands for the better part of a century. Over the years, the grounds were subdivided with plans for new homes to be built. However, the mansion itself has managed to survive. What did you think about Knoll? Did you like the grounds or the house better? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House.